This novel is called My House of Horrors. By I Fix Air Conditioner. Chapter 11:01. There is someone else in my shadow 2-in-1. Sitting by the bedside, Chenji leaned against the wall for support. His one arm was inside his backpack as he lifted his head to study the monster that was crawling on the ceiling. There was no fear in his eyes. If anything, there was more than a trace of befuddlement. This was something the monster had not experienced before. The two looked at each other like that quite for some time, and neither of them was quick to make any move lest they were caught in a trap. Wen Qing has been rescued again by that invisible child. Assuming that child is the ghost fetus, why would he care about Wen Qing's safety at every moment? Based on what I know of him, he is not the kind of person who would do any sacrifice for another person's mother. After all, in the worlds of the other children, he never once offered aid to rescue the family members of the other chosen children. Chenji gave it some more thought. The most logical explanation was that Xiang Nuan had joined himself with the ghost fetus. Or rather, Xiang Nuan did not exist at all in this world, and Xiang Nuan was the ghost fetus from the very beginning. Rustling sound kept coming from above him. The monster made up from multiple human heads crawled on the ceiling. Black threads that gave off a horrible smell dangled out from the many orifices of the many heads. The monster was much more careful than Chenji expected. Many pairs of vicious and heartless eyes stared at Chenji. It hesitated for a long time before it started to approach this prey before it that was quite unusual. Chenji was nothing like the other human beings that it had encountered before. The stench enveloped Chenji. The human heads were inching closer and closer. This scene was enough to scare any grown man until they fainted, but for Chenji, it caused his brows to crease slightly. The monsters from the Black Fog and Red City appear to be quite different in nature. They give me a completely different feeling. The confusion in Chenji's eyes gradually dissipated. He was like a biologist in real life, studying a species facing extinction that he had not seen before at a close distance. Most of the monsters in the Red City are covered in blood. The baleful specters, half-red specters, and red specters had their power determined based on the amount of blood they have and the level of resentment they carry with them, but it's different with the monsters from the Black Fog. Their ability does not seem to correlate to the amount of blood they have on their body. They give off a deep sense of hatred and the urge to destroy. The essence of a specter is a lingering obsession. When faced with a specter, I rarely feel the emotion of disgust. In fact, sometimes I feel pity for them. But these monsters from the Black Fog elicit the disgust from my heart. It appears like the chance for me to recruit these creatures as my haunted house employees is close to zero. His mind working on overtime, Chenji looked at the monster before him. He finally uttered the thought that he was thinking. I cannot give up on any person so easily. When all my employees wake up, I should try to capture a few of the monsters from the Black Fog alive and bring them home with me to see if I can help them correct their irregular and incorrect life view. Chenji himself knew how difficult the challenge he had undertaken was, but he still wanted to give it a try. Perhaps he was being naive, thinking everyone could be rescued. The monsters from the Black Fog lacked humanity, but that did not mean that they lacked the faculty of thought. These monsters were incredibly cunning. The human heads on the ceiling probed again and again before finally confirming Chenji posed no threat to it. The feeling of being tricked angered it greatly. All the human heads that made up its body opened their mouths at the same time. To be honest, what before Chenji was rather scary. More than 10 human heads were twisting inches away from Chenji's own face. Many black threads dangled down from the monster's body. They wanted to use the threads to pierce through Chenji's body and then bind around Chenji like a giant snake. Just the thought of this image would make one feel uncomfortable. If a man was bound by a giant anaconda, he would at most suffocate to death. But if he was bound by this monster, the human faces on the monster's body would latch onto his body, and the ghastly mouths would start to gnaw on his flesh and bones. They cannot be communicated with, and they lack any sense of empathy. There are only sin and destruction in their eyes. Why would such a creature even have the need to exist in this world? What is the purpose of their existence? Chenji looked at the human faces that were almost touching his face. His hand that had been placed inside the backpack finally reached out. In his palm was a red, high-heeled shoe that was covered in fresh blood. He extended the heel before the monster's face. Before the monster could react, Chenji moved his arm and stabbed the sharp end of the heel right into the monster's face. This thing is quite sharp. This was the first time that the human head monster had been attacked by such a weapon. The thin strands of black threads that had come out of its mouths rushed at Chenji like a bunch of piranhas who had found their living prey. But just as they were about to reach Chenji's body, the red high heel that was stuck into the monster's face started to have many strange patterns appear on its surface. Every pattern represented a pleading soul begging for mercy. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that each of the patterns was twisted from living human faces, and they were harboring their deepest curse and darkest despair. The black pattern spread on the human head monster. In less than a second, it had enveloped and captured the giant monster like a web. It does not appear that a specter can directly consume the monsters from the fog. It is more difficult than usual for them to even kill them. The red high heels had not fully eliminated the restriction of the rules placed on her by the world behind the door. She could not leave her item of possession and appear in person. Therefore, Chenji had to resort to this method to deal with the monster from the black fog. He dared to do this because when his palm first touched the red high heels, the shoes, blood vessels, and curses voluntarily entered his body to help him search for the reason behind his continuous weakening of strength. At the time, he knew that even though the red high heels still was not able to leave the item of her possession, she could use part of her ability already. The human head monster was twisting like a giant centipede on the ground of the living room. Looking at the torture it was in, Chenji took out the other red high heel from his backpack and stuck the heel steadily and firmly into the monster's neck. Even though the red high heels could only use part of her power, but she is the presence among my employees that is closest to becoming a top red specter. How come she has such difficulty killing a mere human head monster? It's taking her so long to deal with just one of them. Chenji did not mean that as an underestimation of the red high heels' power. He merely thought that the monsters from the black fog were surprisingly resilient and hard to deal with. After all, the human head monster could only be considered a more normal monster among the ranks of the creatures in the black fog. He had seen much bigger shadows moving through the fog earlier. The black patterns that covered the human head monster's body gradually tightened and closed upon itself. It took a full 10 minutes before the human head monster was killed. Its body crumbled. Many onyx-colored threads came out from its broken head and morphed into black smoke. They returned to become a part of the black fog again. Picking up the red high heels, Chenji studied the patterns on the surface that were getting clearer. He knew that the red high heels were about to break through the barrier soon. After the body of the human head monster collapsed, the black fog in the room turned thicker. If anything, it gave off the feeling that it had not died, but merely changed into a different form to continue its life. Using his yin-yang vision, Chenji found some black bits where the human head monster's body used to be. They looked like ash that would be left behind after some banknotes were burnt. What are these? Chenji found a thermos in one of the rooms and filled the black bits inside it. He had no idea what these things would be good for. He planned to bring them back with him to study. Perhaps he would be able to find out more secrets about the black fog from them. Moving his body, Chenji noticed that even though his limbs were incredibly cold, and his body temperature was low, the fatigue that rose from the bottom of his soul had decreased significantly. After the invisible child took Wenqing away, my physical energy gradually returned. Looks like the weakening of my body has something to do with him after all. Chenji's eyes were calm. When he entered the world of the other children, none of the children were willing to help the ghost fetus. They were hostile toward the ghost fetus, and in the end, they would end up becoming an aid to Chenji. It was completely different in the world behind Xiang Nuan's door. Ever since he entered the door, Xiang Nuan appeared to have sided with the ghost fetus from the very beginning. In the real world, Xiang Nuan was a child who refused to communicate with the world. No one knew what the real Xiang Nuan was like. Even his own mother did not know him well enough. Before any of my employees woke up, I was following Wenqing because Wenqing is being protected by the ghost fetus. Through her, I got some protection and evaded some of the danger that would have come my way. But now that my employees are almost waking up, there is no reason for me to stick with them. Chenji, without the aid of his employees, was not much stronger than a normal human being. But once he gained the aid of his workers, the situation would be completely different. The workers' power is my power. I am still the same self, but the power that I possess will keep on increasing. That should be my only advantage. The power at the haunted house kept improving, but the corruption of power never went to his head. Chenji kept his sanity intact, and his soul was shining with the brilliance of humanity. That was what separated him from his adversaries. The cursed hospital was much stronger than him, but to achieve their own goal, their humanity had been completely twisted. Their patients had almost become synonymous with the term monster. Dr. Gao was smarter than Chenji, and he had seen the maximum potential of humanity a long time ago. To achieve his own goal, from when he was still alive to until he died, not only had he abandoned his own humanity, he had even given up on the right of being a human. Chenji's power was gradually increasing, but the path that he had taken was completely different from everyone else. The road that he had chosen was very dangerous. He had practically handed his life over to the specters. Just how much confidence in his workers did he need to be able to make a choice such as this? He tried to shove the red high heels into his pocket, but he tried for a long time and failed to do so because the pocket was too small for the heels. In the end, he had no choice but to place the red high heels back into his backpack. The Dr. Skullcracker's hammer is just a disguise. The real damaging weapon is the red high heels. I doubt anyone would expect me to wield a pair of woman's heels as my actual weapon. Dragging the hammer along, Chenji took another brief rest in the room. It was not until the building was slammed into again, and the quiver became more intense that he decided to leave. The cursed hospital obviously came prepared. In fact, I bet that they made better preparations than me. This will be a horrible tragedy for the ghost fetus. The hospital had a clear goal from the very beginning. At Jin HWA Apartments Block A, when they discovered Chenji stirring the pot, they left without hesitation to avoid having a direct conflict with Chenji. Between the ghost fetus and Chenji, they had chosen to deal with the ghost fetus. Apparently, that was because they had been preparing for this day for a very long time. Chenji's physical energy was slowly recovering, and the color of blood on the comic was deepening. When he played the recorder, he could hear a slight static sound. The employees were waking up one after another. The good news was flowing in. Chenji's expression was slowly returning to normal. Jangye is a demon god. The cursed hospital probably has a demon god or at least something close to the power of a demon god among them. The ghost fetus wanted to suppress both of them with the rules of the world behind its own door, but that's very difficult. He cannot keep this up for much longer. With the protection from the red high heels, Chenji was no longer that afraid of the black fog. He slowly moved down the stairs, listening to the sounds that came from outside the building. Fight to your heart's content. We will see who will stand to have the last laugh. He followed the stairs and finally arrived at the first floor. Before Chenji left Juhong Apartments Block 2, he turned back to take in the sight. This building was originally hiding the rag doll's head. Every door behind this building was filled with the ghost fetus memories. Even though it had turned into a monster, it had not forgotten its past. Every time he pushed open a door, he would be greeted by a former version of the ghost fetus. Even the ghost fetus has held on so strongly to its past. But why would I have forgotten about such important things from my childhood? Is it because someone does not want me to remember anything from that period? Standing at the entrance, Chenji did not hurry to leave. The world outside the building had completely changed. Black fog shrouded everything, but there were bursts of red amid the fog. The whole world behind the door was like an abstract painting of a nightmare. The black and red were mixed together, twisting every person that resided behind the door. Before this world goes fully out of control, the ghost fetus will definitely send Wen Qing to a secure location. After Wen Qing's safety is ensured, the biggest possibility is that he will come back to find me. Chenji stood in the ghost fetus' shoes and tried to analyze the situation. Now is the most crucial moment for its birth. No matter how loud the interruption, he will focus on the rebirth as his most important goal. Until now, Chenji had no idea what form of rebirth the ghost fetus would make. But he had a feeling that the ghost fetus would return to find him because his own body was the best choice for the ghost fetus. I do not need to have a direct conflict with the ghost fetus. I should try to buy as much time as I can. For Chenji, the interior of the apartment buildings that were the territory of the ghost fetus was no safer than the black fog. His employees were slowly awakening, and the red high heels could already use part of her power. He had enough to ensure his own safety. He could hide safely inside the black fog that was beyond the ghost fetus, control, until all his employees broke through the limitation of this world. If the child did not choose to rescue Wen Qing, it would most likely have taken over a large portion of my body by now. There were some truths in the world that could not be refused. One of them was that the child cared deeply about Wen Qing. Based on what Wen Qing had told Chenji, Xiang Nuan had never uttered a full sentence to her before. He had not even called her mom once. But from the child's various actions when they were stuck behind the door, Wen Qing occupied a position in his heart that could not be replaced by anyone else. Walking alone in the black fog, Chenji carried the backpack, dragging with hammer with one hand and carrying the red high heels with another as he silently worked his way to the small garden at the residential area. Finding a hiding space, Chenji looked around him. The place looked like a scene from an apocalypse. The buildings were teetering, and giant shadows crawled on the surface of the buildings. The ground was shaking, and the world mixed with red and black had echoes of screams coming from everywhere. Chenji was completely enraptured by his surroundings when he felt a pinprick of pain from his palm. He turned to look, and he saw the red high heels bleeding. Someone is coming? Chenji seemed to feel something. He whipped his body around, and his eyes zeroed in on a point. There was a child standing behind him. He was standing right on top of his shadow like he was used to that position. Found you. The boy had his head lowered, so his face was shaded from view, but from the voice and the tone, it sounded very similar to Xiang Nuan. Chenji took one involuntarily step back. As he did so, the boy took one step forward. The distance between them remained unchanged like a man and his shadow. No matter how he tried, the man was unable to shake his shadow off. Seeing that this was unavoidable, Chenji stopped wasting time. His eyes were calm as if he knew that this would eventually happen sooner or later, but the expression on his face was rather complicated. It was you who voluntarily escaped, so why did you come back to find me? The boy did not speak. He kept his head lowered as if staring right into Chenji's shadow. Get out of my way. From the moment you escaped, there was no connection binding us together. Chapter 11:02, Me and My Employees. The boy stood on top of Chenji's shadow. No matter where Chenji moved, he would follow just like his shadow. With his head lowered, the boy kept his eyes on Chenji's shadow. After the found you, he had not opened his lips to say anything else. The endless black fog was like a sea of despair. The broken building in the memory became a lonely island in the ghost fetus heart. He stood before the twisting buildings, under the black and red sky, inside Chenji's shadow, and following quietly behind him. That was how things were many years ago. He saw how Chenji had everything that he wished to possess for himself. He wanted to be a butterfly, but ultimately he was just a shadow. The desire was slowly twisted. He did not stay there and wait, slowly waving his hands and trying his best to chase after the butterfly that was fluttering in his heart instead. He had no idea why he would do something like that. He did not even know what would happen the day he caught up to the butterfly, but he knew to keep on running after it. Finally, at this moment, 10 years later, inside the door, he had caught that butterfly. The lowered head slowly rose, and the boy looked up at Chenji. Their eyes met in the nightmare, and it felt like they had crossed the limitation of time. Chenji saw himself from 10 years ago, and the ghost fetus saw a demon that he could no longer recognize. In this world filled with despair and pain, only one's heart would be the receptacle for light. But if one's heart was devoid of light, everything that one saw would be ghosts and specters. Did you leave at this age? Chenji had seen part of the ghost fetus memories in Fang Yu's world, but the boy before him was completely different from the ghost fetus in Fang Yu's world. In the worlds behind the doors of the other candidates, the ghost fetus appeared in the form of a baby, but the boy before him had the same face as the childhood Chenji. The facial features were rather undefined, but one could tell that this was Chenji. Chenji had many things that he wanted to say, questions he wanted to ask. He had imagined this encounter with the ghost fetus many times in his mind and rehearsed many different statements, but when he was really standing before the child, the things that he had prepared were stuck in his throat. A monster that had ruined multiple families. A monster without humanity, a soul twisted and cruel like the demon. A child who was abandoned, tricked, harmed, and made insane. Chenji did not know how to judge the ghost fetus. He would not pity him, he would not help him, but he merely did not wish to lie to the ghost fetus anymore. Even if one of them would die the next second, he would not deal with the ghost fetus like he would other enemies, using many things to deceive and trick him. The ghost fetus gave Chenji a strange feeling, like he was looking at mirror, but the reflection inside the mirror was trying to come up with ways to kill him. Do not stand on my shadow anymore. That is no longer a spot reserved for you. No matter what Chenji said, the ghost fetus showed no sign of speaking. He kept staring at Chenji's face, the picture of a ghastly demon reflecting in his pupils. His body leaned slowly forward, giving the impression of one's shadow standing up and trying to crawl into Chenji's body. Just as the ghost fetus was about to touch Chenji, a wall of blood vessels blocked his way. A heavy stench of blood radiated out from Chenji's body. Drip drop, drip drop. The blood dripped. The ghost fetus moved his gaze away from Chenji's face and turned to look at the red high heels in his hands. He slowly raised his arm, and the ghost fetus fingertip touched the layer of blood vessels. His expression did not change. It was like a child reaching out to touch a spiderweb out of curiosity. The blood vessels were snapped one after another, but at that moment, a giant explosion sounded from one of the buildings. Jin HWA Apartments Block B started to bend. A large shadow was pressing against the side of it. Who knew what kind of monster it was? After the explosion, the ghost fetus had obviously slowed down. The few buildings appeared to be the foundation of this world, and they influenced the ghost fetus condition greatly. You voluntarily left me, and I have not tried to harm you. It was the cursed hospital that put you in this state. I have seen your memories. You should hate them the most. They are right there now. Are you sure you still want to waste time with me? Chenji could see that the ghost fetus needed his body, so the child did not go for the jugular. As one of the 9 children, the ghost fetus could not kill Chenji that easily. This he had discerned from the way he treated the other candidates. As long as the child had some power taken away by the ghost fetus, even though they would be seriously injured in terms of soul and mind, their lives had never been threatened. It appeared like the ghost fetus needed to fulfill certain criteria to obtain a candidate's power. Only that would explain why the ghost fetus did not kill Chenji directly after he entered his body, but chose to slowly take over his body from the shadow. You do not have a chance now. After that last explosion, the surface of the other buildings started to crack as well. The chains that bound this world had loosened. The ground shook, and the buildings teetered, but the ghost fetus only had his eyes on Chenji. His hand was reaching through the layers of blood vessels. No one knew why he was doing this. He appeared to not only want to take control of Chenji's body, but also appeared to grab the version of himself that he had been wishing for. As the ghost fetus' hand slowly approached, the smell of blood around Chenji intensified. Just as the ghost fetus' hand was about to touch Chenji's eyes, a slender hand wrapped in bandages appeared to grab the ghost fetus' wrist. A bright shade of red appeared in the thick black fog. The red high heels had broken through the world's limitation. Her appearance had shifted slightly from before. Part of the bandages had slid off her body, and the exposed skin was branded with dark black tattoo-like patterns. The patterns were mysterious, eerie, and scary. Just being in close distance of them would make one feel suffocated. The ghost fetus paused, but just for a moment. His sharp nails soon continued to reach toward Chenji. The sound of a book flipping entered both Chenji and the ghost fetus' ears. Before they could react, a blood wave rushed out from Chenji's backpack and knocked back the black fog around them. A blood mist had settled. Pairs of arms reached out from the mist, and they grabbed at the ghost fetus from different angles. The sharp nails stopped before Chenji's eyes, but they were unable to move 1 inch further. I know you are using the greater part of your power to deal with the hospital and the monsters in the black fog. You believe that I am the weakest, or perhaps you think I was just lucky to have survived so far. Chenji took another step backward. The ghost fetus body was held in place by the gauntlet of hands, and was thus unable to follow Chenji anymore. Chapter 1103, Killing the Past 3 in 1. Even though he was held down by multiple hands, the ghost fetus still wanted to get close to Chenji. The expression on his face slowly changed. Cracks appeared in his pupils, which looked perfectly normal. Black threads that carried misfortune leaked out of the boy's eyes like tears. They squirreled their way toward the hands that held him back. Chenji's employees had blocked the ghost fetus path, but the latter did not really stop to try to understand why. Shattered pupils remained still on Chenji, and he was ready to kill every human and every specter who dared stand in his way. The cursed threads wanted to crawl into the employees' bodies, but when they approached the employees, they were bounced back by an invisible force. The curse was unable to take effect. The ghost fetus once again turned to look at the red high heels that were covered in bandages. He sensed a curse of the same origin from the red high heels. The reason the ghost fetus had this kind of feeling was not only because the red high heels had consumed the curse that the ghost fetus had left behind the other doors. It appeared like the reason the red high heels was in her current state had everything to do with that cursed hospital. The essence of the curse was pain. Using it meant paying a sacrifice. The cause was linked to the consequence. Whenever the curse was used, both parties would be seriously affected by it. The ghost fetus carried multiple sins, but the sacrifice that he had given up for the usage of the curse was perhaps his whole life that had been twisted by despair. But the boy was on a path of no return. Even if he knew that he would sink deeper into the abyss of despair, he would still continue to spread the curse. Chenji still did not know that much about the red high heels past, but there was one thing that he was very clear about. The people who were familiar with curses were normally accompanied by misfortune. If possible, Chenji did not wish for the red high heels to continue using her power anymore. The fight between 2 specters who were armed with curses was something extremely scary. The way that they decided who would survive was different from a fight between normal red specters. The fight appeared calm and uneventful on the surface, but the actual battle was happening at places that he would not be able to see. Every single one of the black threads that came out from their bodies carried the most vicious and venomous of curses. Once the thread crawled into one's body, if one did not clear them away in time, the consequences would be unfathomably bad. Chenji also knew about the danger of the curse. Compared to the ghost fetus, he was more worried about his employees' safety. Work together, take him down together, do not hesitate, we must try to kill him now while we still have the chance. Determined and direct, there was no compromise and pity in the world behind the door. In this place, it was either the ghost fetus' demise or theirs. Any kindness toward the enemy would be cruelty toward himself. Hearing Chenji's order, the red high heels blocked all the curses. The other few red specters held the ghost fetus body in place, and they prepared for Xiao to deliver the final blow. The employees appeared to have communicated among themselves when they were inside the comic. The red specters were very familiar with each other's abilities. They knew that Xiao, who appeared the softest and weakest, was actually the most dangerous red specter among all of them. The red wave washed away the blood fog. Xiao used her own special power for the first time before Chenji. The red dress that she was wearing melted together with the blood wave that splashed around her. The gray and black ground was dyed red. Buildings that were constructed fully out of blood vessels crawled up from the ground like giant arms that tried to reach toward the sky. Liwan City. Xiao appeared to be stepping on the entire Liwan City, and the city forced itself through the black fog, tearing out a piece of red amid the world of blackness. The harrowing wails of endless souls rushed out from the blood wave and bit at the ghost fetus, who was unable to move. Even the buildings started to collapse on top of the ghost fetus body. The blood vessels pulled taut on the ghost fetus skin. Xiao intended to use the whole Liwan City to bury him alive. The other employees at the haunted house worked flawlessly together. They each found a spot that was left untouched by the crumbling buildings and started to focus their individual attacks. The ghost fetus body instantly turned dim and twisted. Scars appeared. Before the previous one could heal, more and more scars appeared on the scabs. The cracks in the ghost fetus' eyes had spread to his entire body. He knew that there were many ghosts and specters hiding inside Chenji, but he did not expect them to be so powerful. The pupils that were about to shatter looked directly at Chenji through the endless crowd of baleful specters and red specters. The ghost fetus' expression still had not changed much. His body was slowly being ground down until he was buried under the Liwan City that was beneath Xiao's feet. Is it all over now? Has the boy been torn beyond repair? The boy who stood on Chenji's shadow earlier had completely disappeared, but Chenji felt no joy at all. The ghost fetus' reaction was too out of place. He did not put up much resistance. In fact, it could be said that he was taking all the damage head-on. Something's not right. The red Liwan City under Xiao's feet was a heavy contrast to the black fog that surrounded them. The strange shadows among the black fog were soon attracted by the red and started to head their way. Xiao, Chenji had Xiao pull back the blood wave. As the blood disappeared, the monsters inside the black fog also gradually lost interest. When the red completely disappeared, Chenji saw a small shadow walk out from one of the buildings that was not far away. His brows started to crease. The shadow was wavering in the blackness of the fog. The distance between him and Chenji was slowly closing. Even with the aid of his yin-yang vision, Chenji could not capture his real appearance. Several seconds later, endless blood vessels suddenly enveloped Chenji. His employees were all ready for a big battle. They stared behind Chenji. Chenji had already sensed that something like this would happen. He turned back to look, and the boy who looked just like him when he was younger had reappeared, and he was standing atop his shadow just like before. Another one, can he not be killed? Chenji appeared to see the young version of himself in the ghost fetus. He saw the child who could not be killed no matter what. No, these boys are probably not the ghost fetus' real persona. It is not that he cannot be killed, it is just that I have not found the real him. The boy behind Chenji wanted to grab him. His shattered pupils kept staring at Chenji's face. The fact that he had been killed earlier did not seem to have left any impression on the body. What happened earlier repeated itself. The ghost fetus was stopped by the employees so that he was unable to get close to Chenji. Chenji did not dare stay too far away from his employees, and thus they entered into a stalemate. It is not untrue that the ghost fetus wants to take over my physical body, but I have a feeling there is a bigger conspiracy at work here. He seems to be purposely buying time. The ghost fetus did say that the ghost fetus will be born tonight, but it did not specify how it would be born. Now I only know that his birth will definitely be related to me, and if I do not stop him, I will be 100% dead. The threat of certain death made it so that Chenji had to be extra careful. Even if his employees had broken through the barrier of the world behind the door, he had to be careful at every single moment. This door was different from every other door that he had entered before. All his experience from the other doors would not prove much use to him there. Looks like I will have to go and find the cursed hospital and see how they are doing at the moment. Chenji chose to voluntarily interact with the cursed hospital, but he would definitely keep a safe distance away from them. After all, they both knew that neither party could wait for the other to die. After killing this ghost fetus, other children might come out from the other buildings. I might as well bring him with me to find the people from the cursed hospital. Chenji's original plan was to reap the rewards while the ghost fetus fought with the people from the cursed hospital, but with the ghost fetus tailing him so closely, he was not given the chance to do that at all. If you wish to follow, then so be it. Come along now. The boy wanted to get close to Chenji, but he was stopped every time by Chenji's employees. They put their lives on the line to keep the ghost fetus at bay. The conflict between the black curse and the red blood caused quite a stir. It had attracted the attention of some of the monsters inside the black fog. Perhaps this was one of the ghost fetus plans. He wanted to make use of Chenji to distract part of the pressure that came from the black fog, and use Chenji to help him clear away some of the monsters inside the black fog. To prevent that from happening, Chenji had his employees limit the range of their fight. He wanted them to keep the fight as contained as possible. Chenji's side had become completely hostile toward the ghost fetus. The ghost fetus was familiar with the abilities of Chenji's employees, and Chenji also realized how unoptimistic the ghost fetus' current situation was. Before his birth, he did not have the power to handle the whole situation. The world behind the door had sunk into complete chaos. The numerable large shadows in the black fog were attacking the bigger buildings. All the buildings inside the residential area were seriously shattered. Among them, the most damaged one was Jin HWA Apartments Block B. Most of the sound came from there as well. It should mean that the people from the cursed hospital were around that building. With his employees leading the way, the black fog was unable to get close to Chenji. He was protected in the middle of a veil of red mist. He studied the monsters that flickered in and out of the shadows through the fog. As intense as this moment was, Chenji had a feeling that he was taking a stroll through the zoo. The monsters from the black fog were completely different from the monsters that resided in the red world. They looked scarier and more absurd. A normal person probably would not have dreamed about them even in their strangest nightmare. If the ghost fetus was not following me, I would have been able to catch some monsters to conduct some experiments. But it does not matter. Even if I cannot bring these monsters out with him, I have now gained some understanding of their features and personalities. In the future, perhaps I can build them with my own two hands. A man-made nightmare might not be less authentic than a real nightmare. After the employees showed up, Chenji's nerves that had been pulled taut relaxed slightly. He turned back to look at the ghost fetus. The boy was like a shadow. He had been following Chenji like a stubborn fly that refused to be chased away. As Chenji moved toward Jin HWA Apartments Block B, the ghost fetus did try to resist violently a few times, but he was brought down by the employees every time. He failed to harm Chenji, but that did help Chenji confirm his suspicion. The ghost fetus did not wish for Chenji to go there. Perhaps he was worried that Chenji might work together with the people from the cursed hospital. The sound of fighting became clearer in his ears. The color of blood also became more obvious in the black fog. When Chenji arrived, he too was shocked by the scene that he was greeted with. There was a man who had no face that stood at the entrance to Jin HWA Apartments Block B. His whole face only had a ghastly scar that cut through it vertically, giving it the look of the number 1. He was wearing a coat that looked like a doctor's coat. It was not a normal doctor's coat, however, because not only was it dyed completely red, the coat was also sewn together by many human faces. Upon closer inspection, each of the human faces was still moving and talking. What is that thing? It does not appear to be a specter, but nor does it look like a living human. Chenji realized that the presence given off by the man was completely different from a normal red specter. It was very hard to describe, but there was one thing that was certain. The presence was extremely powerful. Even Zio Bu and the red high heels did not wish to get too close to him if necessary. The man with the doctor's coat also noticed Chenji's arrival. He turned his body. The slanted scar on his face somehow felt like it was looking at Chenji as more blood gushed out from it. Chenji? A voice instantly exploded in Chenji's mind. He took several steps back. It was not until he realized that the ghost fetus was just right behind him that Chenji quickly stopped himself. At that moment, Chenji's heart was rolling with giant waves. He did not expect the monster that he had not encountered before to be able to say his name so clearly the first time they met. Is this monster the doctor that once treated me? The scenario of the nightmare mission at Jiangyuan Apartments entered his mind. The voice in Chenji's memory was different from this monster's voice. There was nothing similar about them at all. Other than the doctor that first treated me, are there other doctors that are familiar with me from the cursed hospital? The man was able to call him out by his name at first glance, and there was an almost sadistic and twisted hatred in the voice. This proved that their relationship did not stop at a surface level of recognition. They were definitely more than mere acquaintances. Perhaps the doctor that was missing his face turned into his current state because of Chen Ji or something to do with Chen Ji. How come it feels like no one wants to see me at all? Everyone has some reason to hate me, even though I have done technically nothing. Although Chen Ji did not plan to work with the people from the cursed hospital to begin with, the attitude of this strange doctor only confirmed his decision further. If not for the heavy pressure given by the ghost fetus, perhaps the two of them would have been locked in a deathmatch already. The faceless doctor had probably broken through the barrier of the world behind the door earlier than the red high heels, but he was not in a good condition. His body was pierced through by many threads of thin black lines. With every movement of his body, black blood would squirt out from the holes. The long and slow torture caused the scar on his face to contort in a horrible grimace. Every face on his coat was screaming. Some of them were in extreme pain, and others were biting on the doctor's physical body. The doctor can't be a living human, can he? The more Chen Ji looked at this, the more horrified he felt. With his yin-yang vision, he could still differentiate between a specter and a living person. The monster doctor before him was a creature of flesh and doctor. His physical feature was also similar to a normal person. Is the thing that is giving off the horrible presence not the man but his coat? A red specter was called a red specter because they were surrounded by an air of resentment. Hatred and despair morphed into soluble blood that made up their bodies. But the red specter on the faceless doctor was different from any of the red specters that Chen Ji had encountered. Even though it was red, it was made up from many different human faces. It was incredibly scary. Its strange appearance did remind Chen Ji of how Zhang Ye looked like when she morphed into a demon god. When he was at the school of the afterlife, many ghost shadows appeared on Zhang Ye's bloody dress. They were all the red specters that she had consumed before. Could the faceless doctor be an object of possession? The real final trump card that the cursed hospital has is the demon god that is actually hiding inside the red doctor's coat that's made up of human faces. When a normal person saw the faceless doctor, they would be scared witless by his appearance. They would spend time further contemplating the existence of this thing. But Chen Ji was different. He had literally spent his every living moment with Zhang Ye, so he knew some secrets about demon gods and top red specters. When the faceless doctor dies, it is probably the moment the demon god on him will appear. Currently, the faceless doctor was punctured by many cursed threads, and the human faces on the coat were consuming his flesh. But the man appeared like he could still hold on for quite some time. The monster appeared to experience this kind of pain and torture often. His pain threshold and curse resistance were extremely high. It is hard to imagine that such a monster who literally has his face wiped away is still a living person. The voice that filled up my brain earlier was filled with resentment. Could it be because I am somehow related to the reason he is in his current state? Perhaps this doctor encountered me in Jiujiang a long time ago, but he failed to complete that mission that was bequeathed upon to him by the cursed hospital, and he was given some sort of punishment because of it. Chen Ji had no impression of these things at all. To be fair, he was feeling quite out of sorts about the whole arrangement as well. The younger version of myself could not be killed no matter what, but if no one had tried to kill, how did they even find out that version of myself is unkillable? They must have attempted many different methods to kill me. To be able to be heartless enough to do that to a child, these people can barely be called human. A loud noise came out from the interior of Jin HWA apartments, Block B, while the faceless doctor was distracted by Chen Ji. The few faces on his coat that were closer to his chest were instantly torn apart by some kind of force. The scream of pain echoed in the black fog. It was also then that Chen Ji discovered there was another monster residing at Jin HWA apartments Block B. It was a rag doll with only 4 limbs and 1 head. Its legs were stuffed with trash and bones, its arms were both filled with the dried bodies of small birds, and the head was fitted with cotton that was dyed red with blood and blackened meat. It had 2 eyes. One of them was a black button that was sewn onto the face, and the other was an eyeball that was bloodshot. The rag doll appeared to have not found its body yet. Numerous cursed threads bound its 4 limbs and head together. The monster guarded the entrance to Jin HWA apartments Block B. What the rag doll and the faceless doctor were fighting over was the specimen of a heart that was punctured with nails. The way the people from the cursed hospital treated the candidates chosen by the ghost fetus was different from Chen Ji. They had murdered Nai Xin in cold blood and taken the ghost fetus power that was related to its heart for themselves. Unfortunately, they had brought that same power into this door, so the ghost fetus was coming back to claim its power for itself. When Ghost on the Faceless Doctor was still limited by the rules of the world behind the door, the ghost fetus had probably stolen the heart. The thing that appeared to be a demon god on the doctor had exhausted plenty of energy to stop it, but it had still failed to stop the ghost fetus. It only managed to keep the Faceless Doctor barely alive. When the limitation was broken, the Faceless Doctor and the demon god on him started to actively search for the ghost fetus. They knew that this moment before the ghost fetus, birth, was the period when he was the weakest. The cursed hospital had probably known of the ghost fetus plan all along. They had not done anything because they wished to use the least amount of effort to kill the ghost fetus or recapture the ghost fetus. Both parties knew of each other's bottom line. The battle between them might appear to be horrid and ghastly, but Chen Ji had a feeling both parties still had some reservations. They had not given it their all yet. The ghost fetus is a demon god, but he only sent out a broken rag doll in his place for now. The human face coat is probably a demon god as well, but the thing is hidden even deeper than the ghost fetus. Lastly, there's Zhang Ye. Chen Ji turned back to look. The boy was standing on his shadow, but Zhang Ye gave no reaction. This was completely unlike the Zhang Ye that Chen Ji knew. It appears like all three demon gods are waiting for something. He was lost in thought when the ground started to shake. All the buildings behind the door started to tremble, and the black fog around them had thickened at least 10 times over. What's happening? Chen Ji tilted his face upward to look, and his mouth fell open from surprise. Within the black fog that enveloped everything like a black sea, there was a shadow appearing that was larger than both Jin HWA apartments and Jiu Hong apartments combined. The suffocating presence made itself known immediately. Everyone present could feel the danger that it represented. The Faceless Doctor and the broken rag doll stopped fighting. Even the boy who had been following behind Chen Ji also lifted his head. At that moment, every person and ghost was looking up at the black sky. No one was speaking. It was not until the giant black shadow was about to press against the tallest building at Jin HWA apartments that the boy behind Chen Ji finally had a change to his expression. He started to smile. The past has finally arrived. Chapter 11:04. She is stepping on a blood-red city 2 in 1. Ever since the black shadow showed up, the ghost fetus expression had been different. This was the first time he had shown a smile on his face. The corners of his lips were turned up as he looked at the monster that covered up the sky, looking like a child who was waiting for praise from his parents. The past! The monster's name is the past! Even though Chen Ji had been paying close attention to the ghost fetus, but the current situation had gotten fully out of his control. All the plans and tricks appeared so harmless and pointless before the 10 years of preparation that had gone into the demon god's setup. The giant shadow in the sky suppressed all the buildings behind the door. The ground started to crack, and the floor was sinking downward. The other monsters that hid in the shadow dispersed to save themselves. Echoes of harrowing screams filled the air. The giant body hidden in the black fog continued to press down until Chen Ji finally saw it for what it really was. This monster, by the name of the past, had a horrifying appearance. It was like a cicada that was about to crawl out from its giant shell. Its body was made up from shredded flesh. It contained various human body parts as well as innumerable abandoned and forgotten memories. The ginormous upper body leaned steadily on the top of the 2 main buildings from Jin HWA apartments. Behind its body, it was dragging a shell that was even larger than all of Jin HWA apartments combined. The monster appeared to be trying to crawl out from its shell, but how could the past abandon its shell so easily? Its body was running with black-colored blood. The wounds were like gaping maws, and every monster that was unlucky enough to get too close would be torn open by the mouths and then consumed by them. With each consumption of the monster, its body would grow slightly bigger. It appeared that the monster wanted to use this method to grow big enough to break its shell from the inside, but the shell had joined to its flesh. It had already become part of its body. No matter what it did, it was unable to shake off that heavy and restrictive shell. Sinking in the past and unable to move forward, every person and every memory that constructed its body was continuously torturing itself. In the end, it was this curious combination that created this strange amalgamation of a monster. The shell of the past grew into the flesh, but the surface still maintained the shape of a human. But with a slight movement, the shell would cut the body, and the wounds would bleed out black blood. The giant monster had overshadowed all the buildings. It had no actual facial features to speak of, but there was a child situated at the middle of its head. The child's body was bitten by multiple human faces and held in place by many arms. He was deep inside the monster's head. He had a face that looked identical to Xiang Nuan's. Xiang Nuan? A heart-wrenching scream came out of Jin HWA Apartments Block A when Qing's shout shattered the stunned silence of the night. Everyone present heard her cry and scream, but no one dared respond. The heartbreaking voice was a great contrast to this world that fed on cruelty. It was clear that she did not belong to this place. After the boy who stood behind Chenji heard Wen Qing's voice, the smile on his face disappeared. A trace of emotion that should not have been present crossed his eyes, but he soon returned to normal. When everyone was on high alert, the boy suddenly reached out and rushed toward Chenji without warning. His eyes tore open, and black blood leaked out from all of the boy's orifices. His body suddenly picked up speed. The speed was at least 10 times faster than before. Instantly, he broke through Chenji's employee's shield. It appeared like he would do anything to grab hold of Chenji. The boy's hands touched the blood vessels left behind by the employees. This time, his hand easily passed through the layers of them. The face locked in an ugly grimace rammed past Xiao Bu and the red high heels. He had paid everything just to touch Chenji. His body was shredded by the sharp blood vessels. His face was torn open, and black blood dropped to the ground, but one of his arms successfully breached through the employee's defense and reached Chenji's face. The fingers that were covered in black blood started to break out in wounds. The maggot-like curses crawled out of the wounds and slithered toward Chenji's eyes. They wanted to crawl into his eyes. "Former me, look closely. This will be your future body," the boy shouted loudly at the monster in the sky. Xiang Nuan, who was encased deep in the monster's head, appeared to have a focus in his eyes, which were previously soulless after he heard the boy's voice. In the dark pupils, the cursed threads wiggled like worms. Xiang Nuan turned to look at where Chenji was standing. At the same time, the whole upper body of the giant monster moved as if the monster had set its target on Chenji as well. Exhausting everything, the boy's finger that was coated in black blood finally managed to touch Chenji. Just as the sticky liquid was about to make contact with Chenji's eyelash, an extremely overpowering presence swept all over Jin HWA residential area like a lashing whirlwind. The calm shadow started to boil, and gray soil bubbled with blood. The black fog around Chenji was dispersed as if a demon god had opened her eyes. Not only the monster in the sky, even Chenji himself was surprised. Everything had happened too suddenly. Jangya, turning back, Chenji looked at his own shadow. In that bottomless darkness, it appeared to be someone looking gently and softly at him. This was a gaze that had not been felt by Chenji before. It was unclear whether it was because Zhang Yu had gained access to a wider range of emotions after she became a demon god, or this was the aftereffect of the memory that Chenji had experienced with her in Yu Jian's world. And Chenji was focusing on his own shadow. The faceless doctor who was not far away gave out a startling scream. The development there was completely different from what was happening to Chenji. The coat that he was wearing appeared to come to life and wrapped tightly around him. The human faces started to tear into the faceless doctor's body like it was a free-for-all feast until all traces of life had dissipated from the doctor's physical body. His whole body was covered in blood, and the coat that was made of human faces became his new layer of skin. Different wounds started to surface on the face that did not have any facial features. The presence that radiated off the faceless doctor was now completely different from before. Currently, all the monsters at the residential area were attracted by Zhang Ye and Chenji. The faceless doctor made use of this opportunity to make his move. After he showed up, he made the determination to go after the ghost fetus heart. The heart specimen that was stuck with nails appeared to be something very important. The demon god on the faceless doctor had decided to show himself just to take it back as soon as possible. The faceless doctor finally did not hold back. Every face on his body gave off the presence of a red specter. With their combined effect, he pushed through the black fog easily. The broken rag doll was about to regain its heart, so naturally it would not allow the faceless doctor to do what he wanted, but it was too weak to stop the faceless doctor. They were now on completely different power levels. Seeing as the nailed heart was about to be taken away, the rag doll suddenly had a smile appear on its face. It tore off its left arm voluntarily. This appeared to be some kind of signal. After the left arm was torn off, this world behind the door started to crumble. The buildings teetered and the ground shook. In the space between Jiu Hong Apartments and Jin HWA Apartments, a body that was stuffed with trash, cotton, toys, and pictures crawled out from the ground. This appeared to be the body that the rag doll was missing. After the body crawled out, it was as if some kind of barrier had been lowered. The black fog rushed madly into the residential area. The buildings from Jiu Hong Apartments that were situated at the fringe were easily knocked over by this surging wave. The chain effect continued, and the other buildings were shaking precariously. The rag doll's body appeared to be the foundation of the whole world behind the door. When it had left the ground, it meant that the foundation of this world had been shaken. 2 legs, the head, the body, and the right arm, the rag doll appeared to have returned to its most original form in its memory. It had turned back to the poor child who had just escaped to Jiu Hong apartments and was desperate to use the trash heap to form its own body. The shadow had lived for a long time inside the rag doll's body, so the rag doll possessed its most painful and despairing memories and experiences. In the world behind the door, both despair and pain represented a great store of power. The presence that surrounded the rag doll was no weaker than the faceless doctors. It had given up maintaining the stability of this world behind the door. It had taken back most of its body, other than its left arm. The rag doll appeared to purposely place its left arm back into Jin HWA Apartments Block A. It had abandoned the whole world, but it would do anything to protect that one building. The button that was sewn on the face was twined together by blood vessels. The eyeball that nobody knew where it came from was showing the extreme evil within humanity. The rag doll had suffered all the pain of the shadow, and it had also inherited the most powerful ability of the shadow, the power to curse. The faceless doctor obviously knew the rag doll very well. He did not give the rag doll any chance to make a sound. Before the rag doll's body had fully crawled out from the ground, he had already made his move. As the demon god from the cursed hospital, it was no coincidence that he was familiar with dealing with curses. The black fog was replaced by black threads. All the monsters that were unlucky enough to wander within 100 meters of their fight would be torn apart for some unknown reason, and each death was more harrowing than the one preceding it. They had such horrible deaths. The faceless doctor was locked in a match with the rag doll that had lost its left arm. Chen Ji's situation was not looking so good either, but one would not be able to tell that from Chen Ji's expression and mannerisms. As the exterior of the buildings around them started to peel, more and more people started to run out from the buildings. Some of them should be people from Xiang Nuan's memory, while others had the same face. They looked just like younger versions of Chen Ji. These children were like mud dolls that someone had made when they were bored. All of them possessed a small part of the ghost fetus memories. Each child carried a different chapter of the ghost fetus past. The ghost fetus appeared to have been sharing his pain with others, so he had created so many Chen Jis. But at the same time, this also showed just how much he desperately wanted to become Chen Ji. The deeper the resentment, the harder it would be to turn back. The tragedy that happened to the ghost fetus was heavily related to the resentment that he carried with him. Of course, without this resentment, he would not have become a demon god in the first place. All the children and the original tenants of this world behind the door charged at Chen Ji. But not only them, even Chen Ji's own employees had difficulty getting close to him at this moment. The children's memories appeared to be connected to the monster that was looming over them. Every single one of them gave everything that they could to try to grab at Chen Ji. They wanted to slather Chen Ji's body with the black blood that leaked out from their bodies. After every single one of them died, they would repeat the same sentence to the giant monster in the sky. The former me, look closely, this will be your future body. When the body of the last boy was decimated and morphed into a puddle of blood, the giant monster that loomed over the entire residential area finally decided to make its move. The body that was made up countless memories and torn flesh started to reach downward. An impressive amount of power was pressing down on Chen Ji. It felt like the entire sky was falling, and Chen Ji was Atlas trying to hold it up. The ghost fetus is that scary. Even though the faceless doctor's power was not as powerful as Zhang Ye at the School of the Afterlife, he was already way more powerful than a normal top red specter. He was able to wave away the black fog easily with the sweep of his hand, so that proved undeniably that he was a demon god. However, the rag doll's broken body was able to stand on the same level as the faceless doctor, which also indirectly proved that the rag doll had reached the level of a demon god. But the scary thing was that the rag doll was just a part of the ghost fetus power. The monster that the ghost fetus called the past was the real trouble here. The ghost fetus had been preparing for years behind the door. The monster appeared to have been combined with his past, and it was created by forcing it to consume the other monsters inside the black fog. Even though the monster did not seem to possess much sentience, and it lacked its own consciousness. From the absurd sky that literally blocked off the sky, one could tell that this was not an easy enemy to defeat. As powerful as a red specter was, they would be unable to deal with the past. Standing before the past, it appeared like one was facing the whole world. If Chen Ji only had his employees with him at this time, he probably would have chosen to give up. He would have ordered his employees to abandon him and try to find ways to survive and then escape from this world. But the reason he was still standing there was because of the shadow behind him. The ghost fetus was once his shadow, and Zhang Ye was now his shadow. The ghost fetus represented the past, while Zhang Ye represented the present and the future. This showdown had been destined since 10 years ago. Only by killing the past would one have the chance to chase after the future. If one was unable to walk away from the past, the future would forever be out of grasp. When no one dared approach Chenji, that giant shadow covered the entire sky that was above Chenji. A giant gap appeared on the face of the past, and multiple memories were torn apart. The past wanted to consume Chenji in one gulp. Xiang Nuan, who was deeply encased in the past's head, looked at Chenji blankly. But suddenly, his gaze moved away from Chenji to the spot behind Chenji like his line of sight was attracted by something there. That was the spot where the ghost fetus had been standing earlier. Blood was boiling like crazy. With Chenji as the center, all the surrounding ghosts and specters were knocked and pressed to the ground by a powerful blood wave. Even the rag doll and the faceless doctor who were fighting among themselves were affected by this sudden turn of events, but the blood wave did not seem to care about what it was doing. The giant past was like a sky that was falling while the shadow behind Chenji was like a blood sea that spread over the horizon. In the world filled with black fog, the sky and sea had clashed together. The whole world was shaking. Blood rain started to fall from the sky, and it washed away plenty of the black fog. When people came to, they finally saw the new figure that had appeared to stand before Chenji. The red dress was fluttering in the wind. Under the dress was a bottomless sea of blood. Zhang Ye, the familiar back entered Chenji's eyes. The person from Yu Jian's world and the person before him now overlapped together. It felt incredibly surreal to Chenji. He raised his hand before finally deciding to put it down again. He knew now was a crucial moment where their life and death would be decided, and he also knew how precarious his condition was at that moment. There is a new change to Zhang Ye's body again. She did not use black hair like she used to in the past. The dress that she is wearing now has even more patterns of specters, faces, and the blood sea that is under her feet. Using his yin-yang vision, the more Chenji looked, the more surprised he became. Zhang Ye was not stepping on a blood sea at all. Among the redness, Chenji could make out the outline of multiple buildings. She seems to be standing atop a red city. Is she borrowing the power of that red city? Chenji had found out from the old headmaster of the School of the Afterlife that Zhang Ye knew a path that could lead deep into the red city, and Zhang Ye herself had been to the center of the red city. Chapter 11:05, Too Close. Battlefield behind the door had been split into the two parts. The faceless doctor and the rag doll appeared to be cautious and limited their fighting to a smaller range. Zhang Ye and the past, however, did not hold back at all. They could not care less about what would happen to this world. They did not care that more monsters would be drawn over. Once they made their move, they would not stop until one of them was dead. After the first collision, Zhang Ye became the focus of everyone's attention. With her every appearance, she became stronger than before. Even when facing the enormous past alone, she did not take even a step back. But as her power increased, so did the mystery surrounding her. There appeared to be some kind of connection between her and the Red City. The past's first attack was neutralized by Zhang Ye. A long wound was left on its body. It was the result from that first attack. Countless people's memories were shredded, but Xiang Nuan, who was embedded in the past's head, was still looking as confused as ever. His eyes had no soul inside them, as if he had no idea what he was doing, but he was unceremoniously staring at Zhang Ye and Chenji. This monster does not feel pain, and it does not appear clever enough to contemplate anything too complicated. Even though it's powerful, it's unwieldy and hard to control. Why would the ghost fetus create a monster like this? The battle went into a stalemate. Chenji was situated at the center of the storm, but he was not worried. He was focused on a question that had been troubling him. What was the ghost fetus' goal? The black phone had told him to prevent the ghost fetus birth, because once the ghost fetus was born, he would definitely die, but what exactly did the ghost fetus need to do to get born? Chenji failed to deduce the answer from the ghost fetus preparation. Be it the broken rag doll or the past above them, they were not the complete version of the ghost fetus. My once shadow appears to have split itself into multiple versions of itself. It wants to be reborn, so it should need to gather all the split versions of itself back into a ready body. When Zhang Ye was fighting the past, most of the buildings were broken. The walls of the buildings collapsed around them, the crumbled blocks appeared to fall irregularly, but actually, it would seem like they had subtly surrounded Jin Hwa apartments and Jiu Hong apartments. Chenji had a very bad feeling. The cursed hospital had a very good chance of knowing the ghost fetus would probably be reborn on this day. They had been waiting for this day to come because they wanted to use the least amount of effort to accomplish their goal. And the ghost fetus itself had escaped from the cursed hospital. It had learned a lot from Dr. Gao. It was not a specter that was dominated by brute force and hatred. It not only knew how to think, it also had a complete yet twisted and sick worldview. The ghost fetus would anticipate the arrival of the cursed hospital on this day, but it did nothing to stop them. Chenji's eyes calmed down. Let's imagine I am the ghost fetus, and I am hiding behind the door. I have prepared for over a decade for this day, so I definitely do not want any disturbance at this crucial moment. Thus, I must do everything within my power to stop the cursed hospital from entering the world behind the door. With the rag doll and the past, as well as many original tenants, the ghost fetus could already deal with 2 demon gods at the same time before his time of rebirth. With that kind of power, it should not have been hard to him to seal up the blood door, but the ghost fetus did not do it. Be it Chenji or the faceless doctor, they did not encounter any resistance when entering this door. It felt like the ghost fetus was purposely letting them in. 9 children represented 9 different powers that were taken away. If it was another person who entered those children's worlds, most of them would not have been able to resist the seduction of power, like Jia Ming and the cursed hospital. None of them would give up the chance to take part of the ghost fetus power. In the face of such rewards, they would enter one door after another until they arrived at Xiang Nuan's world. The weakened ghost fetus that they anticipated did not exist, but what they would find were 2 monsters that rivaled the power of a demon god. The death of the intruders would return the ghost fetus power to him. If everything went successfully, the ghost fetus would have a perfect rebirth. But did the ghost fetus need to undergo such a big risk just to take back the powers that it had lost? Chenji looked at the past, which was still growing. The monster blocked out the sky and loomed over the 2 residential areas. Its shell dragged on the ground, and it had involuntarily joined together with the ground. Blocking out the sky and joining to the ground, the monster wants to envelope everything and everyone inside the whole residential area. A maddening thought appeared in his mind. Chenji narrowed his pupils. The ghost fetus plan couldn't be to consume both demon gods, could it? In Chenji's mind, a top red specter was already a very scary presence. He was stunned by the ghost fetus plan. The door pusher's power is doubled behind their own door. The ghost fetus must have prepared everything already. His 10 years of work was all for this day. Chenji and the cursed hospital were looking for the ghost fetus, but at the same time, the ghost fetus was waiting for them behind the door. Taking in a deep breath, Chenji tried to make himself calm down. He did not really expect the ghost fetus' real plan to be to swallow everything, but equally the ghost fetus probably did not expect Zhang Ye to have become so powerful. I finally understand the true meaning of the words that the shadow told me at Liwan City. His presence was to make me show all my trump cards, to test my limits. The shadow was sent by the ghost fetus to me as a test. As a demon god, the ghost fetus knew many things. He did not give much attention to the current Chenji. At most, Chenji was only one of his 9 chosen candidates, one of the things he needed to make the perfect body. It was not that long from the death of the shadow at Liwan City to the birth of the ghost fetus. So the ghost fetus predicted that my ability would not have evolved too much during this short period, but he greatly underestimated Zhang Ye. Zhang Ye, who had been hibernating, became the only variable, one that neither the ghost fetus nor Chenji's parents had predicted. If Zhang Ye was still a top red specter, if she was still wounded, then she would have had trouble dealing with this enormous past. Chenji's back was soaked in cold sweat. So the ghost fetus planned everything. He believed I'd be weaker than the cursed hospital, so he directly used the powerful and scary past to deal with me, to take me out of the battle as soon as possible. If I die, everything that I have will become the soil on which the ghost fetus will grow. By then, the monster from the cursed hospital will be no threat to him. Being consumed by the ghost fetus would be a matter of time. Consuming 2 demon gods at the same time just for his perfect rebirth, the ghost fetus, madness was hard to imagine. But the scariest thing was how close he was to succeeding, just that one step away. Chapter 1106, he has a name, it's Xiang Nuan. The giant past blocked before everyone. No matter what, everyone had deal with the past. After its first fight with Zhang Ye, the past's body was slowly changing. The black threads made from multiple memories and blurry shadows joined together to form thick limbs that extended in 4 directions, becoming a prison that trapped everyone inside the residential area. The past's upper body, which looked like a giant cicada, started to crack like it breaking through the cocoon. The fluttery cicada wings melted into the black fog. The fog that had been blown away earlier thickened again. The monster's wings appeared to have the power to attract the black fog. The sky was sealed, and to make matters worse, the ground was becoming unsafe as well. The past's lower body was sunken into the ground. The shell covered in ghost faces dragged on the ground. Old shell continued to peel, but whenever that happened, new shell grow out of the exposed location soon enough. Compared to the upper body, the monster's lower body was more akin to a person's normal understanding. It was unable to be shaken off. No matter how hard one tried to forget about it, it would continue to return. This happened again and again until a wounded monster was left behind. The monster's name should be I, but he was unable to refer to himself as the past. Painful faces appeared on the gray ground. A strange sound came from the inner core of the ground. It sounded like a beating heart. The faceless doctor had many ways to deal with the rag doll because he was familiar with all of the rag doll's powers. Even at its prime, the doctor would be able to hold the rag doll back, but now there was a new monster behind the door, the past. The cursed hospital knew that the ghost fetus would have a hidden power, but they probably did not expect the ghost fetus to voluntarily join together with the monsters from the black fog. As a demon god from the cursed hospital, he was more familiar with the scariness of the monster compared to Chen-Ji. It is impossible to bring patient 4 back alive now. He must have figured out the hospital's plan, so he blocked that option from the very beginning. When the faceless doctor was fighting the rag doll, he still had time to think about other things. Patient 4's obsession is the pursuit of bliss, but he has been misdirected by patient 11 to believe that he will gain bliss once he becomes a human being. From the beginning, his path was wrong, so he is destined to fail. The faceless doctor kept getting close to the rag doll. Since I cannot bring patient 4 back alive, the other option is to shatter its soul and eliminate this unstable variable. The patient that the hospital really cares about is patient 1. Everyone else is just a replacement. The director will forgive me for doing this, but how am I supposed to kill patient 4? One of the faces on the clothes glanced at Chen-Ji. The face grimaced in hatred. Join forces with him? Impossible. Compared to patient 4, the desire to kill him is stronger. The desire has overridden everything. Blasted, if I ran into him outside the door, I wouldn't have to worry so much. The sky and ground kept changing. The rag doll stopped the faceless doctor while Zhang stayed beside Chen-Ji. Both demon gods did not leave the residential area. Everything was within the ghost fetus calculations. The beating heart sound came from under their feet, and it started to match the rhythm of Chen-Ji's own heartbeat. Each powerful beat caused extreme discomfort to Chen-Ji. He gripped his chest tightly, but it was to no avail. Not only him, every red specter and monster from the fog inside the residential area felt the same negative effect. Everyone's heart was disrupted by the sound that came from underground. Chen-Ji looked around him. His employees' bodies started to change for the worse. Even the red specters' hearts are influenced. This was especially clear on the red high heels, who had consumed most of the ghost fetus curses. The bandages on her body had almost all fallen apart, and the curious black pattern on her skin was bleeding like wounds that were branded on her body. If you have taken something from the ghost fetus, now is the time to pay him back with interest. The monster plans to swallow everyone. The sky was joined to the earth. The past had enveloped the whole of Jiu Hong Apartments and Jin HWA Apartments. Multiple curses twined together to morph into a black rain. Zhang Ye, stepping on the Red Sea, took on most of the pressure. She could not spare any energy to protect the other employees. The black rain showered down. Chen-Ji immediately took out the comic to summon back all his employees. Before the demon gods, normal red specters were just dead weight. Only top red specters could be of some use. With the employees inside the comic, even though they had been saved from the corruption of the curse, their hearts were still affected. After decades of preparation, the ghost fetus had finally initiated his plan. The first move was to be his last. He had calculated everything. This prison formed using the past's body was tightening and strengthening. Now only a demon god could escape, but both demon gods present were held back. Even Xiao Bu, who was one step away from being a top red specter, was unable to shake off the negative influence. The heartbeat from underground assimilated itself to everyone's heartbeat. Every time it beat, it would grip at everyone's heart. How did he manage to do this? If this continues, my employees will be in serious trouble. They cannot hold on much longer. Chen-Ji did not look well. Even red specters were struggling, much less the normal specters. The heartbeats coming from underground. To locate the heartbeat, I will have to find the heart that is hidden underground. The sky was howling with a black storm. The curse that the ghost fetus had gathered for 10 years lashed at everything behind the door. It was impossible to shield against the rain and then to find the heart at the same time. Even Zhang Ye could not manage that. I cannot be a dead weight to Zhang Ye. It is because she needs to guard before me that she cannot evade the rain freely. She can only take it head-on. Facing such a huge monster, that is not a wise choice. The ghost fetus had probably calculated that as well. Chen Ji was still a human, so the ghosts on him would have to suffer the giant monster's attacks to protect him. In a way, he was Zhang Ye's weakness. However, could the same not be said of the ghost fetus? The ghost fetus plan was perfect, but he did not calculate for Wen Qing also entering the door. The rag doll's missing arm should have been sent back to Jin HWA apartments. Block A, every other building is crumbling, but that building alone is unaffected. The ghost fetus, or rather, Xiang Nuan, is protecting Wen Qing. Once a person had something they needed to protect, their weakness would be exposed. This was the only crack in the ghost fetus' perfect plan, and this crack was the last trace of humanity he had left. "Zhang Ye, go to that tallest building," Chen Ji shouted. But before he moved, the faceless doctor had already darted toward Block A. This demon god from the cursed hospital had observed this anomaly as well. Initially, he was held back by the ragdoll, but the ragdoll did not fight him head-on. It mostly just avoided the doctor's attacks. However, once the doctor moved toward Block A, the ragdoll dragged its broken body to stop him. Chen Ji saw this clearly. Wen Qing was probably the only person the ghost fetus still wished to protect. Actually, he already has a family, but he just hasn't realized it himself. Chen Ji was reminded of the first time he encountered Wen Qing and Xiang Nuan. Wen Qing would take Xiang Nuan to eastern Jiujiang Dam every day. Wen Qing always accompanied Xiang Nuan, but Xiang Nuan was looking for the obsession that was buried deep inside the hole at the bottom of the dam. The hole was filled with numerable mud statuettes of Chen Ji's parents. They seemed to represent the ghost fetus, past desire for familial warmth. It could not let that obsession go. The pair of eyes stared at the dark and still surface of the water, but it did not realize that there was already someone willing to accompany him by his side. Chapter 1107, The Ghost Fetus Last Choice 2 in 1. The ghost fetus had never experienced bliss, so it did not understand what real bliss felt like. It only knew how to be envious of other people, but it forgot to look around itself. When the faceless doctor started to launch an attack on Jin HWA Apartments Block A, the rag doll dragged its broken body to try and stop him. It did not even understand why it would do something like that. It appeared like its body was acting on instinct. The rag doll was missing an arm, so it was at a disadvantage. Currently, the faceless doctor had the upper hand. The rag doll's condition worsened, and the wounds on its body increased. Its body and limbs were shredded multiple times, but the rag doll forced them to stay together via the black curse threads. When the faceless doctor saw the rag doll come after him voluntarily, he confirmed the suspicion in his mind. The faces on his red coat all revealed a sinister and wicked smile. "For you still have something that you care about, huh? Looks like the director was not wrong. You are only close to Patient One, but there is still a gulf between you and him." The mad faceless doctor kept using his words to disrupt the rag doll. Normally, these words would not have any influence on a demon god, but if the words were laced with curses, it would be a completely different story. Every single word could be a trap. When a person or a specter started to doubt themselves, they would easily fall for the trap. The basis of all the specters was their obsession. If their own obsession was shaken, it would be an attack directly on their soul. All the faces on the faceless doctor's coat showed horrible and disgusting expressions. The doctor moved even faster as more and more curses gathered around him. Earlier, he was probably holding back because he was cautious about Zhang Ye and the past. "When I capture the woman inside Block A, I will bring her back to the hospital. She will be given the treatment that you have gone through. I believe that even after you have successfully reborn, you will come back to find her, right?" The mouths tore open, and the shrill voice traveled very far down the distance. Even Chen Ji and the past, who was floating above everyone, were able to hear the doctor clearly. Xiang Nuan, who was embedded inside the past's head, shuddered his shoulders. Something seemed to return to his blurry eyes. The arms that were bound by endless broken carcasses and memories started to tighten. It appeared like the boy wanted to gain control over the past. Compared to the past, whose size had blocked out the sky, Xiang Nuan's body was so small that it was negligible. But at this moment, he wanted to use his small body to control that ginormous monster. Faceless Doctor was already very close to Jin HWA Apartments Block A using Wen Qing as a threat. He slowly approached the tallest building as he delivered fatal blows on the rag doll. This monster from the cursed hospital was extremely greedy. On one hand, he wanted to take control of Wen Qing, but he did not want to lose this precious opportunity to deal heavy damage to the rag doll either. He appeared to be envious of this body that the ghost fetus had occupied. The rag doll alone was obviously too weak to stop the faceless doctor. Xiang Nuan wanted to control the past, but that appeared to be beyond the boy's power. Everything the past was tasked to do was swallow everything, and everyone inside Jiu Hong Apartments and Jin HWA Apartments. The past that was made from endless memories and materials sourced from the black fog did not want to ruin that plan just for the sake of Wen Qing. Faceless Doctor was rapidly approaching Jin HWA Apartments Block A, and Zhang Ye was also hurrying toward that building while protecting Chen Ji. Unlike the Faceless Doctor, Chen Ji did not plan to use Wen Qing as leverage against the ghost fetus. He merely wanted to protect his own employees at that moment. Everyone had something that they wanted to protect. It was no exception for Chen Ji, even though he was normally the party being protected. With Zhang Ye acting as his guardian, Chen Ji managed to get into Jin HWA Apartments Block A before the Faceless Doctor. With the rag doll's arm placed safely inside the building was safe from the black fog's influence. Basically, the place had not changed compared to the last time Chen Ji left it. Chen Ji entered the building easily and without any trouble, but just as Zhang Ye was prepared to enter the building, the rag doll's broken body that was not far away let out a shrill scream, one that appeared like it would have pulled harshly on its vocal cords. After making that sound, the rag doll's movement slowed down. Its power was gradually slipping, but strangely enough, when the past in the sky heard the rag doll's scream, its giant body started to slowly turn. As the rag dolls weakened, the light in Xiang Nuan's eyes appeared to return. The blankness in his eyes was being chased away. The past slowed down the speed of strengthening the prison. The period between each heartbeat was getting longer and longer. It instead turned its focus on Zhang Ye, as if the moment Zhang Ye dared step into Jin HWA Apartments, Block A, he would not hesitate to start attacking like crazy. Zhang Ye did not dare act too recklessly, but she kept her eyes on Chen Ji, who had entered the building. There was no black fog inside Block A, but he could still feel the heartbeat that came from underground clearly. Chen Ji carried his backpack, and his fingers were tightly gripping his chest. The literal heart-wrenching feeling was hard to describe. It was as if his heart was trying to jump out of his physical body. "Calm down, I have to calm down." Cold sweat soaked his forehead. Chen Ji tried to remember where he had heard Wen Qing's voice coming from. Wen Qing appears to have been placed on the top floor. The sound of the heartbeat came from underground. The top floor is furthest away from the ground, so she would be least affected if she was placed there. The ghost fetus must have considered that before he decided to fetch Wen Qing and place her on the top floor. Rushing into the stairwell, Chen Ji stumbled and climbed his way up to the top floor. The heartbeat kept interrupting him, and his fingers that covered his heart were already white from the force. Using both his legs and hands, Chen Ji gasped hungrily for air as he climbed on all fours up the steps. When he reached the 5th floor, the influence of the heartbeat on his body had weakened conspicuously. "It's working." The condition of the workers inside the comic was turning for the better as well, but Chen Ji did not dare let his guard down because the sound of the heartbeat coming from the underground was getting louder and louder as well. If it could not be stopped from its core, then it would be pointless even to run and hide at the top floor. The ghost fetus had spent decades preparing this trap. From the very beginning, the plan was to swallow everyone. It would not have left behind a blind spot that would allow a person to hide for safety. When it was making the plan, it had nothing but hatred for everything. The ghost fetus himself must have been as surprised as everyone else that, when his plan was put into motion, he would have someone that he cared about who got mixed into the plan. Chen Ji climbed upward, higher into the building. He was glad that he had taken the pains to clear away all the mad people inside the building earlier, or else they would have been a great impediment to him at this moment. Without wasting any time, Chen Ji climbed to the 7th floor. Right at that moment, a giant boom came from outside the building. The building shook violently, and Chen Ji almost lost his balance and rolled down the stairs. Looking through the window, Chen Ji saw that Zhang Ye had gotten into another fight with the past, but this time, Zhang Ye did not face it head-on. Instead, she perfectly utilized the agility and dexterity that the past did not possess to avoid most of the damage. Without Chen Ji holding her back, it was very difficult for the past to really injure Zhang Ye. The several parties had gotten into a stalemate again, but this was extremely beneficial to the ghost fetus. It would be able to accomplish its final goal. All the people and specters, including the 2 demon gods, would become nutrients for its rebirth. With 3 demon gods as the foundation, if the ghost fetus successfully reborn, even if his body had some deficiencies, he would an extremely scary presence, so scary in fact that he might even be capable of breaking the limitation between life and death. Everything was still moving in the direction as the ghost fetus was hoping, but his plan that appeared thorough actually had many loopholes. When all these loopholes were gathered together, it would knock one of the steps of the plan way out of place. The rag doll, whose energy was rapidly depleting, was still trying its best to stop the faceless doctor, but without its arm, heart, and under the influence of Chen-Ji, it had ultimately failed. The body that was a macrame of trash was broken up and reconstructed again and again. The rag doll was very familiar with this process. Since it had become the item of possession for the shadow, it had been repeating this process day in and day out. For other people, this pain would literally tear at the heart, but shattering its bones was an everyday event for the rag doll. It would never give up because of pain. It told itself that it would never feel pain because it was just a mere rag doll. With each reconstruction, no matter what happened, it would try its best to regain and reform its body. That was until this day when the cursed threads inside its body were all severed, and the curse that bound its body together was replaced by the curse from another demon god. The injuries on its body could not be healed anymore. The button that was sewn on its face started to slip, and it slid down the side of the building and landed on the ground. This body that had been reconstructed, who knew how many times, finally crumbled on this day. Its head was eviscerated by the most familiar curse. It looked at the smiles on the faceless doctor and then glanced at the dried avian bodies inside its right arm. Its gaze gradually moved until they landed on Jin HWA Apartments Block A. The mouth that was sewn together wished to open. The black rain fell steadily on its face. The rag doll's head eventually rolled and stopped next to the button. When the rag doll was defeated by the faceless doctor, Jin HWA Apartments, Block A, started to vibrate violently. Endless black fog rushed into it. The arm that guarded the building until now had lost its use. The black fog seeped into the building. When Chen-Ji saw the black fog enter the building, he knew what had happened outside the building. The rag doll that had once been occupied by the ghost fetus had been destroyed. The body that had borne witness to the pain that the ghost fetus had suffered was torn apart by the faceless doctor. The trash that was previously stuffed inside the rag doll littered the ground. It cannot be used anymore. Did it give everything that it had to the past before it died? Even though the faceless doctor had managed to kill the rag doll, he did not look too happy about it. Patient 4 was willing to give everything that he had to the monster inside the black fog and did not keep a shred of power for himself. Does he have such confidence that the plan this time will be successful? Faceless doctor failed to find the thing that he wanted among the rag doll's broken body. Before this, he appeared to have this belief that the ghost fetus would leave some insurance for himself. As long as there was something of the ghost fetus left inside the rag doll, then the rag doll could still be reconstructed. But apparently the faceless doctor had guessed wrong. The angered faceless doctor turned his focus to Jin HWA Apartments Block A, which was almost toppled over. The person that patient 4 cares about is still in there. If I can capture her, then I can still find a way to escape. I can use her as a medium to place horrible curses on the ghost fetus to seek a way out from this tragedy. The faceless doctor did not plan to get into any fight with the past. He took a glance at Zhang Ye, and his gaze darkened. With her drawing the past's attention, this is quite a good development for me. Of course, the faceless doctor was not going to lose this precious opportunity. After the faceless doctor killed the rag doll, he rushed toward Jin HWA Apartments, Block A, without any hesitation. With the rag doll dead, no one was able to stop the faceless doctor anymore. As he was getting closer and closer to Block A, Chen-Ji, who was about to reach the top floor, screamed loudly at Zhang Ye, "Lead the monster over to the doctor. You have to find a way to destroy the heart that is hidden underground." Zhang Ye understood him perfectly. Actually, before Zhang Ye pulled the past's focus to the doctor, the past had already moved its attention to the faceless doctor. All Zhang Ye needed to do was astutely move aside for the past to pass. Hearing this, the faceless doctor really wanted to tear out Chen-Ji's mouth, but there was no other way out of this. However, fortunately for the faceless doctor, he had already discovered Wen Qing, and he was very close to her. After the rag doll's death, Xiang Nuan, who was encased in the past's head, was slowly recovering his consciousness. Spirit started to return to his eyes. At that moment, the past's giant body was lying between Zhang Ye and the faceless doctor. Due to the size of its body, it would need to take some time even if it just wanted to twist its body around. The faceless doctor was getting closer and closer to Wen Qing, while Zhang Ye listened to Chen-Ji's suggestion. The bloody sea leaked underground. The black hair pushed the ground open like waves, and she soon found the source of the heartbeat. The past's shell that it could not shake off was buried in the ground. On the spot where the shell was joined to the ground sat a blood-red heart that was beating. That was the heart that the ghost fetus possessed when he became a red specter. It was a blackened heart. Part of it was heavily shielded by the shell. It was an analogy of it being heavily bound by the painful past, and it could not shake it off no matter how hard it tried. The remaining part was wreathed in a cage of fresh blood vessels. It was joined to the past's upper body, and from the top of the heart extended multiple blood vessels. The blood vessels were joined to all the buildings and the ground of the entire residential area. With every beat of the heart, the blood vessels would ingest the monsters and specters that had been killed inside the residential area. The more the ghosts that it consumed, the bigger the red part of the heart became. Currently, the heart was enormous. The ghost fetus had turned all the ghosts that he had consumed into energy to help him shake off the shell. Based on the normal speed, he would need to consume a lot of specters and require a lot of time before he could use this method to turn his heart fully red. But to counteract this, the more the monsters from inside the black fog he consumed, the bigger the past would become. The heart would grow bigger, and so would the black part. It was as if the events that had happened today would eventually become a part of the past. Zhang Yu had found the source of the heartbeat. The city in the Red Sea under her feet was becoming clear. She seemed to be ready to destroy this heart directly. According to the ghost fetus, original plan, the rag doll was supposed to hold off the monster from the cursed hospital while the past would be tasked with killing Zhang Yu. After he had obtained Chen Ji's body, he would be invincible. Then he would gather all his power to slowly torture the monster from the cursed hospital to death. It was a flawless plan, but unfortunately the plan had strayed wildly from its path. With the rag doll dead, the past was stuck between Zhang Yu and the faceless doctor. It was placed in a difficult position. Zhang Yu was about to destroy the past's heart, and the faceless doctor was about to get his hands on Wen Qing. The faceless doctor would not hesitate to implant a demon god's curse on this innocent woman. The past had to make a choice between its own heart and Wen Qing. I die or she dies. After a short hesitation by the large past, it turned its focus to bite at Zhang Yu. But as it made that decision, Xiang Nuan, who was embedded in its head, started to cry tears of blood. Both of his arms struggled free from the past's giant body like the wings of a free bird, as they extended to the spot where Wen Qing was. Trash desires to have a life like a normal human being. It is chasing something that even it itself cannot explain clearly. Based on its description, I personally believe it is looking for the feeling of bliss. Trash wishes to obtain bliss, but it does not understand what bliss is. To cure its illness, I will have to first teach it the meaning of bliss. The lack of bliss or misery is a kind of disease. Misery is like a cut that's left on one's heart. All the happiness will leak out from this opening, and bliss is the bandage that will close this wound. Using my perspective to explain bliss, Trash was able to understand the concept very quickly. It looked for a long time, but it failed to find bliss. To help it understand the concept further, I persuaded it to create misery, and from the contrast, try to observe what bliss actually is. Trash chose a bird. Under my tutelage, it broke off the bird's wing. The blood splattered all over the bird's feathers. The bird was wailing in despair. That is the sound of misery. Under the watchful care of Trash, the bird's wound slowly recovered, but it had lost the ability to fly in the sky. I told Trash that was the price for bliss. To obtain bliss, one has to give up something. It is a very fair exchange. Chapter 11:08. You were not supposed to be in this world 2 in 1. The ghost fetus made the final choice. Xiang Nuan, who was embedded in the past's head, was covered in blood. His eyes were no longer lost. Roaring, he crawled as fast as he could toward Jin HWA Apartments Block A, where Wen Qing was. The past's giant body was being dragged along. It blocked out the sky and tore open the ground. Perhaps it knew that this was the last chance that it ever got, so it did not hold back and launched the scariest attack that it could mutter against the faceless doctor. The faceless doctor sent by the cursed hospital could not fathom the choice made by the ghost fetus at that moment. They had spent more than 10 years studying the ghost fetus, and they could be said to understand the ghost fetus like the back of their hand. From his perspective and understanding of the ghost fetus, he should not have done something like this. Why, by now the faceless doctor had seen Wen Qing, who was hiding on the rooftop. The faces on his face darkened with malice, and then they all broke out in a maddening laughter. No matter, the more you care for her, the more I need to capture her. Numerous thin, black strands wiggled out from the faceless doctor's body. The human faces on his coat were slowly disappearing one by one. With the disappearance of each face, there would be a person constructed fully from curses that appeared beside him. The figures were about as powerful as the faceless doctor, but they moved much faster than the doctor. At this crucial moment, the faceless doctor had used his own power. He had to obtain Wen Qing no matter what. As long as I can capture Wen Qing and then use the curse to control her, perhaps I can use her to threaten the ghost fetus. When the faceless doctor was fighting the past, Zhanya stood above the past's enormous heart. Her pale and slender hands reached out to press on the past's ugly shell. The 5 fingers easily phased through the hard shell. The blood wave and the black hair slipped into the past's heart through the opening. Zhanya wanted to destroy the past's heart, but things were not as simple as she hoped. As soon as she did that, many curse and dead souls appeared from inside the past's body. They weaved together to form a sturdy layer over the heart to protect it. The wounds that he had experienced, the pain and despair from the past, became the shield that protected the past's heart. Zhanya tried many different ways, but she failed to shatter the layer of crust around the heart. The expression on her face slowly changed. The pale fingers gradually tightened, and the blood sea under her feet bubbled with violent waves. The buildings that were previously hiding inside the blood sea became clearer. They changed from an outline of themselves into actual buildings. The black fog was chased back, and an indescribably scary presence exuded from Zhanya. She looked closely at the past's heart and slowly raised her fingers. As the slender fingers rose, following them were the many buildings submerged in the Red Sea. Chenji, who was climbing up Block A, saw this as well. He was so surprised that his mouth was hanging open. Zhanya was currently using the same kind of power that Xiao Bu had used earlier. The difference was, Xiao Bu summoned the shadow of Liwan City to source her power, but Zhanya was stepping on the Red City itself. Xiao Bu was able to summon the bloody projection of Liwan City because she is the door pusher at Liwan City. There is an undeniable connection between her and that place. Zhanya is now using the same power as Xiao Bu, but she is summoning the bloody projection of the Red City. Does this mean that Zhanya has some kind of deep connection with the Red City? After he reached the rooftop, Chenji looked down at the distant Zhanya. Zhanya's most basic power is to control her black hair. Other than this power, she can use the powers of the other specters, including the specters that she has consumed and the specters that are related to me. Xiao Bu used her power earlier, and Zhanya is using the more powerful version of it now. This appears to be her real special power. The appearance of the Red City had shaken the whole world behind the door. Many specters and souls were screaming inside the Red City, and the black fog was forcibly pushed back. Zhanya was borrowing the energy from the Red City to steamroll over the past's heart. At the same time, the faceless doctor had also finally arrived at the rooftop of Jin HWA Apartments Block A. The past's giant mouth was just hovering above his head. "Wenqing, stay away from him," Chenji shouted at Wenqing, who was standing at the edge of the rooftop. The roof was barren, and there was no place for her to use as a cover. Then again, Wenqing did not look like she was trying to hide either. Her eyes were locked on Xiang Nuan, who was deeply entrenched in the past's head. Be it a demon god or the monster that blocked out the sky, they did not stop her from continuing to call Xiang Nuan's name. In reality, before a demon god, it would be pointless for a normal person to try to hide. The faceless doctor approached her at lightning speed. He had multiple shadows trailing behind him. Each of them was carrying a face that had been peeled off from his doctor's coat. Bang! The past's head was torn open, and the disformed mouth directly moved down to swallow the faceless doctor. The souls were wailing. Both parties were experts at curses. The black threads were like blades dancing in the air, cutting and shredding the black rain that was falling constantly. Ultimately, the past still cared about Wenqing. It was willing to suffer some damage to protect Wenqing by swallowing the faceless doctor. It would only feel better once the faceless doctor was inside its stomach, because it was too easy for a demon god to kill a normal human being. The faceless doctor's curse crawled into the past's flesh. Pieces of memory were peeling. Black blood dripped along with the rain, but the past did not seem to mind it at all. Xiang Nuan, who had long since stopped caring about his life, would not pay attention to these injuries. His bleeding eyes were following the faceless doctor closely. The black threads that bound his mouth were torn open, and the doctor screamed from pain. The past was doing the same thing as him. The past's giant mouth bit off the man's chest, and the black blood splashed all over the rooftop. Just like that, the past swallowed the faceless doctor and the shadows behind him in one gulp. The giant mouth closed. The scene was extremely shocking, but before anyone could recover from this scene, a shrill laugh came from the edge of the building. Damn it! Even though Chenji also wanted to kill the ghost fetus, he did not want Wenqing to get injured, so he ran to help her at the first notice, but he was still too late. There was a shredded face stuck to the wall near Wenqing's feet. The face had been forcibly yanked off by the faceless doctor. It was still dyed with fresh blood on its back. The faceless doctor had split up numerous shadows, and every one of them was incredibly powerful. Just as everyone thought that was the end of his tricks, he had reserved one more hand. He had silently torn off one of the faces from his coat without anyone noticing. No one knew when he did that, and no one saw how that face managed to crawl to the Wenqing's feet. Before anyone could react, the face had already crawled onto Wen Qing's body. It branded itself like a tattoo on Wen Qing's leg. An eerie and scary smile came from the face on Wen Qing's skin. Immediately, black lines that grew like briars expanded from Wen Qing's flesh. Wen Qing's face paled instantly. It felt like her whole body was being punctured by sharp needles. "Release my body immediately, or I will kill her in the most painful way before your eyes," the face that grew on Wen Qing's flesh warned. A normal human being was powerless before a demon god. The faceless doctor literally had his hand over Wen Qing's life. The painful wails echoed on the rooftop. It showed that Wen Qing was in a pain that a normal person would never have the ability to imagine. Before the bloody tears at the corner of his eyes had dried, Xiang Nuan's face fully contorted. The cage had been prepared, but his only family was trapped inside the cage as well. The black rain continued to fall in greater intensity. Xiang Nuan looked at Wen Qing. The memory pieces kept dropping from the past's body. He appeared to wish to open the mouth that he had closed. "Do not mind me." Wen Qing collapsed to the ground while suffering the pain from the curse. She suddenly raised her head to shout at the past. "I do not need you to take care of me, and I do not want anything from you. I only wish that you will be able to grow up healthily and live on happily." Green veins popped on her neck. The black threads swam under her skin like many little snakes. Wen Qing's nails that gripped the ground were peeling off. She stared at Xiang Nuan, who was looking like a monster. Xiang Nuan, sunk deep inside the ghost fetus head, was shaking all over. The wounds on the boy's body were increasing. The pain that Wen Qing was in continued to increase, but somehow she had stopped screaming. The black blood capillaries pulsed under her skin. Different types of curses were applied to her body. Her face started to lose its features and her body shape started to change, but she resisted the urge to scream. She kept her mouth clamped shut. Xiang Nuan saw all this clearly. The bleeding eyeballs stared at the woman on the rooftop. In the end, he still slowly opened his mouth. The past's giant mouth was slowly opened again. The faceless doctor was only swallowed for about 10 seconds, but his body had already become quite translucent. The past appeared to have the ability to kill a demon god. "A brilliant choice if I do say so myself." The ghost face on Wen Qing's body laughed wickedly. "Now I need you to." Before it finished, it realized something was wrong. Wen Qing, who was carrying multiple curses on her, had already crawled to the edge of the building. "What are you doing?" The blood capillaries surfaced on all parts of her body. Wen Qing, who had been tortured until she had lost a basic human shape, did something that no one expected. With a final glow of determination in her eyes, Wen Qing jumped over the edge of the rooftop of Jin HWA Apartments Block A. "I do not know what you have done in the past. I also do not understand why you have become the way that you are now, but I am always ready to trust you, to accompany you, and to protect you." Wen Qing voluntarily jumped into the past's open mouth. Along with the faceless doctor's last remaining face, she fell into the monster's maw. When she fell, she kept her eyes on Xiang Nuan, who was bound at the monster's head. "Because you are my son." Wen Qing, having been cursed by the demon god, had her life in the faceless doctor's control. She did not want to be the chip that was used to control Xiang Nuan. Even if Xiang Nuan had turned into a monster, even if a normal human was nothing more than a piece of dust in the presence of a demon god, she had found a way to protect Xiang Nuan. All forms of love in this world pointed toward the need to stay together. Only a parent's love could bear the pain of separation. When the past's mouth closed, the faceless doctor and Wen Qing fell into the past's body. Other than the ghost fetus, no one knew what was inside the past's body. The people present only saw that the faceless doctor had been swallowed earlier. A mere 10 seconds had passed, and his body had become much weaker than before. He appeared to have suffered greatly from that attack. The past's stomach appeared to be the guillotine that the ghost fetus had prepared specifically for demon gods. It was a place where even a god could be digested. So what would happen to a normal human? The pouncing of the heart inside the world that was shrouded in the black fog traveled far and long. The past's stomach bloated and expanded. The faceless doctor appeared to be resisting as much as he could, but ultimately the resistance slowed. The sound of that heartbeat became louder and louder. All the specters and monsters inside the door were affected. It felt like their hearts were about to explode. Chenji went to hide at the rooftop of Jin HWA Apartments Block A, but he was still unable to avoid the influence brought upon by the heartbeat. He looked down the building. The Red Sea had enveloped the dual-colored heart. The buildings inside the Red City had punctured the blood vessels that were hidden underground. Zhang Yu had already shattered the crust that had formed over the surface of the heart earlier, and now she was using the whole city to clash against the past's heart. She was forced to do that, or else the ghost fetus who had consumed the faceless doctor would kill everyone there. The cold, hard shell of the heart was broken. and the black and red heart was being smashed into pieces by the Red City. Blood rain fell from the sky and the ground split open. The blood vessels snapped one after another. The location where Xiang Nuan's heart was started to leak blood as well. The more he moved his hands to slow the bleeding, the more the blood continued to flow. The blood riddled with curses turned his shirt into a dark red color. His body was slowly peeling away from the past's giant body. His eyes were no longer soulless. Instead, there was a cocktail of complicated emotions. It was not sadness, nor was it despair. Perhaps the boy himself did not know how to identify this feeling he was experiencing. With his hand over his heart, Xiang Nuan made a very difficult decision after a long time. He did not heal his wound or chose to attack anyone. He used the last ounce of his energy to start to suck in all the black blood and the curses from inside the past's body. Many strange wounds and curses appeared on his body. He had taken on all the sin again. Xiang Nuan's body was slowly sinking. All the tragedy, all the pain, and all the despair from the past had sedimented inside the boy's body. The past's gigantic body was changing at the same time. The core of this giant monster was the ghost fetus past, the past that Xiang Nuan had decided to carry from now on. So once the core had shifted, the past no longer looked as scary as it originally did. The clamped mouth broke open again. The past's stomach was filled with past versions of himself. Children that were made from curses and negative emotions tried their best to stop the faceless doctor from escaping. Some of the children, meanwhile, were protecting a woman who was dying. The past was a creature that the ghost fetus created to kill a demon god. It had never wondered what would happen to a normal human after they had been swallowed. Curses were still traveling and growing on the woman's body. Her life was entering its final countdown. The children helped to move the woman to the head of the past, the location where Xiang Nuan was bound to earlier. After all of this had been done, Xiang Nuan, who now carried all of the sin, walked to the past's heart that had been shattered. The past's upper body was like a cicada, while the lower body was like a heavy shell that dragged it down. The heart was right in the middle. One half of it was red, the other half black. Currently, Xiang Nuan was standing at the part that was black. He lifted his head to look at the dying Wen Qing. It is time to bid farewell to the past now. Raising both of his hands, Xiang Nuan grabbed the past's upper body while his feet were standing on top of the past's heavy shell. Once again, he had started to consume the sin that was originally inside the past's body. This time, he did not hold back at all. He had transferred all of the bad things that had happened to him to his own body. His legs grew into the heavy shell because the amount of sin consumed continued to increase. The past's lower body became scarier and scarier looking. It was covered with spikes and needles, and many screaming faces started to fill up the surface of the shell. However, in contrast, since all the sin and bad things had been taken by Xiang Nuan, the past's upper body became softer and fuller. The broken wings started to repair themselves and became firmer in existence. Wen Qing, who was dying, slowly regained consciousness. The pain that was brought on by the curse was lessening. I am unable to save your life. This is the only way I can help you. Everyone fears me because I am a demon god, but I am actually no more than a lonely ghost. The voice of ghost fetus came out of Xiang Nuan's mouth. They were one and the same from the very beginning. The sin was amplifying. Xiang Nuan's body and legs were sinking and joining with the shell underneath him. His skin was also gradually turning into the appearance of the past shell. My heart is dirty and muddled, filled with pain and dirtiness. I have been searching in the raining night, envious of the sun in other people's eyes. I have reached out in hell, but no one came to save me until the day you appeared in my life. But at the same time, I was worried of dragging you into the abyss with me. I know what you have been anticipating of me, but I would rather be a patient isolated from the world than have you step into my world. You are not supposed to be in this world behind the door. By taking on all the sin, Xiang Nuan's consciousness started to flag. Over the past 10 years, the past had consumed too many things in the black fog, and now Xiang Nuan was going to shoulder all the sin on his own. His consciousness was weakening. His body joined together with the thick, heavy shell, and he would not be able to tear himself away from it anymore. When Xiang Nuan sucked away the last shred of the past sin, his consciousness reached its limit. His body was completely joined to the dark shell. He would never leave this world surrounded by black fog anymore. At the same time, the past's upper body opened its wings. Its winged body was soft and gentle, like a miracle in this black and hopeless world. When Xiang Nuan released his hands, it started to float into the black fog, but it never intended to leave. It fluttered about the boy like a whale protecting a deserted island. Chapter 1109, The Demon God Who Swallowed a Demon God 2 in 1. The black fog that spread over the horizon was like an endless expanse of black sea, and Xiang Nuan was like an island that was placed at the center of the ocean. By carrying all the sin, his body assimilated with the shell of the past, and he was unable to separate itself from it anymore. His consciousness started to fade, and Xiang Nuan's eyes focused on the giant whale that swam around him. The sin and curses that were far beyond his limit of acceptance consumed his body. The giant shell that was now part of Xiang Nuan was sinking into the world of the black fog. His skin was starting to turn into the same color of the ground of the world around him. The giant whale appeared to be wailing. It sounded like it was calling someone's name, but Xiang Nuan was unable to hear it anymore. His actions became slower and slower until sin covered his entire body. His last shred of consciousness was snuffed out like candle in the night. His lips moved slightly. Xiang Nuan appeared to say something, but no one could hear him clearly. Everyone watched as the boy's body gradually assimilated into the shell of the past, becoming part of the world of the black fog. The last shred of consciousness was consumed by the black fog. The ghost fetus carried all his sin and dispersed into nothingness, leaving behind an island of humanity in the world of the black fog. The sin of this place was so heavy that even the ghost in the black fog did not dare come too close to this place, but the giant and beautiful whale guarded closely beside it. The black fog was corrupting her body, but she did not mind it at all. The giant body slowly swam around the small island, splashing away the black fog that dared to come close to the small island and blocked away the black rain that dropped from the sky. Chenji stood at the rooftop of Jin HWA Apartments Block A and looked at everything silently until the temperature around him suddenly dropped, and a faded scent of blood drifted into his nostril. Turning his head back, Chenji realized that Zhang Ye was standing beside him. She was looking at Xiang Nuan, who had turned into the island, and Wen Qing, who had morphed into the giant whale. The two stared at this scene for a long time until a pale hand poked out from underneath the past's blackened shell. The hand was covered in shredded human faces. The faceless doctor struggled to crawl out from under the shell. His coat of blood had already disappeared, his body was covered in wounds, and the faces that were on the coat had now been transferred to his physical body. He was lucky to have survived this ordeal, but the faceless doctor was still not satisfied. He cursed the ghost fetus under his breath while his eyes kept following the giant whale above his head, unblinking. She has not been touched by the influence of sin at all, huh? Has the ghost fetus delivered everything that it has gathered for the past 10 years to that woman? The faceless doctor's eyes were overflowing with greed, but before he could take any further action, an extremely scary presence materialized behind him. He whipped his body around, and the expressions of the broken faces on the faceless doctor's body all changed. He saw Zhang Ye and Chenji were standing near him. I know you're targeting the ghost fetus as well. You won't be able to consume all of the power he's left behind by yourself, so why don't we work together? The faceless doctor was very apprehensive of Zhang Ye. He was seriously injured, and the fact that he was still alive was already in itself a miracle, so he had no energy left to fight Zhang Ye. There's no problem with us working together, but before that, you have to answer a few of my questions honestly. Chenji walked out from behind Zhang Ye. When he noticed that the faceless doctor was still alive, he had gotten Zhang Ye to follow him and take a look. The thing that the ghost fetus had given to Wen Qing, Chenji did not wish to take away from her, but he was not going to let this demon god go so easily. What do you want to know? This appeared to be the first time the faceless doctor had conversed with a normal human being. All the faces on his body focused their scary countenance on Chenji. The chilling and eerie feeling gripped at Chenji's heart, but to the faceless doctor's surprise, Chenji did not react in any way toward it. The first question, when did you guys start to target the ghost fetus? When he escaped from Jiujiang, the faceless doctor admitted easily. For someone like him, they would do anything for their lives. We had close surveillance on him, so we knew basically everything that he was doing. As long as one's been a patient of our hospital, they will have the hospital's curse on them. Even if they manage to escape in the future, one day, the hospital will appear before them again. In other words, you've known for a while that the ghost fetus was hiding inside Xiang Nuan. Of all the 9 children selected by the ghost fetus, only Xiang Nuan did not have self-consciousness. He almost died during childbirth. The ghost fetus literally protected his life, but at the same time he took over his life. The faceless doctor made use of this time to recover. We not only knew the ghost fetus was hiding inside Xiang Nuan, we also knew that he was destined to fail. No one can bridge the gap between life and death, so we have been waiting for this very last moment to come and recapture our patient. Recapture your patient? Before becoming your patient, he was my shadow. Chenji's tone made it very difficult to read his thoughts. You wish to use that as leverage to claim a greater share? No problem, I only need 30% of the power left behind by the ghost fetus. The rest can be yours. It was unclear whether the faceless doctor was trying to stall for time or really thought that way to try to be on Chenji's good side. Either way, the man was not to be trusted. I can give you all the power of the ghost fetus, but I hope you can honestly answer the next few questions that I have. Chenji slowly lowered his head so that no one would be able to see his current expression. Why didn't the people from your hospital dare appear that freely in Jiujiang? Is there some kind of secret hidden here? What are you talking about? Aren't I here now? I do not know how to answer this question of yours. Patient 4, the ghost fetus. Patient 11, the doctor. And many more patients have hidden in Jiujiang, but over the past 10 years, the hospital did not send anyone to come to Jiujiang to recapture them. It was not until recently that you people dared come into the territory of Jiujiang. I suspect that it is because the thing that you guys were afraid of has disappeared, so there was nothing to hold you guys back. Chenji used yin-yang vision to the extreme. His head tilted up slowly and captured all the expressions of the faces on the doctor. The faceless doctor did not speak. All the faces on his body were all looking back at Chenji. After a few minutes, the faceless doctor finally admitted, "Yes, you're right. Before this, we were not allowed to enter Jiujiang freely because of a curse, or rather, it was more of a deal. But now that curse has been abolished." It has been abolished. Yes, because the party that created the curse is now dead. The faceless doctor was also closely following the change in Chenji's expression. Do you know the name of the party who created the curse? It was a husband and wife, but as for their names and appearance, these details are only known to the hospital director. This was not the first time that the faceless doctor had mentioned the hospital director. It appeared like he had great respect and admiration for the director from the bottom of his heart. How does one get to meet the hospital director? Chenji asked expressionlessly. No one was able to tell what he was thinking. The only known method for now is to become one of the patients, and you will have to be one of the patients ranked in the top 10. The faceless doctor did not appear like he was lying. He gave it some serious thought before he provided Chenji with the method that was most easily achieved. One last question. As a demon god, the ghost fetus was only ranked number 4 at your hospital. How scary are the first 3 patients? Tell me everything that you know about them. I am sorry, but the details of the 3 patients are themselves part of the curse. Once you mention them, bad things will happen. Sounds like you are not prepared to answer my questions anymore. Actually, I have already told you many things, but you have to understand that the more you know, the more dangerous your situation will be. The faceless doctor had slowly recovered. Even the shredded faces on his body were slowly coming back together. Chenji had chatted with the faceless doctor for a long time, and the latter had merely been brushing off the former. Even though the faceless doctor had technically answered all of Chenji's questions, none of the answers that he gave were clear and traceable. But even so, Chenji managed to derive the information that he wanted from their conversation. My parents have formed some kind of deal with the cursed hospital. Their disappearance, therefore, has to be related to this hospital. With that point confirmed, the rest did not matter that much to Chenji. Now, he only wanted to do one thing, and that was to kill the faceless doctor as soon as possible, to tear open his soul and deprive him of the chance to survive. This way, the cursed hospital would lose the power of one demon god. I have answered all your questions. We have just experienced a bloody war. Now is the time to enjoy the spoil of war. The faceless doctor's greedy gaze moved to fall on the giant whale. He desperately needed the power left behind by the ghost fetus to help with his own convalescence. I can give you all the energy that is left behind by the ghost fetus, but... Chenji flipped open the comic as he took a step back. You will have to be alive to enjoy it. Both Xiao Bu and the red high heels appeared at the same time. They guarded beside Chenji, while Zhangya made her move toward the faceless doctor as if on cue. The faceless doctor had done a lot of preparation to deal with the ghost fetus, but that preparation was never meant for Zhangya, and he had suffered heavy wounds from his battle with the rag doll and then the past. The battle between the two pushed away the black fog. This was for the first time Chenji had seen the power of a demon god up close, and it was on a completely different level from a red specter. The battle took much longer than Chenji anticipated. The faceless doctor was scarily resilient. His body was broken again and again, but he always found a way to recover himself. During the battle, he even tried to come after Chenji several times, to attempt to use Chenji as leverage to threaten Zhangya, like how he used Wenqing to limit the ghost fetus. But he was stopped every time by the red high heels and Xiao Bu. Chenji was not Wenqing. With strong mental acuity and the protection of several red specters, He even dared to use his employees' special powers to help intervene between the fight of the two demon gods. The faceless doctor fought with everything he had, and that exposed some of Zhang Ye's problems. She could not use other people's powers for too long because it would cause serious damage to her own body. The two fought until the very end. Bloody rain rained down on the residential area. The faceless doctor was ultimately trapped inside the projection of the Red City by Zhang Ye. The congealed resentment burst through the black fog. The specters did not dare move close to this place. They did not dare step onto the island. When the bloody rain stopped, the faceless doctor had disappeared without a trace, and only Zhang Ye stood alone amid the sea of red. The ghost fetus had already heavily injured the faceless doctor, but even so, Zhang Ye had to sacrifice a lot before she managed to trap and kill the faceless doctor. Looks like it is not that simple to kill a demon god. The sea of red slowly ebbed. The Red City also disappeared along with it. The faceless doctor's body reappeared on the ground like a beached carcass. Black curses still traveled on his body. The man's soul had been broken and shattered, but his body appeared to still be alive in some weird way. Even though the faceless doctor, Zhang Ye, and the ghost fetus are all demon gods, the faceless doctor gives off a different feeling from the other demon gods. He appears to be slightly weaker than Zhang Ye and the ghost fetus. His presence is not that stable. The faceless doctor must have other secrets hidden on him, but Chen Ji did not plan to ask for more details. He planned to hand the faceless doctor over to Zhang Ye, and he hoped that through that, Zhang Ye would have a new breakthrough in her power. As the scariest presence at the haunted house, Zhang Ye getting stronger will only benefit everyone. Furthermore, she killed the faceless doctor. It's only fair that she should get the freedom to deal with the doctor. Chen Ji was the kind of person who would focus on a single path to the end. Along his journey, he had practically poured all the resources that he had obtained into Zhang Ye. That was why Zhang Ye had been able to morph from a normal red specter to a top red specter, and then break through to become a demon god in such a short period of time. Walking out from the sea of blood, Zhang Ye stopped beside Chen Ji. She glanced at the ghost fetus, who had turned into an island, and then moved her eyes to follow Wen Qing, who had been transformed into a giant whale, before her eyes finally fell on Chen Ji. The resentment and despair that were palpable in her eyes slowly faded away. This time, Zhang Ye did not return directly into Chen Ji's shadow. She seemed to be touched by the scene before them and stood silently beside Chen Ji to observe it. Both Zhang Ye and the ghost fetus were demon gods, but their experiences and lives were completely different. The ghost fetus had spent his whole life struggling. Everyone feared him as a demon god until he met Wen Qing, but by then he had made too many mistakes. His love was like an abyss. Even he did not dare let Wen Qing get too close to him. In comparison, Zhang Ye was much luckier. At the very early part of her life, she was given the chance to meet Chen Ji. No matter how other people viewed her in Chen Ji's eyes, Zhang Ye was always Zhang Ye. It's finally over. Chen Ji turned to look at Zhang Ye beside him. The female teacher who held out the umbrella for him in the rain from his memory overlapped with the person before him. He raised his hand subconsciously to reach out to touch Zhang Ye's cold fingers. Zhang Ye did not shy away. She pulled back all her presence. At that moment, she was like a normal person. Chen Ji nudged closer to Zhang Ye. Just as he was about to hold her hand, a man's excited scream came from behind him. "Brother, you are still alive. I found your cat. Can you believe it?" Zio's son carried the white cat as he raced out of Jin HWA Apartments Block A. His face was plain with excitement to have been able to survive until now. He practically flew toward Chen Ji. He did not notice that the red specters present had all stayed away from Chen Ji. Even the white cat that was trapped in his embrace was struggling as best he could as Zio's son moved toward Chen Ji. "Do you know how afraid I was earlier? I think I heard the sound of your big sister. I was really worried about you guys." Zio's son held onto the white cat and refused to let go. It was not until he got close to Chen Ji that he realized the woman in the red dress next to Chen Ji was not Wen Qing. "Brother, where is your sister? The one who has been following you earlier was not her." Zio's son, who had moved into a demon's apartment alone, who had voiced his analysis out loud in a crowd of murderers, who had treaded the territory of murderers and madmen in one night, had unlocked a new level of fearlessness. At that moment, Chen Ji really did not know how to answer. The white cat in Zio's son's embrace had already given up its struggle. The expression on its face seemed to say, "Just let me die." "Well, it's a long story." Before Chen Ji could say anything, the presence that Zhang Ye pulled back earlier exploded. The black fog around them was blasted back, and the ground beneath them cracked. But actually, all Zhang Ye did was pull her hair back behind her ears. Zio's son sat down to the ground. It appeared like his soul had left his body. The white cat was convulsing in his arms. Its eyes appeared to be watering. The red specters who had dispersed several hundred meters away were all busy with their own things. Some of them were studying the monsters in the black fog, some were trying to poke through the ghost fetus shell, and some were just looking up at the sky. The water ghost, who was the haunted house's latest involuntary worker, only took a glance this way before he was pulled away by Men Nan. Well, just pay attention to someone like Zio-san, remember to stay away from him. Otherwise, one day, when he's struck by lightning, even if you're not caught in the blast, you'll be covered in his blood. Chapter 11:10. Rewards from completing the mission 2 in 1. Chenji reconstructed the events that transpired and resolved the misunderstanding. Zhang Yu also returned to Chenji's shadow. She had used other people's powers way too many times and had fought 2 demon gods consecutively, so her body was already at its limit. To kill the faceless doctor, Zhang Yu had paid a lot, but compared to the reward, everything was worth it. Just how scary a demon god who had swallowed another demon god would be, Chenji did not dare even imagine it. At least he lacked a target for comparison. Come on, Zio-san. Chenji helped Zio-san, whose body was still shaking up from the ground. If you are still alive in real life, I feel like I can make use of your luck to scam the insurance company. I will use every penny I have to help you set up a life insurance. Zio-san's expression was not that natural. During this moment when he was not himself, the white cat quickly struggled loose from his arms and jumped out to hide behind Chenji like it was greatly wronged. All the employees had gathered back together. They stood on the island that was transformed by the ghost fetus and lifted their heads to look at the giant whale that was swimming through the sea of black fog. Chenji tried many methods, but he failed to communicate with Wen Qing. At this moment, even though Wen Qing had acquired all the ghost fetus power, untainted by the curses, her consciousness was not strong enough to support it. She was merely acting on instinct for now. Looks like she is not going to leave this place. Chenji looked at the giant whale above them and the wings that fluttered behind her. If she continues to stay here, what will eventually happen to her? Even though Zio-san had not spent much time with Wen Qing, he could sense that Wen Qing was a good person. Have you heard of something called whale fall? Chenji answered as if to himself without turning around. After a whale dies and sinks down to the depths of the ocean, its body will decay to help provide nutrients to the barren ocean floor. But what does that have to do with her? The giant whale, I believe, will continue to protect this island until the end of her life. When that day arrives, she will collapse on this island formed by the ghost fetus and provide a bit of hope and life to this painful and despairing world. Chenji turned around. With his many employees and Zhang Yu following close behind, he was able to empathize greatly with that feeling. We should prepare to leave. The sun should be coming up outside the door already. The ghost fetus 4-star trial mission had spanned 9 days and 9 nights, and it had pushed Chenji's physical body to its limit. His body temperature was far lower than a normal person's, and he was in a very bad state. Chenji had also only just noticed the problem. After Wen Qing turned into a giant whale, Chenji became the only living person behind the door, but his body temperature was no different from the people around him. Black fog, the curse, the remaining blood vessels, Chenji desperately needed a rest. The employees started to search for the ghost fetus door amid the wasteland. The red high heels made use of this time to madly consume the curses that were left behind by the ghost fetus. When the ghost fetus separated the past's body, he had given all the pure and beautiful things to Wen Qing, while he suffered all the sin on his own. Endless curses that Wen Qing could not support lingered around the island. A curse was something that even a normal red specter would not dare approach. Only the red high heel would be able to absorb and use them. Chenji had no idea how many curses the ghost fetus had left behind. He only understood that the red high heels, who had swallowed all the ghost fetus curses, was now even scarier than Zio-bu, and this was when she was trying to rein herself in. It is surprising that the ultimate winner will be the red high heels. When she completely digests the ghost fetus curse, she might be able to break through the limitations of a red specter. It was not easy to become a demon god. Chenji did not expect the red high heels to break through the barrier so easily. Then again, this kind of thing could not be forced. A journey of 1,000 miles would begin with a single step, after all. After the ghost fetus consciousness dissipated, most of the original tenants behind the door had disappeared, but Chenji realized something quite interesting. Zio-san did not disappear. In fact, other than Zio-san, there were some original tenants in the ruins who had survived. Chenji predicted that it was because the people who had died in real life probably had their soul transported into this world behind the door by the ghost fetus, and those who were still alive in the real world had their facsimiles created by the ghost fetus based on his own memory behind the door. Thus, They were not real per se. Inside Jin HWA Apartments Block A, the elder who was tasked with guarding the first floor and Granny Lee who was abandoned by her son had both disappeared. This was, in a way, good news because at least it meant that they were still alive in the real world, and there was a chance for their tragedy to be salvaged and their wounds to be healed. Chen Ji and the Red Spectre employees herded all the tenants who were lucky enough to survive into the comic. They also found some of the objects left behind by the ghost fetus in the ruins. All of them were surfeited with extremely scary curses. All those objects were handed over to the Red High Heels to look after. When the curses on them had been fully cleansed, Chen Ji would go and inspect them. After looking for a full hour, the employees basically had dug 3 feet into the ground, but they still failed to find the ghost fetus door. Everyone had gathered around Chen Ji and the atmosphere was quite dampened. How are we supposed to leave this place without a door? Why would the ghost fetus door disappear just like that? Theoretically speaking, even if the door pusher is dead, the door will go out of control until a new door pusher appears to take his place. We need to calm down. Chen Ji looked at the island that was morphed by the ghost fetus, and he was reminded of Dr. Gao at the underground morgue. At the time, Dr. Gao had also chosen to take on all the sin behind the door. When he made that choice, the door in the underground morgue had been destroyed. That memory was still fresh to Chen Ji. The underground morgue behind the door started to crumble, and it was also the first time he had been given a glimpse of the Red City. When the door pusher chooses to take on the sin behind the door will be destroyed. The door is destroyed? How are we supposed to leave this place? Don't tell me we are forever trapped inside this world of black fog. If they were trapped inside the Red City, things would not have been so bad. After all, there would be other doors at the Red City, and they could use those to return to the real world. But this place was completely surrounded by black fog. Jin HWA Apartments and Jiu Hong Apartments were like the only island amid a black sea. There was only one door here. Don't tell me we have to traverse the black fog to go in search of that Red City, Men Nan grumbled with a bitter face. I personally do not mind it myself, but can your body go through something like that? It does not matter that the ghost fetus door has been destroyed. We still have another door with us. Chen Ji removed his shirt to expose the ghastly spider tattoo on his back. He summoned out the tunnel lady's son. There is a door inside his body. We can return to the real world through that door. Surrounded by multiple red specters, the spider boy was surprisingly nervous. He was afraid that Chen Ji might suddenly decide to turn on him. To let the boy calm down and earn his trust, Chen Ji found the tunnel lady and asked her to help communicate with her son. The tunnel lady's son gave Chen Ji a concrete reply. They could indeed leave this place through the door in his body, but once they left, they probably would never be able to come back. The ghost fetus door had been destroyed, and the only other door was inside the spider boy's body. They could leave through it, but it also meant that Wen Qing and the ghost fetus would be left stranded here forever. Hearing that, Chen Ji once again tried to yell up at the sky to try to transmit his voice, but unfortunately, the whale that Wen Qing had changed into only had animalistic instincts left in her. They hesitated for quite some time on the island before finally deciding to leave. Xiang Nuan and Wen Qing's story would forever be sealed inside the endless world of the black fog. One day, perhaps someone would find an island filled with blooming flowers amid the sea of despair. Pulling all the employees except the spider boy into the comic, Chen Ji picked up the white cat, gave this world one last glance, and took his parting steps. Black water washed all over his body as he walked through dreamscapes that were constructed by spider webs. It felt like his worlds were turning. When Chen Ji opened his eyes again, he was already inside Eastern Jiujiang's White Dragon Tunnel. After leaving the world behind the door, Chen Ji collapsed directly to the ground. He coughed out a great amount of black blood. His face was deathly pale and green veins pulsed under his skin. Many thin, black threads crawled toward his heart. At this dangerous moment, the red high heels materialized beside Chen Ji. The bandages on her body had peeled off a lot, and the curses that covered her body transformed into blood vessels before they traveled to land on Chen Ji's arm. After coughing out several mouthfuls of black fog, a light mist of black fog dissipated from inside Chen Ji's body. It then turned into the shape of 9 children. With maximum power shown by the red high heels, it took quite some time before all 9 children were taken care of. Looks like I spent too long inside the world of the black fog. The ghost fetus must have planted some curse on me when I first entered the door. Chen Ji leaned against the tunnel wall and sat on the ground. He gasped hungrily for air. Thankfully, the red high heels has inherited most of the ghost fetus curse, and she was there to help neutralize the curse that was planted on me by the ghost fetus. The curse had been broken, but Chenji's body temperature was still much lower than a normal person's. After this entry into the world of the black fog, his body temperature had sunk to a new low. This appeared to be an irrevocable process. Oh well, now is not the time to worry about that. What I need to do now is go and get a good, well-deserved rest. The ghost fetus had sacrificed himself to protect Wen Qing. The sword that dangled over Chenji had now been removed. He did not need to worry day in and day out anymore, passing his days in constant fear for his life. Zhang Ye did not appear to go into hibernation this time. Even if the people from the cursed hospital come at me, I have confidence that I can make their journey a one-way trip. Actually, Chenji anticipated the people from the cursed hospital coming to find him. With each red specter that he took down, the other party's power would be further limited. Even though the faceless doctor told me that my parents are dead, if I think about it seriously, if my parents are really dead, the cursed hospital would not have sent their weakest demon god to come and recapture the ghost fetus, so the faceless doctor's words cannot be trusted fully. Therefore, what I needed to do next is locate my parents, and Chenji took out the black phone from his pocket. Get to the bottom of the truth regarding this phone. After Chenji left the world of black fog, the black phone kept vibrating. It appeared like he had received multiple messages at the same time. Sliding open the screen, Chenji read through the messages inside the abandoned tunnel. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for completing the 4-star trial mission, Ghost Fetus. Mission completion rate is 80%. Extra reward obtained, the Handbook to Jiujiang's Psychopaths. The Handbook to Jiujiang's Psychopaths, unique item. All the psychopaths, madmen, and murderers that you have encountered will be recorded inside this. How scary this handbook will be is dependent fully on your own life experience. Optional mission of the highest difficulty, Salvation completed. Unlocked unique infrastructure. Jiuhong Apartments, the world of black fog. Jiuhong Apartments, the largest unique infrastructure in terms of size. The ghost fetus replaced you as the 9th child. Jiuhong Apartments is a reconstruction of the ghost fetus, past. It has been watching every single soul that enters the residential area. Will you choose salvation, or will you be dragged further into the abyss by the ghost fetus? And Chenji read until this point. He paused for a moment. When he completed the highest difficulty quest at the School of the Afterlife, he also obtained a unique infrastructure, the Red Spectre's art room. The art room contained 13 different paintings left behind by 13 Red Spectres. It was a scary place. Now that he had completed the ghost fetus mission, he had obtained yet another unique infrastructure. This place was related to the ghost fetus, and the black phone even specifically pointed out that this place was tied to the world of the black fog. These warnings caused Chenji to be careful. After all, he had to keep in mind that the ghost fetus was ultimately a demon god. Before I can open the place to the visitors, I will need to go through the scenario to experience it once for myself, first for the sake of safety. Clicking open the next unread message, Chenji continued to read. Optional mission Jiangming completed. Your talent Ghost Ear has been greatly improved. Unlocked a new scenario, the Soundless Home. Optional mission Yingtong completed. Your talent Yin Yang Vision has been greatly improved. Unlocked a new scenario, Spire of Darkness. Optional mission Yu Jian completed. Zhang Ye's affection level has increased. Unlocked a new scenario, the Haunted Avenue. Optional mission Wu Sheng completed. Obtained a unique item, the Skin Tailor's Costume. Unlocked a new scenario, Voiceless Small Town. Skin Tailor's Costume. At midnight, you will encounter such a person in the voiceless small town. His whole body is covered in thick fabric. His clothes are sewn together by different fabrics, and they are stuck to his body like his second skin. Optional mission Xiang Nuan completed. A new life force has been injected into your body. You have been resuscitated by a long-awaited warmth. Unlocked a new scenario, Death Apartment. Optional mission Fang Yu completed. Unlocked a new scenario, White Orphanage. Other than that, you will receive a hint regarding your own memory. The hint only consists of one paragraph, but it will be immensely important to you. Hint of your own memory. When the day comes, should you have to forget everything, what will be the last thing you wish to forget? Hold on fast to it. It will bring you back to find your real self. Optional mission Liu Wen completed. Unlocked a new scenario, House of Strange Odors. Optional mission Si Zin completed. Unlocked a new scenario, The Room of My Heart. All the children selected by the ghost fetus represented a side mission. The combination of all these scenarios made the real ghost fetus scenario. To Chenji's slight surprise, even though he had not done the missions related to Liu Wen and Si Zin, the The scenarios represented by the two children had been normally unlocked as well. He was not given any extra rewards for them, though. The rewards for completing a 4-star mission were extremely lucrative. Chenji was still not yet done reading through the messages. Congratulations, Red Spectres favored. The Ghost Fetus trial mission's completion rate is at 80%. Red Spectres favored. Congratulations for successfully unlocking the 4-star scary scenario, Ghost Fetus. The scenario is made up of 9 normal scenarios and 1 hidden scenario. Please inspect them closely before opening them up to the public. Warning, you are already in possession of 2 4-star scenarios. The haunted house will upgrade from a maze of terror into a theme park of despair. The expansion will be completed at midnight tomorrow. Congratulations, Red Spectres, favored for successfully upgrading your haunted house into a theme park of despair. You will obtain a unique infrastructure, the Door of Salvation. Door of Salvation, extremely rare and one-off unique infrastructure. The most beautiful accident is often hidden in the deepest despair. This Door of Salvation is hidden somewhere inside the theme park of despair. Push it open, and you will understand the true meaning of salvation. Chapter 11:11. Take good care of yourself 2 in 1. The rewards for completing the 4-star scenario were far greater than a 3-star scenario. Even Chenji needed quite some time before he went through everything and managed to memorize all the information inside his mind. The things mentioned by the black phone are too general. I will have to return to the haunted house to see what these rewards are for myself. His finger slid across the many messages. Looking at the numeral new scenarios that had just been unlocked, Chenji sighed a long sigh from the bottom of his heart. This time, my visitors sure are lucky. They only need to spend a few RMB to experience a scary atmosphere created by a demon god. Where else are you going to find a steal like that? Haunted House had been upgraded to become a theme park of despair. Its general sense of horror would continue to increase, and the authenticity level would increase as well. Sometimes, Chenji would even have a feeling that he was back behind the door when he was walking through his own haunted house. When the haunted house reaches its final upgrade, perhaps the line between the world outside the door and the world inside the door might be blurred. It will become a kind of a pit stop between the living and the dead. When he put the black phone away, Chenji had regained some strength. He surveyed his surroundings. The red high heels had returned to her original form. The woman who was covered in bandages was staring closely at the giant spider that was dangling upside down on the ceiling of the tunnel. The tunnel lady's son was covered in cobwebs and blood vessels. It appeared that the door inside his body could not be opened recklessly. It would cause serious harm to the boy's body. Of all the red specters that had followed Chenji into the world of black fog, it was the spider boy who was most injured because of this. One has to be paid that greatly to leave the world of the black fog, huh? Chenji tried to communicate with the spider boy, but the boy was not in the mood to respond to Chenji. He was too busy focusing on the effort to remove the curse and the black fog that lingered inside his body. Even though the ghost fetus has been eliminated, I have also gained some very bad news from the faceless doctor. The cursed hospital that is much scarier than the ghost fetus can now freely enter and leave Jiujiang. In your current state, if they come to find you, I am afraid you will not be able to survive the encounter. How about? Chenji was silent for a while for his proposed suggestion to sink in. How about you follow me for now? You can return to this place when your wounds are healed. The tunnel lady's son was dangling from the roof of the tunnel. For some reason, he was struck by a sense of déjà vu. He felt like he had already heard the words that Chenji was saying some time ago. Most of the dreams that you have accumulated inside the tunnel have been destroyed. It is very dangerous for you to stay here, especially in your current weakened state. Chenji glanced at the giant spider above his head. You have helped me kill the ghost fetus, and it was me who was responsible for the wounds currently on your body. I hope you will give me a chance to recompensate for what you have sacrificed for me. My haunted house has a red specter who specializes in curing curses. She will aid you in your treatment. When your body is full recovered, you can come back to this tunnel anytime you want. When you are a guest at my haunted house, you will be treated like an esteemed guest. As a matter of fact, you might even experience some good memories there. Chenji's words were very sincere, and there was nothing that was too out of place in his request. It was a simple story of a man repaying someone who had lent him a hand. As if to help Chenji in his persuasion, the red high heels reached out to place her hand on one of the spider's appendages. In just 10 seconds, a spray of black mist evaporated from the spider's body, and the spider boy appeared much better. After giving it a long thought, the tunnel lady's son decided to give Chenji this opportunity to repay him. After all, it would take far too long for him to cure himself of the curses on his own. The child trusts me so implicitly. I must not fail his trust. Chenji looked at the giant spider that had crawled back onto his back. With a door inside his body, this talent is exceptionally unique and overpowered. Without him, I might have been trapped in the world of the black fog forever and would have no means to leave at all. Chenji wanted to keep the tunnel lady's son at his haunted house. Compared to the cold and eerie white dragon tunnel, Chenji felt that his haunted house was a far better lair for the boy. At least he would be able to get endless negative emotions and screams without actually harming anyone there. Carrying his backpack, Chenji led the white cat and walked out from White Dragon Tunnel. Of those who know about the Spider Boy's talent, other than my own employees, the rest either already have their souls destroyed or are forever left behind in the world of the Black Fog. In other words, this is a trump card that my enemies still do not know I have. When I have to deal with the cursed hospital in the future, the Spider Boy might yet have the chance to shine. The sunlight showered down on his body. The warmth of the sun finally made the man give out a sigh of relief. His heart that was strung taut finally had the chance to relax. Did you find something to eat behind the door? How come it feels like you have gotten fatter again? What? Chenji returned to New Century Park at around 8:50 a.m. By then, a lot of visitors had already queued up outside the theme park's entrance. Most of them were there for Chenji's haunted house. Seeing the crowd getting larger and larger, but Chenji, who had the key to the haunted house, still not appearing, Uncle Su, Su Wan, and the rest were desperate enough to want to call the cops. I am so sorry. I left in such a hurry last night that my phone ran out of battery. As Chenji apologized, he quickly unlocked the haunted house's gate. When he left the previous night, he had taken all of the usable specters with him. All that remained at the haunted house were some lingering spirits. As long as you are safe, everything is fine. Compared to the business, everyone, including Uncle Su, was more worried about Chenji. Over the past few days, they had all noticed how tired and lethargic Chenji was looking. After entering the haunted house, Chenji first had Su Wan lead the team to the dressing room while he summoned out Yan Danian and All Joe and had them take the comic and reassign all the employees to their posts. Chenji was so busy that he did not even have the chance to stay for a chat. He hurried to help with other people's makeup. With some rushing here and pulling there, they finally managed to open for business right on time. Currently, the haunted house had many playable scenarios. It could allow more than 100 visitors to enter it at the same time. As the operating hours lengthened, the number of visitors who had successfully cleared the 3-star scenario had increased, and so everyone had their eyes now on the 4-star scenarios. Both online and offline, on all sorts of forums, there were predictions on who would be the first person to clear Chenji's haunted house's 4-star scenario. The haunted house app that director Luo had made specifically for Chenji's haunted house also became quite a popular download. Naturally, most of the haunted house aficionados would download it, but other than them, the greater number of download came from various cloud users. This batch of users did not dare come to challenge the haunted house on their own, but they enjoy watching other visitors go into the haunted house in their stead. The app had a forum where the visitors were allowed to share their visitation experience, and these strange and scary stories had become a kind of source of joy and interest for this batch of cloud visitors. Other than the sharing of the visitors, Chenji's haunted house was now also popular enough to attract the attention of many online celebrities. Chenji naturally welcomed these people, and he even allowed some of them to record a video during their visitation, provided that the request was not too over the line. Internet celebrities came to the haunted house for clicks, and the haunted house relied on these people of influence to spread its fame. They would both benefit from this relationship. Of course, the most important reason was because Chenji was not afraid that his secret would be exposed. The speed by which he unlocked the new scenarios was far beyond his visitors' speed to explore them. This was something that was unprecedented in the haunted house industry. Furthermore, even if the visitors had gone through all the guides and videos and came over to visit, expecting to clear the scenario, when they were inside the haunted house in person, they would realize that everything was different from what they had imagined. The atmosphere, sense of horror, and real ghosts were not things that could be captured through the lens of a camera. For an example, if the horror feeling felt through the video was at a 10, the feeling one would have when experiencing the horrors inside the video in person would be at 100 or even more. This was why some of the visitors felt so scammed by the guides that they saw. The popularity of director Luo's app that aided the haunted house made the futuristic theme park copy him and come up with the same strategy. They spent a lot of money on the marketing for the app, but the effect was not as good as they expected. There were many reasons behind this, but one of the reasons was that the futuristic theme park would never show their haunted houses ranking to the public, because they did not wish for the public to know that their haunted house had been grabbed and ground on the floor by a certain someone, not once but twice. Now that the issue with the ghost fetus has been handled, I can finally give myself a good rest. Chenji handed the responsibility to look after the visitors over to All Joe and Duan Yue while he squirreled into the staff break room. Closing the curtain, Chenji took out the comic that Yan Danian had just returned to him. He released Zio-sun and the other remaining tenants from behind the door. Surveying the new and strange environment, Zio-sun was much more honest this time. He rubbed his eyes, and the young man seemed to sense that something was wrong. Zio-sun, I have something that I need to tell you. Chenji sat at the side of the bed as he rubbed the white cat on its head. Actually, you are already dead. When Chenji said that, not only Zio-sun, even the rest of the original tenants behind the door had very strange expressions. I need you to really think about it. Chenji took out several pieces of white paper and pens and placed them on the table. Then he summoned out Zhang Yi from the comic to help these tenants recover their original memory. The memory of being murdered was naturally the most painful memory. The tenants' faces paled instantly, and they refused to accept that they were already dead. Of course, that would be a hard pill for anyone to swallow. Life that has been lost cannot be recovered, but the only thing that I can do is help you find your murderers and offer them to the police. Chenji pointed at the stack of paper on the table. Write down the name of your murderers and the exact details of your murders. I know how cruel that must be, but this is the only way I can bring you justice. After Chenji said that, some of the people started to move to the table and write. In the end, only Zio-sun stood where he was. What is the problem? Do you not feel well? It is not that. Zio-sun shook his head. He hesitated for a long time before he spoke. I actually ran away from home. I remember now it was because my family did not support my career in music. You wish to go back to see them? Yes. Okay, I will take you home this afternoon. Why don't you write down your original address on the paper as well? Chenji turned to the other tenants. I will also help the rest of you fulfill any regrets or final wishes that you have. Please do write them all down. Overwhelmed by drowsiness, Chenji placed the white cat and Xiaoxiao next to the bed and then slumped down to sleep. His body had reached its limit long ago. He slept until noon. Chenji sat up and went to collect the paper on the table. He then asked the tenants some questions one by one before he sent them all back into the comic. This is truly a tragedy. Some people have achieved unimaginable success due to their unflinching obsession, but others became ghosts with human skin due to the same reason. After he read all the information left behind by the original tenants, he took out the black phone because it had a few more unread messages on it. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for gaining a new employee, Sun Ziogen Cursed Seed, a walking attraction for bad luck. He is a very special specter. The ghost fetus once considered using him as one of the candidates, but due to various accidents, the ghost fetus ultimately chose to forego him. In a way, that was the luckiest thing that ever happened to him. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for gaining a new employee, Huang Mei Baleful Spectre, a soul that was dragged into the door by the ghost fetus. Due to her resemblance to Wen Qing, the ghost fetus never harmed her. Congratulations, Red Spectre's favored, for gaining a new employee. Chenji gained 7 new workers. However, these employees did not have much loyalty toward him or the haunted house, and they had not been given professional training, so Chenji did not plan on letting them interact with the visitors for the time being. After I help the other tenants with their last wishes, I probably will have more employees who are willing to join me. After taking a whole morning of rest, Chenji still felt incredibly tired. He went to the toilet to wash his face, and then he collected all the evidence and documents that he had so far and shoved them into his backpack. I need to go to the police station to file these cases and hand the information over to the police. Then I shall bring the new employees to have a reunion with their family. Chenji had already planned the rest of his day. Finally, things can go back to normal for a day. Just as he said that, the phone that was charging suddenly rang. When he saw the caller ID, Chenji's expression twisted with disbelief. Li Zhang, I haven't gone to find him, yet he is already calling me on his own. Taking the call, Li Zhang's voice came from the other side of the line. Chenji, where are you now? And how come your phone was switched off all of last night? How about we talk about this in person? I'm afraid you will have to come and see me in person whether you like it or not. Li Zhang's tone was extremely severe. The blind man who stayed with you at the mental hospital before this, he died last night. It was a horrible death. I need you to come to the People's Hospital of Jiujiang as soon as possible. Changgu is dead. Chen Ji was so distracted by the ghost fetus that he had almost forgotten about Chang-gu. Now that he was given this sudden news, his brain was struck numb. He was still expecting Chang-gu to help him finish a movie. "Okay, I will be there in a minute." After explaining the situation to Uncle Su, Chen Ji carried his backpack, hailed a cab, and hurried to the People's Hospital. One of the sick rooms on the second floor at the hospital had been cordoned off. Chen Ji was only given entry after he dropped Li Zheng's name. Pushing open the door, Chen Ji was hit by an extremely cold presence. He narrowed his eyes and he realized that Chang-gu was just standing behind the curtain. The man was expressionless. One of Chang-gu's eyes had been dug out, and his other eye was completely white. At that moment, Li Zheng and 2 police officers as well as 2 medical workers were inside the room. When they saw Chen Ji walk in, they directly surrounded Chen Ji. "Brother Zheng, what time did Chang-gu die last night? Do you suspect that this is a homicide?" Chen Ji's eyes glanced toward the curtain. Chang-gu did not seem to notice that Chen Ji was looking at him. "The patient woke up at around midnight last night. His eyes started to bleed and he kept screaming a person's name. Then he went completely silent. We tried our best to rescue him, but ultimately we were unable to keep him around." The doctor sighed. "Honestly, this is the first time I have encountered a patient like this. His body temperature was far lower than a normal person should be, but his physique and vitals were far stronger than a normal person's. He was unable to resuscitate from the coma. Until last night, his internal organs started to atrophy, and even now, we still cannot find the reason behind it." The doctor is not wrong. The patient's body has been sent for autopsy. The official statement given by the coroner is that the patient died from organ failure, which then led to his death. Li Zheng turned to Chen Ji. The gaze that struck him caused Chen Ji's heart to quiver. "That was a strange cause of death, but that does not have anything to do with me, right?" When Chen Ji spoke, he kept his eyes on the curtain. "The name that the patient kept screaming before he died was your name, Chen Ji." Li Zheng carried over a chair. "I also do not understand why, but it feels like everything is somehow related to you. Can you explain to me again what your relationship is with this patient?" "I guess you can say that he approached me for a favor. His younger sister is missing, and he wanted me to help look into that." Chen Ji stared at the curtain. His brain was not focusing on how to deal with Li Zheng, but on the reason behind Chang-gu's cause of death. Body temperature lower than normal, but physique stronger than normal. These symptoms were similar to his. Chen Ji was worried that he would one day end up in the same state as Chang-gu. Chapter 11:12. Who are you talking to 2 in 1? "You said Chang-gu asked you for a favor, so in other words, he can be considered your client." Li Zheng looked at Chen Ji with blatant suspicion on his face. "But you have not met him before. Why would he come to a person who owns a haunted house to help him finding a missing person? That does not make sense at all." "How does it not make sense? This person who owns a haunted house has a sparkling record of helping the police solve their cases, right? That only proves that I have a wide range of hobbies and am interested in many things." On the surface, Chen Ji was conversing with Li Zheng, but he kept his eyes glued to the curtain. No one in the room could see Chang-gu but him. They had no idea that this patient who had already been sent for autopsy was currently standing behind them. "Helping us with our cases? Well, you sure are quite open with your self-praise." Li Zheng was about to counter that claim, but there was nothing that he could say to overthrow it. There were many haunted house operators in the country, but a boss like Chen Ji was indeed exceptionally rare. One would probably come just once in 100 years. "Brother Zhang, other than calling out my name, did the patient say anything else before he died?" "No, he only kept screaming your name before he died." Li Zheng creased his brows into a frown. "Please be a little bit serious. We now suspect that it was you who put him in this state. After all, at the mental asylum, you were the only one who shared the room with him. In other words, you are the only one who has had any contact with him." "Brother Zhang, I swear this is a misunderstanding." Chen Ji immediately jumped to his explanation. He told Li Zheng about Chang Wenyu and the parents of the children who were sent to the door behind the school of the afterlife. However, he did not tell the full story. He chose parts of it that could be shared and used that to distract Li Zheng's attention. In reality, Chen Ji himself had no idea what Chang-gu's goal was. After all, when he was at the school of the afterlife, he was technically scammed by the Chang-gu and his sister. The real victim of that situation was Chen Ji. Of course, Chen Ji was not going to take issue with a dead person. He planned to take Chang-gu home with him after this. At the end of the day, they had been through many things together, and Chen Ji had a feeling they had many things that they could talk about. If it was another person who had come to drop these things on Li Zheng, the latter would not have given the person any chance and would have taken him to the station in cuffs for questioning. But Chen Ji was different. No matter how ridiculous his stories were, they would be confirmed later, especially when it came to the prediction of a murder case. It was almost a prophetic power that the young man had. His stories were scarily accurate. Seeing that Li Zhang was still hung up on the suspicions, Chen Ji decided to pull open the zipper of his backpack and said in the severe tone, "Brother Zhang, can we put the issue about this patient aside for now? I have something more important to report to you. Actually, when you gave me the call, I was already prepared to go to the police station to find you in person." What could be more important than the loss of a human life? Not only Li Zhang, even the doctor in the room was irked by what Chen Ji said. They all felt Chen Ji was being a bit too unfeeling and harsh. The loss of several human lives. Chen Ji took out the information from his backpack. When he said that, the sick room was shrouded in silence. Everyone turned to look at the stack of white paper that he was holding. "I went to the old city last night and came upon a big discovery at a place called Jin HWA Apartments." The actual statements and crime scene reconstructions written by the dead were hidden inside Chen Ji's backpack's compartment. What Chen Ji took out was a simplified version that he had personally written when he was in the cab. It only contained several names and several important clues. For murder cases, it was best that things were not that detailed. After all, if a normal person managed to reconstruct the murder scene perfectly, it would only be logical for the police to suspect them of being the murderer. Chen Ji handed the papers over to Li Zhang. "Why don't you take a look at it yourself?" Even though it was already the abridged version, it was enough to shock and stun Li Zhang. After all, the whole apartment block was filled with murderers and madmen. To accomplish his own goal, the ghost fetus had conducted a careful screening process when he chose his tenants. He denied those who had a kind heart, those who did not have a mind that he could corrupt, and those who were too simple and naive. After collecting for 10 years, instead of saying that all the crazies at Jiujiang had chosen to move to Jin HWA Apartments and Jiuhong Apartments, it was more like the ghost fetus had found them and lured them into one spot. When Li Zhang was skimming through the papers, Chen Ji made use of this chance, grabbed his backpack, and moved to the window. When Chang Gu saw him approach, his body started to shake slightly. He lifted his head and used his remaining eye to look at Chen Ji. His lips opened and whispered in a tone that only Chen Ji could hear, "I can still see my little sister, yes." Chen Ji nodded. He took out the comic from his backpack, flipped it over to a random empty place, and then turned to look at Chang Gu silently. The meaning was clear. It was inconvenient for them to talk there. If he wanted to see his sister, then he had to go with Chen Ji. Chang Gu did not have much choice. The reason he called out Chen Ji's name before his dying breath was probably for this express reason. Chen Ji managed to extrapolate that much from the fact that his lingering spirit had not left the sick room after he died, as if he was there waiting for Chen Ji to come. The two shared a silent connection. Chang Gu entered the comic without resisting. Chen Ji put the comic away like nothing had ever happened. "Is the air conditioning broken? How come it suddenly feels so hot?" The doctor lowered the temperature of the air conditioning, and he moved several steps toward Li Zhang as if he was curious about the content on the white paper. Hearing the shuffling footsteps, Li Zhang immediately put the papers away. His expression was severe when he turned to look at Chen Ji. There was fury burning inside his eyes, but the fury was not directed at Chen Ji. Li Zhang was a man of justice. This was one of the reasons Chen Ji admired him so much. "Chen Ji, you have to follow me back to the police station after this. This is too serious. We have to inform Captain Yan about it." Then, Li Zhang turned to address the doctor and the nurse. He told them to keep the room where Chang Gu died vacant for a while. He then left the hospital with the other police officers and Chen Ji in tow. At the police station, once Captain Yan was briefed of the situation, he immediately summoned all the important personnel to have an emergency meeting. Everyone was seated inside the conference room. Even Chen Ji was given his own seat, and most importantly, none of the officers felt that Chen Ji's presence was out of place. The staff had compiled the information provided by Chen Ji and compared them to the missing person records and the unclosed cases from many years ago. The police discovered that the murders mentioned on the papers matched some of the cases almost perfectly. "Round up the teams immediately. We are going to Jin HWA Apartments now. By the way, call all the people who are on leave back to the station as well." Captain Yan was going to lead the team personally. After he had assigned everything, a few police cars left the station in a group. Hugging his backpack, Chen Ji was squeezed between two other police officers. He appeared rather cautious and reserved. Should you guys send in some plainclothes to do some investigation first? If you go in directly like this, you might scare some of the innocent tenants there." The atmosphere inside the car was serious. Neither officer answered Chen Ji's question. 10 minutes later, they arrived at Jin HWA Apartments. The parade of police cars rumbled through the streets. The sirens echoed through the air of the old city. Karma might be late, but she would never miss out on the party. Most of the tenants had no idea what was going on, but some of the tenants had already prepared to sneak away. When the police arrived, however, they directly sealed up the whole of Jin HWA and Jiu Hong apartments. No one was going to escape. The ambush was so sudden and without any warning. In a way, this was the first time Chen Ji had seen Captain Yan in action. He carried out his action with drive and determination and had a scarily accurate instinct when it came to crimes and cases. Everyone at Jiujiang Police Station was a well-trained member of the law enforcement. After all, they had been baptized by a shower of heavy crimes. Even a newbie would grow exceptionally fast in this environment. For those working there for just a month, they would have been exposed to a number of heavy crime cases that would rival the total number of those at other stations in a year. In just 10 minutes, they had managed to apprehend many suspects. Captain Yan and the rest had also noted the mysterious disappearance of Xiang Nguyen and Wen Qing. The crime scene investigators managed to find Chen Ji and other strangers' fingerprints at the scene. The police had also discovered a large amount of death notices with Xiang Nguyen's name. "You were here last night." Both Captain Yan and Li Zheng were staring at Chen Ji. They took on a different persona when they were working a case, and that brought some amount of pressure on Chen Ji. Wen Qing is the estate agent who is responsible for these 2 residential areas. She has worked here for 10 years already. She's the one who told me most of the information that I handed over to you. Wen Qing's occupation meant that she needed to have a close relationship with the tenants there, so there was a chance that she would know about everything that had happened. Other than that, Wen Qing was now trapped on the other side of the door. The police could not summon her for questioning, so Chen Ji could come up with any story that he wanted. "So where is she now? Weren't you with her last night?" Li Zheng peppered Chen Ji with questions. This time the case involved so many people that even this experienced police officer who had been through a lot was quite nervous. Wen Qing noticed the strange actions of the tenants here a long time ago, but she was too scared to speak up because she had a feeling someone was onto her and might her or her son. However, she did not know who that person was. Someone was threatening her. Even Captain Yan's expression changed. This case was getting worse the more he dug into it. Yes, you can see that from the flyers in the corridors all over the building that slander her reputation, and the stack of death notices that were addressed to her house. There are some people who could not wait for her to die. Some people, more than one person. Captain Yan very astutely captured the choice of words that Chen Ji used. There are many people who wanted this poor woman dead. Is it because she found out about their secrets? "I do not know the details either. I'm afraid you will have to find her and ask her in person." Chen Ji changed the subject. But when Qing did mention something to do, she did say that the person that wanted to kill her was related to a hospital. Chen Ji decided to bring up the non-smiler and the cursed hospital now. He could push all the blame behind the murders and the disappearance all on the cursed hospital. When Chen Ji could not find the solution, he decided to pin the blame on the cursed hospital. After all, it was indeed the faceless doctor sent by the cursed hospital that framed the ghost fetus and killed Wen Qing. That was truth. Even if Chen Ji was given a lie detector test, he would pass with flying colors. Not only Wen Qing's disappearance, Chen Ji had also pinned all the wicked things that the ghost fetus had done onto the cursed hospital. The ghost fetus was corrupted by the hospital, but the ghost fetus was dead now, so the crimes committed by the ghost fetus should be shouldered by the hospital. That was quite sensible in Chen Ji's eyes. Earlier, when Cizin died mysteriously on the operating table, Captain Yan's people spotted the non-smiler on the surveillance camera outside the hospital. Then, they had once again spotted the presence of the non-smiler on the street outside of Jin HWA apartments. Combined with the crucial clues given by Chen Ji, the investigative direction of the entire Jiujiang Police Department would be targeted at the cursed hospital. Several murders were exposed, and the murderers were apprehended on the spot. The owner of Jiu Hong Housing Agency, who rarely showed himself, was also summoned to the crime scene. The police interrogated them one by one. This continued until the afternoon. Interestingly enough, after the police finished their questioning of Jiang Jiu, they had him sit together with Chen Ji to wait for the next round of questioning. Of the two of them, one was the last to see Wen Qing alive, and the other was the last to talk to Wen Qing on the phone. The actual linchpins of Western Jiujiang New Century Park and Eastern Jiujiang Futuristic Theme Park were seated side by side. This was a scene that was hard to imagine. After the police left, when there were only the two of them in the room, Chen Ji leaned back in his chair and glanced sideways at Jiang Jiu next to him. Time had not left much of a trace on Jiang Jiu. He was supposed to be around the same age as Director Luo, but he appeared much younger than Director Luo. However, he was dressed his age. It made him look very formal. "It is quite difficult to schedule a meeting with you. This is indeed a rare chance for us to meet." Chenji took out the comic like he was looking for reading material and casually flipped through it. Jiang Jiu did not reply. He appeared to think that it was beneath his level to speak to Chenji. Perhaps he might have responded if it was Director Luo. "The ghost fetus that threatens you is no longer of this world." Chenji flipped the comic to the page where Zhang Yu was hiding and stopped. When the term ghost fetus was mentioned, Jiang Jiu's hands trembled slightly, but he soon caught himself. "I do not know what you are talking about. If that were true, you would not have responded to my statement." Chenji stared at Jiang Jiu, and his pupils slowly narrowed. After he used yin-yang vision, the presence about him completely changed. Even the temperature inside the room started to drop. "From how I see it, you have lost your mind from spending too much time designing the haunted house." Jiang Jiu refused to admit it no matter what. He turned his head to the side, but his body was shivering out of fear. "I do not care about the rest. I only want to know one thing." Chenji stood up and looked down on Jiang Jiu. "Did you hear any information about my parents from the ghost fetus?" Jiang Jiu was a pure businessman. For benefit and gain, he could accept working with a ghost. One could not expect honesty from such a person, but by giving him enough benefits, he could be urged to spill the beans on everything he knew. The room temperature continued to drop. While Jiang Jiu was hesitating, Chenji realized his own body temperature was dropping as well. That caused a twinge of fear to curl around his heart. He was reminded of a very bad memory. "I have never heard the ghost fetus mention your name before, but he likes to make mud statuettes that resemble you. He appears to want to become you." "Is that all? Then did he mention anything about my parents?" "He did go to find your parents before." This statement excited Chenji. It caused the blood in his veins to boil. "When did that happen?" "I cannot remember it that clearly anymore. I only know that after that incident, the ghost fetus never stepped into Western Jiujiang again." Jiang Jiu slowed down as he gradually calmed down. He tried to wrest the control away from Chenji. "I can tell you something even more important. The city of Jiujiang is very unique. Your parents were forced to stay here, or rather, they were not allowed to leave due to some unique reason. They were forced to stay here because they were needed to guard over something." Chenji thought back on his more than 20 years of life on this earth, and his lips were pursed together. Were they protecting me or the door at the haunted house? Jiang Jiu had quietly memorized everything Chenji had said. Naturally, that did not escape Chenji's notice either. Thankfully, he had the perfect solution for this problem. "I did not want to do this initially, but you are too cunning, and I am afraid that you might use my words to harm in the future, so..." Chenji waved at Zhang Yi. "Make it quick." Jiang Jiu had no idea what was happening. He frowned deeply. Who are you talking to?" Chapter 11:13. She is the female main chapter for this movie. 2 in 1. Chapter 11:13. She is the female main character for this movie. 2 in 1. Jiang Jiu soon understood whom Chenji was conversing with. He saw a thin and lanky young man walk out from behind Chenji and proceed to use both hands to press against his head. "Do not be afraid. It will be over soon." Suddenly, there was one extra person in the room. Jiang Jiu soon realized what was happening. However, before the man was given any chance to struggle, his memory started to get muddled. The memories related to the ghost fetus were hidden away, and he soon collapsed unconscious to the ground. Summoning Zhang Yi back into the comic, Chenji glanced at Jiang Jiu, who leaned on the seat unconscious, and he quickly yelled at the top of his lungs, "Hey, are you okay? Hey, wake up, can you hear me? Brother Zhang, he has fainted, I need help." Hearing Chenji's cries for help, the police officers on duty quickly hurried over. They conducted first aid on Jiang Jiu. They concluded that there was nothing wrong with Jiang Jiu. He was not injured, but the problem was that he refused to wake up. "We'd better get him to the hospital, stat." After the police sent Jiang Jiu away, Chenji was again left alone in the room. He took out his phone to give Uncle Su a call to get an update on the haunted house. After ensuring that everything was running smoothly, he walked to the side of the bed, hugged his backpack in his arms, and curled up and slept. After who knew how long, Chenji was shaken awake. He opened his eyes blurrily and saw Li Zheng and a few of the officers looking down at him. "You guys are finished with your work. I really did not expect someone to be able to fall asleep at a crime scene. Do you think we summoned you here to provide a place for you to rest?" Li Zheng was rather speechless when it came to dealing with Chenji, but he could see that Chenji was indeed incredibly tired. "Well, that's because I know you guys are around. I've helped the police apprehend so many killers. Naturally, there are many people who are out to get me. Normally, I have to sleep with my eyes open. Only when the people's guardians are by my side can I sleep peacefully. That's enough nonsense out of you. You better get ready to go back home, and please do not leave Jiujiang for now. We might summon you to aid in the investigation at any moment. Li Zhang and the police were very busy. After they said that, they left in a hurry. Chen Ji looked out the window. The sky was already dark. Indeed, it's time to go back. I should have a nice little chat with Chang Gu tonight. Chang Gu himself was not that unique. He was just a specter who had a talent in directing, but Chang Wenyu was different. She was the second Red Spectre who had her own special page other than Zhang Ye in the Black Phone. Technically speaking, Chang Wenyu's soul should have been destroyed at the School of the Afterlife already, but the Black Phone stated that she was not yet fully dead, and she appeared to know some secrets about the Black Phone. That was something that Chen Ji minded a lot. When he returned to New Century Park's haunted house, the living employees were cleaning up and ready to go home while the ghost employees were all busy with their own things. Chen Ji did not disturb them. He walked straight into the staff break room and flipped through the comic to summon out Chang Gu. There are no outsiders here, so there is no need for you to hold back. Tell me everything that you know. The white cat gave the single-eyed person that appeared before it a once-over before it jumped to the side with disdain. The cat was always meek before the strong, but strong before the meek. My little sister's soul is probably still alive. She has kept a life as a backup. Chang Gu's first sentence was so shocking that grabbed Chen Ji's attention immediately. What do you mean by that? Where is this life, then? Chen Ji stared into Chang Gu's eyes. I do not understand it either. That was what she told me. Whether the plan failed or succeeded, as long as I could leave the School of the Afterlife, I needed to hurry to come find you because she wants to make a deal with you. Chang Wenyu had indeed prepared some insurance. The siblings were not as simple as they seemed. What kind of deal? She knows you have a black-colored phone on you, and she even knows that phone has once appeared on another person before. She is willing to tell you everything that she knows and help you complete their favors. Chang Gu extended out 3 fingers. You guys sure have planned ahead. To ensure that you are not lying to me, I will have to first rescue Chang Wenyu's spirit. Chen Ji glanced at Chang Gu. This is a deal where you guys have nothing to lose. My sister's eye has seen many things. She will not lie to you. You two sure share a deep and firm relationship. She is directly responsible for your death, but even now, you are still doing everything you can to help her. Even I am getting a little bit touched by it. Chen Ji stood up and walked a circle around Chang Gu. There is no problem with me helping Chang Wenyu, but 3 favors are far from enough. Then what else do you want? I will tell you later. First, I need you to tell me what kind of help you want from me. Chen Ji first needed to completely finish all the issues related to Chang Wenyu. This was a mission given by the Black Phone, and it was a rare chance for him to get to know the Black Phone a little bit better. My sister has hidden a lingering spirit in Xin Hai. The lingering spirit is inside the body of a student. You only need to resuscitate the memory of that lingering spirit. Will the student die after the lingering spirit's memory has been activated? Compared to saving Chang Wenyu, Chen Ji was more worried about the innocent student's life. After all, Chang Wenyu was a top Red Spectre. A normal human would be able to suffer her memory and survive. No, it appeared like Chang Gu was still hiding something else from Chen Ji. The student is currently enrolled at Xin Hai First High School. She's a girl who was almost dragged into the School of the Afterlife by the door, but my sister saved her. Do you have any other information beyond that? No, that's all I was told. Chang Gu had already finished all the words that he was supposed to say. He stood in the middle of the room with a lack of expression on his face, except the small trace of melancholy that lingered in his eyes. To be able to have been selected by the School of the Afterlife's door, she must have been bullied at her school before. That helps narrow down the search a lot, so I believe it will not be that difficult to find this girl. Chen Ji suddenly changed his tone. But I do not intend to go to Xin Hai anytime soon. Why? Chang Gu felt like Chen Ji was purposely making things difficult for him. I have a nemesis currently residing at Xin Hai. If I go there now, they will definitely come for my life. Chen Ji's hand phased through Chang Gu's shoulder. Before I have everything prepared, my advice is for you to stay here and work. I risked my life at the School of the Afterlife for you and your sister, and in the end, I got betrayed by both of you. Don't you think it is time for you to work for me to repay your debt? How long do you need to prepare? Can you at least give me a time frame? I guarantee you it will be done within a month. After saying that, Chen Ji took out his phone. He was now ready to complete another promise that he had been delaying for a long time. Sliding down the screen, Chen Ji called a number. A dial tone came from the other side of the phone. Just the dial tone was enough to make the temperature inside the room drop several degrees. Several seconds later, the call was connected. A hoarse male voice came through. "Chenji, do you need anything from me?" "Zhang Wenyu, I do not need anything from you. It's like this." Chenji took a deep breath. Even though he was talking on the phone, it felt like the Red Spectre's voice was directly echoing in his mind. "I have expended a lot of energy to help you find a rather famous director within the industry to help, and I believe I have all the required actors. Furthermore, I have more than enough locales at my haunted house to use as set pieces, like schools, an isolated village, a small town, a mental asylum, an underground morgue, and so on. The only thing that I am lacking now is the script. You wish to help the author complete his dying wish." "Of course, wasn't that our promise from the beginning?" Chenji smiled. "Not only him, I will help carry the dying wishes of the other suicide victims out as soon as I can because I might not have much time left." "Did something happen to you? Do you need any help?" The male voice on the other end of the phone was chilly and icy. Those who did not know him would think that Zhang Wenyu was a very scary ghost, but those who knew of his past would know how much he loved and cherished this world. "This has nothing to do with you. If I do need your help, you can be sure that I will tell you." Chenji wanted to form a good relationship with Zhang Wenyu because this Red Spectre was someone that he drew from the black phone, and he was extremely rare. It was much more difficult to get him compared to Zhang Ya. In other words, this suicide line operator who died from committing suicide carried many secrets and was incredibly powerful. Actually, after meeting Zhang Wenyu for the first time, Chenji had secretly gone to investigate the man. He realized that the man had left his presence around both northern and southern Jiujiang. The reason these two places could be so peaceful probably had plenty to do with this unique Red Spectre. Western Jiujiang had Chenji's haunted house, and eastern Jiujiang had the ghost fetus. Even though neither southern nor northern Jiujiang had any powerful Red Spectres, that also indirectly proved how unique Zhang Wenyu was. Perhaps, like Zhang Ya, he had many important secrets about him. No matter the reason, Chenji wanted to befriend Zhang Wenyu. Of course, if the latter was willing to become his employee, that would be the best. Zhang Wenyu shouldered many things on his back. He had shouldered all the dying wishes of the suicide victims. In a way, this was very similar to Dr. Gao and the ghost fetus, who had chosen to carry all of the sin that had collected behind the door. But Zhang Wenyu obviously did not lose his mind over this. He still maintained his rationality and sentience after what he did. Chenji had a feeling that Zhang Wenyu was treading a third path. This path was different from Dr. Gao and the ghost fetus, who voluntarily took on all the sin behind the door, and also different from Chenji, who opened a haunted house to help all his employees fulfill their wishes. But eventually, all paths would converge to the same destination. "I will help you complete all the victims' dying wishes. I know it is inconvenient for you to do certain things, so just leave them all to me." Chenji had gotten information about the author's bibliography from Zhang Wenyu, and at the same time, he had gained some affection from the man. After the call was ended, Chenji went online to search for the author's published books. After he ordered all the official publications, he turned to discuss the direction of the movie with Chang Gu. "The camera that Liu Gang's team carried with them when they came to challenge my haunted house is still with me. Do you think it will work?" Chenji had utilized the term, recycling, to its maximum. "The author's dying wish is to make a film that will become popular, and you plan to accomplish that with a simple camcorder. Don't you think that is a bit disrespectful toward the author and his work?" Chang Gu was surprised that the first thing Chenji wanted him to do was make a movie, but he did not hate this kind of feeling. At least his talent would not be wasted. Other than that, making a movie is not as simple as you think. We need to make many preparations, like casting, preparing sets, and gathering props and machinery. Other than the cameras, I basically have everything else here. Well, I do have some camera equipment, Chang Gu said with a hint of wistfulness. Do you still remember the holiday villa where we first met? The equipment that I used when I was still alive is all stored there. You can go and take them out. I can lend them to you. The word lend is wrong here. Furthermore, you will be the one using the equipment. I am just returning the equipment to its owner. Chenji picked up Xiaoxiao and signaled for Chang Gu to follow him. I will first give you a tour of this place. Along the way, you should see if there are any suitable sets. Pulling open the door that led underground, the chill wind brushed against the face, and it almost toppled Chang Gu over. This place was indeed scary because even a ghost like him thought the place had an eerie feeling about it. Guys, it is time to gather round. We are going to make a movie. Chenji took out the comic, stood at the top of the stairs, and shouted at the underground scenarios. It did not take long for people to react. The first was the mannequins from Mu Yang High School, who came out chasing after their heads that had rolled ahead of them. Then came the rustic ghosts from the living coffin village. Lastly, the doctors arrived from the underground morgue. In a few months, Chenji's haunted house had become quite a big family, and the family size was only growing bigger and bigger. These are all the actors at my haunted house. They have great experience in how to play a ghost. Perhaps they might not work as the main character, but I believe they have great potential to be side characters. Chenji looked at his employees with satisfaction, and he did not notice that Chang-gu's face had gone green. This scene from hell was actually a casting opportunity. Chang-gu's lips twitched slightly and nodded out of habit. Okay then. I have seen the movies that you've made. They are not bad, so I will leave the rest to you. Chenji shoved Chang-gu into the countless lingering spirits, baleful specters, and red specters. Let me make the introduction. This is Director Chang. He will be responsible for the production of the movie, so please try to cooperate with him. Being stared down by a gauntlet of flaring gazes, Chang-gu had a feeling that his body was being torn apart. He could take the searching views from the normal ghosts, but he felt very uncomfortable being scrutinized by the red specters. I will leave you guys here to discuss the script and come up with the direction of the plot. I will instead go to the holiday villa to collect the necessary equipment. Chenji called over the driver of bus route 104. Before this, after Xiao Bu had taken back the control of Liwan City, Chenji had the girl help him find the bus that had gone missing. Xiao Bu did exactly that. The bus had been placed at the theme park for quite some time after it was moved back from Liwan City. The reason for that was because it was too easy for this bus to become an urban legend after it got on the road. Even though I do not have my own Mercedes or a race car like other bosses, but I do at least have my own personal driver. The journey took quite some time. After Chenji finished moving all the equipment and returned to the haunted house, it was already 3 a.m. He drove the bus directly to the haunted house, and he had his employees help move the equipment underground. Chang-gu, how did the discussion go? Chenji noticed that many of the employees were in preparation or memorizing lines. He realized that Chang-gu had great organizational skill. I have skimmed through the work of the author. The easiest among them to be adapted into a movie is a novel about a high school comedy romance. Summer that year, I was 18. Of course, this is not to say that his other works are not popular. Every single one of his other books has enjoyed quite the popularity, but this book is the easiest to be adapted into a movie format. Furthermore, we have a lot of students here, and we have an assortment of schools, so we can make the movie from many different angles. Chang-gu continued with some professional lingo that confused Chenji, so all the latter could do was to nod along. Well, I see that you have already decided on the setting. What about the casting? I noticed one who has an exceptional talent in acting. When I saw first her, I knew that she would be the main female character. Chang-gu pulled the pen spirit over to him. She's practically the embodiment of the main character in the book. She's the epitome of youth and has that brooding presence about her that suggests something deeper in her personality. But most importantly, look at her eyes. They are deep with anxiety, suspicion, brashness, as well as anticipation and hope. What is youth? This is youth. Chapter 11:14, Peaceful and Warm Daily Update 2-in-1. Chapter 11:14, Peaceful and Warm Daily Update 2-in-1. The pen spirit stood blankly next to Chang-gu. She still did not understand what had just happened. Earlier, everyone was called to casting, and she merely ran through the expressions as per Chang-gu's direction. I am surprised that the pen spirit will be the first actor from my haunted house to debut. At least the daily lectures that I have given have not gone to waste. Chenji looked at the pen spirit like a proud father looking at his accomplished daughter. He asked Chang-gu, then, how about the casting for the male main character? About the male main character, I am still hesitating. There is a problem. In terms of acting skills, your worker by the name of Joe is very impressive. His acting skill is far better than all of the actors that I have worked with in the past, but the main problem is his age. We are going to shoot a high school drama. With his age, he is more suitable to be the main character's father. Chang-gu glanced at all Joe and Bai Keolin, who were purposely wandering around the area, and he sighed weakly. Theoretically speaking, the most suitable person at your haunted house to be cast as the main male character is Su-yin. His eyes appear to be hiding a sea of sadness, and he carries a natural air of melancholy with him. Age-wise, he is also the most suitable, but most importantly, his face can practically slaughter most of the male actors his age, so I would say he was born to become an actor. Then it's decided. Su-yin will be the main male character. It really did not matter to Chenji who the male main character was. He had even more hope that Su-yin would be able to slowly walk out from his own world through this experience and see what the outside world had to offer. Of all the workers at the haunted house, Su-yin was the most loyal. To protect Chenji, he had almost lost his soul several times, so no matter what, Chenji also wished to help Su-yin regain his hope. If you agree with that, then I will need you to have a good chat with him and help him with some counseling. The main male character has a lot of lines. It won't work if he just keeps on repeating the words so painful. Chang-gu was rather afraid of Su-yin. He did not even dare raise his voice when he was talking with Su-yin. Certain things can't be forced. Why can't you try to shorten the script for the male character, cut out most of the lines, or use another method to express the main male character's intention? That will be very difficult. After all, we are different from the other teams on the market who ruin the source material that they were given. We have to be able to say that we have not disappointed the original author who has already passed away. In a way, Chang-gu had his professional ethics when it came to his work. Okay, I will go and talk to him in a bit. Chenji followed Chang-gu as he paced between the School of the Afterlife and Mu-Yang High School scenarios. How about the other main characters? Have they been cast? Previously, I promised one of the employees that I would help her fulfill her dream of being in a movie. Her name is Duan Yue. She was an English teacher before she died. The investor forcing an actor into the film crew? That feels oh so familiar. Chang-gu wanted to reject it initially, but after he remembered who Duan Yue was, he changed his mind again. Oh, I think I remember her. That female teacher is quite a good actor as well. How about I cast her as the main female character's class teacher? In the original story, the class teacher helps the female main character, and in the end, she even marries the girl's father and lives happily ever after. What the? If all Joe heard this plot, he'd probably die again from laughter. Chenji nodded. I think you need to communicate with Duan Yue some more to see whether she is willing to take this role or not. Okay, I will run through the rest of the characters and casting with you for now. Chang-gu was a very talented director. The characters that he had chosen and the cast that he had assembled were so perfect that the actors basically did not need to overact in their roles. They only needed to be themselves, and they could easily bring the characters that they were assigned to life. The extras aside, there were only 9 main roles in total. This high school comedy did not have a convoluted plot. It focused around a girl from a single-parent family, and how she managed to walk out from the mist of depression with the aid of her family and her company at school. It was a story about youth. It was a story about growth. It was filled with positive energy and the pain that one had go through as one grew up into adulthood. A series of seemingly unimportant events were lined up together to form an interesting and captivating story. The story itself was not that long, but it had a great dramatic effect and obvious conflicts. It was not that difficult to shoot. These were all the reasons Chang-gu had selected this source material to adapt. You'd better work as fast as you can. I will leave the rest to you. I hope that everything will be done in a week. Chenji did not know when the cursed hospital would come to find him. The easier he gained Zhang Wenyu's trust, the better. There was only positive benefits and no downsides. I am surprised that I've been given more time to do the things that I love after death. This is so ironic. But don't you worry, I will not disappoint you this time. Chang-gu gave Chenji a promise. He would let Chenji see the result within 5 days. Chenji also thought that Chang-gu was quite a reliable director, so he did not ask more questions. Like he said, he handed everything over to Chang-gu. He was just a normal person. He could not be compared to baleful specters and red specters. After working without rest until midnight, he was already very tired. The moment Chenji left the underground scenario, and Chang-gu was going to continue with his shooting, a small figure silently pulled on the corner of Chang-gu's shirt. Chang-gu, who was startled, turned back to look and saw a red specter whose height reached his knees staring up at him. Do red specters roam this place freely? Chang-gu's body was frozen to the spot. He noticed that Chenji's haunted house was scarier than the School of the Afterlife. Director Chang, my name is Men Nan. Do you think there's a character suitable for me in the script? Since I was young, I've dreamt of seeing myself on the big screen. I guess you can call it one of my biggest dreams. Chang-gu could ignore the request of a child, but things were different if that child was a red specter. Of course, there is no problem with that. How about I assign you the role of the female main character's younger brother? There is such a character in the source material, but he does not appear that often. That does not matter as long as I can show up on the screen at least once. Men Nan left satisfied. Chang-gu also sighed in relief. He moved his feet and was about to walk away when his whole body shivered. A mist of blood enveloped him. He turned back to look, and a female red specter was standing at the corner gazing at him with the head that she carried in her arms. She did not say anything. She only continued to stare at Chang-gu with the head in her arms. Hello, Chang-gu said cautiously as he forced himself to move forward to meet this newcomer. This was because he felt that it would be safer for him to get close to the woman rather than show her his back and allow her to follow him everywhere. The headless woman could understand Chang-gu. but the accumulated resentment and hatred made it so that she was not used to express her own opinion. You also wish to be a part of the movie? Actually, I have a role that is perfect for you. The character has no lines. She only needs to give her silent blessing to the main couple. Chang Gu's face was pale, and he was speaking very carefully. Making a movie at other places required money, but making a movie at this place might require your life. The headless movie did not say anything. She merely held her head and nodded it several times before she silently left. Chang Gu only sighed in relief after the headless woman disappeared from his view. I should hurry back to work, or else some other red specters might appear to accost me. At 8 a.m. the next day, the first thing that Chen Ji did after waking up was enter the underground scenario. He needed to remind Chang Gu that all the movie-making business had to be done at night because the haunted house needed to operate like normal in the day. The ghost employees did not need to rest. Even after a whole night of shooting, they were still very energetic. Everyone was excited to welcome the visitors. They were the most professional actors whom Chen Ji had ever met. The employees returned to their workstations, while Chang Gu used the morning break time to edit and cut the drafts that he had shot the night before. Even though he had worked through the night, he could still continue working. The director was as impressive as the actors. Su Wan and the gang arrived at around 8:15 a.m. Chen Ji helped them with their makeup and then walked into the staff break room alone. He complied and arranged all the dying wishes that he had gotten from Zhang Wenyu's suicide victims. Most of the suicide victims came from northern and southern Jiujiang. A small portion of them died somewhere between Xinhai and Jiujiang. There are so many of them? Chen Ji printed out all the information and shoved it into his backpack. He planned to go out that morning to help Zhang Wenyu complete part of the dying wishes of the suicide victims. Most of the dying wishes were not that complicated, but Zhang Wenyu, who was a ghost, had trouble doing them due to obvious reasons. Before he even stepped out from the door, Chen Ji's phone rang. Pressing the accept button, Director Luo's voice came from the other side of the line. Chen Ji, I have just received 2 pieces of news. I need you to be prepared. What's the news? Chen Ji heard an undercurrent of worry in Director Luo's voice. There has been an adjustment among the higher-ups at the futuristic theme park. Jiang Jiu is hospitalized, and now the theme park's administration has been taken over by someone called Ma Feng. I know this man very well. He is callous and ruthless. He is young, but he's advanced very quickly through the ranks. That is because he is swift with his decision and merciless with his actions. The people below him all refer to him as the quick slasher. The man's name is Ma Feng. He is very capable and always goes for the kill. Because of his merciless nature, he has offended quite a long list of people. If not for Jiang Jiu's accident, he would not have gotten the chance to rise to the top. Do we need to pay special attention to this person? Chen Ji knew the reason behind Jiang Jiu's hospitalization. He just did not expect the chain effect to be so strong. Ma Feng operates on benefits. From the very beginning, he was vocally against the many traps that Jiang Jiu set up against us. He thought they were a waste of money and time. Now that he has taken the reins, he will launch to another counterattack on us. If he is successfully, then it will highlight how good he is and how useless Jiang Jiu was. If he fails to accomplish anything, then he will probably give up the haunted house idea and other related projects for the futuristic theme park to avoid competition with us. Is that not a good thing? If we teach him a good lesson in the future, the 2 theme parks will exist in a peaceful, symbiotic relationship, and they will not keep a target on our back anymore. The world of business is like a war. Only the winner takes all. Even if Ma Feng fails, the futuristic theme park will only temporarily remove the target from our back, but being able to gain that period of time where we do not need to worry about the competition is very valuable already. I will not sit idle in the meantime. Our theme park has already to upgrade and improve with the time. Director Luo's words had hidden a very important message. And in the future, when we have everything that they have and we also have everything that they do not have, if you were a visitor, who would you choose to visit? Of course, I will choose to come to our theme park. It was not until this moment that Chen Ji realized that when Director Luo said, "The winner takes all," it meant that he wanted to swallow up the entire futuristic theme park. This will not take too long. Before the upgrade is completed, I am afraid you will have to work a little bit more to shore up the deficiencies of the other halted attractions. Understood. Chen Ji and Director Luo were on the same ship. Their fate was tightly linked together. By the way, didn't you say you received 2 pieces of news? What's the other one? It's news from the special sick room at the People's Hospital of Jiujiang. The people that have fainted at your haunted house have mostly recovered and left the hospital. These people spent almost every day consoling and encouraging each other. Other than that, the hospital workers heard that they have been planning and plotting to come back for revenge. It is like some kind of cult. You are afraid that they might come back to take revenge on me. Chenji could not help but laugh. These fainted visitors have watched too much of the Avengers, haven't they? Do not be overconfident. A collective wave can capsize a boat. Director Luo ended the call after that. The smile still had not left Chenji's face. Yes, a collective wave could capsize a boat, but no matter how big the wave, it would not shake an aircraft carrier. Chenji welcomed their return. If they came openly through the front entrance, the doors of the 4-star scenario would be open for them anytime. If they sneaked from behind, the demon god and red specters would be their welcoming crew. After greeting Uncle Su, Chenji carried his backpack and left New Century Park to hurry to northern Jiujiang. Following his own plan, he started to help the suicide victims complete their dying wishes. During this process, Chenji noticed something peculiar. As more and more dying wishes were completed, a red number appeared next to the title of votive master in the black phone. Whenever he finished a victim's dying wish, the number would increase, and the amount it increased would differ each time. The amount appeared to be related to the difficulty of the dying wish. Currently, the number next to the votive master title was 127. Chenji predicted that the title would somehow change when the number counter reached 200. Chenji busied himself until late afternoon, and he returned to New Century Park. He asked his employees for an update. It was yet another peaceful day with no accidents. There are more and more people who are courageous enough to challenge the 4-star scenario, but their progress from completing the scenario is still very, very low. From the report given to him by All Joe and by Keolin, in the past week, there had been almost 200 visitors who entered the School of the Afterlife, but the scenario had such a high intensity of specters in it. After all, Chenji had found all the souls of the dead students who had been dragged into the door, and had provided these homeless souls with a sanctuary at his own School of the Afterlife scenario. This caused a direct consequence where no visitor was able to fully explore the School of the Afterlife. Basically, most of them called to surrender with tears and screams, and they were led out of the scenario by actual ghosts. Various rumors about the School of the Afterlife started to appear on the internet. The popularity of this topic was so high that it had far expanded beyond the small circle of haunted house enthusiasts. One 4-star scenario is still too little. I should consider opening the Ghost Fetus scenario to the public. I should go and give it a good inspection tonight. The theme park closed for the day at 6 p.m. After sending away all the visitors, he had Su Wan and the gang go home, and he entered the underground scenario alone. Changgu had started to organize people for his shoot. Meanwhile, Chenji hugged the white cat, carried the comic, and entered the Ghost Fetus scenario. Originally, there was only one ladder that led underground, but now there was a second ladder that led to the second basement level. The whole second basement was occupied by one scenario, the Ghost Fetus scenario. The voiceless small town, the white orphanage, the spire of darkness, the haunted avenue, all these scenarios were joined and pieced together. There were many dark paths that extended deeper into the ground. The Ghost Fetus, despair, and twisted spirit shrouded the entire scenario. The Ghost Fetus scenario was, in essence, different from the School of the Afterlife scenario, probably because this scenario once belonged to a demon god. Once one entered it, one would feel the pressure on one's heart like a demon had just entered it. It kept evoking the bad memories that one had buried deep in one's mind. All the negative emotions would be amplified. A person's sin and guilt would find release there to become the nutrient for the Ghost Fetus scenario. After experiencing the worst despair, perhaps the visitors would feel lighter after they left. Perhaps they would gain a new insight toward life and their future. With only some short period of unconsciousness as sacrifice, one could welcome a new life. For Chenji, this seemed like such a valuable trade. Flipping through the comic, Chenji summoned out all the specters he had encountered in the world behind Ying Tong's door. Miss Dress, Mr. Wood, Auntie Wu, and Miss Red silently appeared around him. I believe Bai Keolin and All Joe have already updated all of you on what is going on. The Spire of Darkness will be your home from now on. Other than the rules of the employees that you need to follow, you are free to do anything you like. Chenji conversed quickly with his new employees. Soon, you will see the allure of this job, and I trust that you will learn to enjoy it and love it. After that, Chenji summoned out all the specters and spirits that he had obtained from all the Ghost Fetus, 9 doors. He assigned them positions one by one until Zyro-sun was the only one left. Zyro-sun had accepted the fact that he was already dead. He was surprisingly open about it. At this moment, seeing that he was the only one who was not assigned a job, he felt quite left out. Brother, what do you need me to do? I also want to help scare the visitors. I am quite good at that. I do not need you to do that. Chenji looked at Zyro-sun with expectation. Instead, I need you to pretend to be part of the visitors and mix into them. That is the only way for you to unleash your full potential. Utilize your uncanny ability to bring down the luck of the people around you. You want me to act as one of the visitors? Zio-san did not quite get it. He did not understand that this was something a haunted house could do. That is the only way your talent will not be wasted. I fully believe that with your talent, it will be very easy for you to cause bad luck to befall your teammates. Chenji nodded with a smile. After all, you are a unique talent who managed to use a single statement to make a demon god go on a rampage. Chapter 11:15. Why is your comedy breaking the records of the horror shorts and movies ranking? 3 in 1. But I have no experience. I am not that good a liar. I will be so easily exposed. Zio-san had a helpless smile on his face. This was the first time he had been so valued greatly in his life. There is no need for you to act. You only need to be yourself. Chenji had great expectations for Zio-san. He planned to train this young man well. After all Joe is done with the shoot, you should go and ask him for some pointers. He is one of the most experienced employees here, and he has a lot of experience acting as part of the visitors. Okay. Good luck, I believe in you. Chenji had Zio-san familiarize himself with the scenarios while he carried the white cat to continue inspecting the ghost fetus scenario. All Joe and Duan Yue have become far too popular for their own good. Many visitors become alert once they see someone similar to them in their midst. In fact, I was told that some of the more experienced visitors purposely ask for the names of their teammates before entering the haunted house. If there's a member with the surname Joe in their team, they stay far away from them. This has greatly increased the difficulty of all Joe and Duan Yue's work. A new employee joining the big family is a good thing. I believe that Zio-san will be given his chance to shine in the haunted house and greatly showcase his unique talent. The cursed seed that was abandoned by the ghost fetus found a new job at Chenji's place. After assigning the posts for all the ghosts, Chenji personally taught him the tactics to scare people, and at the same time, Chenji himself was getting more familiar with the ghost fetus scenarios. The ghost fetus scenarios were slightly bigger than the scenario for the School of the Afterlife. The 9 sub-scenarios were already extremely scary, and that was not counting the hidden scenario that was the scariest, the world of the black fog. Chenji realized that the biggest difference between a 3-star scenario and a 4-star scenario was that all 4-star scenarios appeared to have a hidden scenario embedded within them. The hidden scenario at the School of the Afterlife was the Red Spectre's art room. The school compound where the art room was located was dyed completely red, and it was a perfect replica of the world behind the door. The hidden scenario at the ghost fetus scenario, Jiuhong Apartments, was a perfect replica of the world of the black fog. Wandering souls and negative emotions that morphed into the black fog shrouded the scenario. The only difference here compared to the world behind Xiang Nuan's door was the lack of man-eating monster fleeting through the black fog. Wading through the black fog, Chenji closed his eyes. He tried to seriously sense the terror that was brought on by the black fog around him. What exactly is this black fog? Why is my heart still palpitating even though I know that I am in a perfectly safe state? It feels like I have been brought out of the real world and deposited into someone else's nightmare. Everything is an unknown, and nothing is familiar. The world of the black fog was filled with abandoned memories. The black fog was brimming with pain, despair, and terror. Walking through it, one would have the sense of being assimilated by the atmosphere within it. As one continued to walk, one would subconsciously be sucked into being a part of the black fog and become a walking vessel for pain and despair. If a visitor is able to walk out from the world of the black fog with their own determination, then they must be someone incredibly powerful and impressive, Chenji commented as he walked through the black fog and entered Jiuhong Apartments. The few buildings there were located in similar positions to the world behind Xiang Nuan's door. The ghost fetus, most important memory and most painful past were all buried there. Chenji even found the rag doll's broken body. Similar to the Jiuhong Apartments behind Xiang Nuan's door, the rag doll's body was cut into many different parts and hidden within different buildings. I could have the mission be the collection of the rag doll's body. After the visitors have found all of the body parts and successfully bring them all out from the scenario, they will have cleared the scenario. With that in mind, Chenji started to find the body parts of the rag doll himself. The original intention was to take a picture of the compiled rag doll to use as part of the mission explanation, but who knew an accident would happen? When the rag doll was fully collected, the whole ghost fetus scenario started to change. Crying children appeared from inside the black fog, numerous haunted spirits flickered in and out of the darkness, and various curses climbed over all the buildings at Jiuhong Apartments like some kind of dark vines. What the hell is happening now? Chenji quickly summoned the red high heels. He was worried that he had triggered some kind of trap left behind by the ghost fetus. After the red high heels examined the situation, she gave Chenji a clear answer. The ghost fetus, soul, had already been destroyed. His consciousness was no longer of this world, and he would not return anymore. The reason the scenario had changed was because the malice of a demon god was so heavy that even though the ghost fetus had been destroyed, because he had suffered and carried all the sin behind the door, something of the ghost fetus would be left behind. That was the difference between a demon god and a top red specter. The ghost fetus scenario had recorded everything there was about the ghost fetus. This place would be a location that was closest to hell for any unsuspecting visitors, but it was heaven for the red high heels. She was treading the same path as the ghost fetus. Her expertise was also similar to the ghost fetus. Furthermore, she had consumed most of the curses left behind by the ghost fetus. This scenario that recorded the process of how the ghost fetus became a demon god would be incredibly helpful for the red high heels in her journey to become a demon god herself. And you shall stay at this scenario. With a top red specter like yourself watching over this place, I will not need to be worried. After Chenji said that, the red high heels who was covered in bandage walked over to him. Waving her hands, the woman used multiple black threads to weave out an army of ghosts and monsters. These monsters that were formed from pure curses were extremely scary. They were about as powerful as half-red specter. You plan to use them to scare the visitors. Chenji wiped away the cold sweat that slid down his forehead. That won't be necessary. That's too much overkill. Calm down. You only need to guard this scenario so that nothing goes wrong. Please do not use the curses to harm the visitors. Chenji did not make use of the red high heels idea, but it had given him a reminder. I have memorized the features of many monsters from inside the black fog. When I have time, I should go and make mannequins for all of them. A perfect haunted house scenario needs to have a mixture of mannequins and actual ghosts. Leaving behind Zhang Yi to aid the red high heels, Chenji followed a hidden path and left the hidden scenario. This was another difference between the ghost fetus scenario and the scenario for the school of the afterlife. At the ghost fetus scenario, every sub-scenario had a hidden path that could lead to the hidden scenario. Whether they could be found depended fully on the visitor's capability. The employees busied themselves with their chores. Those who were involved in the movies were busy with their scripts, and those who had just joined the haunted house were studying to get familiarized with their new identities. Chenji did not sit idle either. He entered the prop room and started to draft the blueprints for the monsters in the black fog and planned to go to the mannequin workshop to customize yet another set of equipment. And dawn had almost arrived. Chenji returned to the staff break room. He lay in bed, but no matter what, sleep eluded him. After spending almost every night the past week working through the night and risking his life, he was rather unused to the fact that he was suddenly given a chance to take a breather. With his mind wandering about, Chenji could not tell when the drowsiness overwhelmed him, but when he opened his eyes again, a new day had begun. The group of people that Director Luo had cautioned him about still had not appeared, but the amount of visitors who decided to challenge the 4-star scenario, the school of the afterlife, had a drastic increase. Many of them came from very far away, and their sole purpose was entering the school of the afterlife to experience it. These people did not appear like they were there to create trouble for Chenji. They were so polite that some of the employees felt too embarrassed to scare them. When they encountered a ghost, it was like they had met their seniors. They were so obedient and reserved, but even so, none of them were able to clear the scenario. This is too strange. Something must be behind this. Most of the visitors that came to visit the 4-star scenario today bought their ticket in a group via the internet, and they appeared to know each other fairly well. Chenji took a glance at the haunted house app that was designed by Director Luo. He noticed that in the past few days, someone had madly been collecting all the information about the school of the afterlife. In fact, there were threads on other forums and platforms where people had given out hard cash to purchase information related to the school of the afterlife. Chenji reflected this to Director Luo around noon. Director Luo confirmed that this was probably Ma Feng's doing. A real general would never fight an unprepared war. That was from The Art of War. The heavy collection of information conducted by Ma Feng was probably to re-challenge the scenario that had made the people from the futuristic theme park greatly lose face. As the idiom goes, pick yourself up where you fell down. The plan was to regain the face that Jiang Ju had lost. In a way, there was nothing wrong with what Ma Feng was doing. If he was up against a normal foe, he probably would have succeeded, but the key problem was that Chenji already had a new scenario. This kind of speed where a new scenario was unlocked surprised everyone in the haunted house industry, including Ma Feng. Have you finished your scouting? When you are all prepared, I will then announce the opening of a new scenario, the ghost fetus. Chenji watched from the sidelines as the batches of visitors entered to challenge to the school of the afterlife and were eventually wheeled out in the carts. He was feeling quite proud with himself. I am surprised that a mere haunted house operator like myself could help raise the income of the nearby medical facilities. I am truly a stand-up citizen. It was a peaceful day, and it passed without much fanfare. Chenji carried his backpack and left theme park to continue to help the suicide victims complete their dying wishes. Actually, during this process, Chenji had gained some small epiphanies. The bridge between life and death was uncrossable. The rules of the world were that harsh, but sometimes a gentle person would be able to ease the harshness a little. He busied himself until sundown. By now, Zhang Wenyu owed Chenji more than 10 favors. His attitude toward Chenji was turning better, his tone was no longer that stiff, and occasionally he would let his real self peek out. When he called Chenji on the phone, it began to feel more like two old friends catching up on the phone. The more Chenji got to know Zhang Wenyu, the more he realized how scary this red specter was. Northern Jiujiang and southern Jiujiang used to have the presence of many scary specters, but in the end, only Zhang Wenyu was left watching over these two locales. Chenji returned to New Century Park at around 6 p.m. He had just finished getting an update from All Joe about the daily operation when Chang Gu rushed out from the underground scenario. "Director Chang, are you looking for me? How can I help you?" "The film has been finished. Do you want to take a look at it?" Chang Gu's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was as pale as a sheet of white paper. Even his body had turned more transparent compared to a few days ago. It felt like the man had just been through a harrowing battle. "You finished the movie in just a few days? That is incredible." Chenji could not hide the shock on his face. Be it TV series or movies, making one is not as simple as you think. Based on the rules, we first have to get affiliated to a management unit who possess a movie-making permit, and then apply for a movie-making request form from the local film industry unit with their name. After the request form is approved, it will be passed above. The government will issue the permit after they have gone through the request and found no problem with it. But all of that is just getting project approval. In other words, that's just the first step. Chang Gu's tirade had successfully confused Chenji. "So, what did you mean earlier when you said that the film has been finished?" "The film I am talking about is a concept film. I suppose you can see it as an online short film that contains the main points of the main plot. As long as this concept film can get enough traction on the internet, it will naturally grab the attention of related companies. We have a lot of wiggle room then. After all of our actors are very special." Chang Gu was a member of the industry, so naturally, he understood the ins and outs better than Chenji. "But I do not wish to raise your hopes too high. This might not end up as anything, but at least everyone has enjoyed the shooting process and they are eager to see the final result. There is no living audience, but there is a bunch of eager dead viewers. I wonder if the author will accept this kind of result or not." Chenji followed Chang Gu underground. They entered the temporary theater. When they arrived, the theater was already bustling with the employees. The film itself is not that long, but every frame is exquisite. This is the hard work of everyone combined. After saying this concluding statement on the stage, Chang Gu walked down the stairs. Then the lights went off and the film started to play. The source material was called Summer That Year. I Was 18. The main plot was about a female high school student walking out from the influence of depression with the aid of her family and school to welcome a new chapter of her life. This was supposed to be a high school comedy filled with positive energy, but the feeling captured by Chang Gu's movie was a bit out of place. Before the image even appeared, just as the background music started to play, Chenji could feel the hairs on the back of his hands stand on end. "What do you think of this melody? It is an original by Su Yin. The man is a genius. He is incredibly handsome, good at acting, and knows how to compose music and play various instruments. How I wish I had an actor like him when I was still alive," Chang Gu whispered softly. His tone was gushing with admiration for Su Yin. The melody was composed by Su Yin. Then who is the singer? How come it sounds so horrifying? The singer is a student at the music club from the School of the Afterlife. Her nickname is Monitor. She's actually quite a cute girl. The melody is already scary enough, and you even found a ghost to help add to the singing. Chenji felt that the song was scary enough to be used as the background music at the haunted house as it was. "Is it scary? I personally felt the atmosphere that it created is quite comfortable. The aim of a comedy is to make the viewers feel comfortable and at ease." Chang Gu stared at the screen. The director appeared to be quite nervous. "Big brother, you are already dead. What seems comfortable for you will be a wildly different concept for the audience." But even the audience thought it was not bad. All right, the show is starting. The short is about to begin. Chang-gu shushed Chen-ji and signaled for him to focus. Honestly, Chang-gu had done a good job. He had expressed his talent as a horror movie director to its maximum. Chen-ji only watched the short for about 1 or 2 minutes before he was completely sucked in by the plot. However, the whole short was no longer focusing on the positive story of a girl with depression overcome her psychological illness. Instead, it turned into a journey through the macabre and absurd where the girl accidentally found herself living inside a world of illusions. She ran, she escaped, and she went through many inexplicable scenes like Alice through the looking glass before she finally woke up from her nightmare. The moment she woke up, it was also the moment where real life echoed with the nightmare. All the clues and symbolism had matched up. At the last scene of the short, the girl looked at the version of herself in the nightmare and yanked out the rose that grew on her heart in the nightmare. The rose pricked the girl's finger. The blood dripped from the nightmare into real life, and as if through mist, the gentle and familiar voice of the male main character could be heard. Is it painful? Even though the ending was left open for interpretation, the story was well constructed. Even Chen-ji was quite shocked after he finished watching it. It is far better than anything that I could have imagined. Job well done, but wait a moment. What was the plot of the source material again? Chen-ji turned to Chang-gu. The girl with depression overcoming the ordeals brought on by her illness. However, I have adopted a more visual approach to explore this whole project. High school, drama, youth, positive energy, all these elements could be found. The plot is basically left untouched, but the plot is merely moving at the same time in both real life and in the nightmare world. The nightmare world is the representation of the depressed girl's inner world, and the real world is, well, the real world. The two worlds intertwine and influence each other. It is, if I do say so myself, perfection. Chang-gu took out the author's book and specially marked out the changes and description to the girl's inner turmoil. A normal shooting method is very difficult to express this kind of inner change, but we are different. You should understand the concept of hiding the shortcomings and highlighting the positives. Chang-gu had great confidence in himself. Seeing the rowdy bunch of employees who had started to celebrate, Chen-ji also did not know what to say. In any case, copy the short for me. I will give it to the original author to take a look. If he gives his approval, we will directly upload it onto the internet. After he got the copy, Chen-ji hurried without stopping to northern Jiujiang. He saw Zhang Wenyu again. This red specter looked just like a normal person. There was no trace of negative energy around him. He was very different from the rest of the red specters that Chen-ji had encountered in the past. The author was given a private screening of Chang-gu's short and gave Chang-gu a very high review. He appeared to be saying that Chang-gu had managed to capture so perfectly the inner essence of his work. These people who are in the arts, they are impossible to understand. After getting the approval of the original author, Chen-ji rushed back to the haunted house. He had a very long discussion with Chang-gu before deciding to upload this concept short on many different platforms for short videos or platforms that Chen-ji had used in the past to promote his haunted house. The idea was to use the popularity and the number of fans that Chen-ji's haunted house had amassed to garner a kickstart for the short. His personal account, the biggest website for short videos, platforms for video sharing, and the live streaming platform that Chen-ji was a part of, as well as the haunted house app that director Luo had designed. Chen-ji decided to release the short on all the platforms that he could think of. He did not care about the money that he might need to burn. As long as this short could gain popularity and attract the attention of a potential investment company, he would have completed the dying wish of the author. In just 10 minutes after the short was uploaded, the views, comments, and shares started to skyrocket. This was far beyond Chen-ji's wildest expectation. What in the world, a haunted house is releasing a movie about high school comedy and romance? What kind of black hole script is this? The moment when the female main character confessed her love to the male main character, why did the head of the red-dressed extra in the background suddenly fall from her shoulders? What is the meaning of this? Is there a symbolism behind this? Have you ever seen a movie where the extra committed suicide simply because a love confession had occurred between the main characters? Are you sure this is supposed to be a comedy? The female teacher who led the two main characters into the classroom, when she turned around, her legs disappeared. What the F asterisk CK? What kind of comedy is this? The ending is godlike. Jesus, I'm still trying to get over it. The main male character is so damn handsome. Su Yin fan club incoming. Come and join. As long as you profess to guard Su Yin with your life, we will be brothers and sisters from different parents. Seeing the data that continued to rise, both Chen-ji and Chang-gu were stunned. Most of the editing and cutting was done by Chang-gu alone. and due to the restriction of time, there was bound to be some mistakes in some of the frames. But these mistakes taken in Chen Ji's haunted house would be real special effects in other horror movies, and they were special effects that needed a lot of money to simulate. What do we do now? I feel like we are wandering further and further away from the category of comedy. Before Chen Ji could finish what he had to say, his phone rang. Seeing that it was a call from Director Luo, Chen Ji quickly picked it up. Director Luo, what's wrong? Is there anything I can help you with? You know how to make movies. It was my employee's handiwork. Chen Ji did not even know how to explain himself. Director Luo, have you seen the short that we've made? It was an old friend of mine who called me up to inform me of it. He said that he had noticed a video that had gone viral on the internet. The production company of the short was listed as New Century Park's haunted house. He thought about it and realized, wasn't that my theme park? So he quickly called me to confirm it with me. Director Luo's tone had calmed down a bit. Is that friend of yours from a film and television company? In any case, he comes from an impressive background. Chenji, once your short was uploaded, its data directly steamrolled over all the shorts of the recent horror films. Their website has a ranking for overall data. Your short has already broken the record for their horror-type shorts and movies, and it is still setting new records as we speak. Director Luo's voice was laced with surprise and admiration. Chenji, you have given me too many surprises. It's good thing to break records, but I have something to reinstate and reaffirm. Chenji scratched his head. We are actually shooting a high school teen romance. It is supposed to be a comedy filled with positive energy. Comedy? Then why is your comedy breaking the records of the horror shorts and movies ranking? Chapter 11:16. You sure you want to chapter the most difficult scenario? 3 in 1. I also do not understand why our comedy broke records for horror films, but I swear we meant to produce a comedy from the very beginning, Chenji said with a bitter smile. As the saying goes, one aims for the goose but hits the gander. The original author had died and become a ghost, but he was very satisfied with Chang-gu's short and said that Chang-gu had captured the essence of his work. The original author was satisfied, the director was satisfied, the audience was satisfied, and the film and television company was satisfied. Everyone was satisfied. As strange as Chenji felt this whole thing was, he had slowly learned to accept the truth. Director Luo, the short that we uploaded is just a compressed concept short. If your friend wishes to cooperate with us further, we can sit down and talk about it. I believe that is his intention. I will give you his contact information in a minute. You guys can discuss this among yourselves. Thank you. Make use of this opportunity. The popularity of a film will be very good advertisement for the theme park. If the ensuing web series can maintain this popularity, it will be far more effective than any conventional advertising method. Director Luo ended the call. At that moment, the legend of this comedy-cum-horror flick was still spreading on the internet. Initially, Chenji's intention was to use the haunted house's popularity to give the short some traction, trying to attract 1 or 2 investment companies. But to his shock and surprise, in just a few hours, the popularity of the short started to overwhelm the popularity of the haunted house. Many viewers who had never been interested in the haunted house and horror games became interested in it. After all, it was rare for a haunted house to have the ability to produce a comedy short. A comedy produced by a haunted house even became a gag on the internet. The many unintentional takes became instant classics and were soon included in the educational syllabus for horror movie production. This kind of accidental horror caused the viewers to have a hard time sleeping at night. The more they thought about it, the more uncomfortable they felt. As a result, more and more people started to discuss this comedy. The source material was first a good one. The description of the clues and the psychological changes of the main characters were well done and to the point. Chang-gu's direction and production were uniquely perfect as well, and the unilateral plotlines of both the real world and the nightmare world could elicit various symbolic readings of the analogies and metaphors. To conclude, this web short produced by Chen Ji's haunted house exploded on the internet, and many users anticipated the sequel. Even though he had not gotten a wink of sleep that night, Chen Ji was still quite energetic. He and Chang-gu rotated through the various platforms. The data for the short for all platforms was still continuing to rise. The employees at the haunted house were very excited as well. Even though they still did not quite understand how popular this short was, they were satisfied and very happy when they saw themselves appear on the screen. The employees chatted among themselves, citing each of their cameos. Chen Ji, who overheard them, almost had a heart attack. Many employees came to join the shoot during the recording process. They used multiple methods to enter the shot, methods that one could not imagine, for example, a floating head inside a glass of water, a small shadow under the table, a severed hand that floated behind the door, and so on. One would miss these details unless one took a close look at the short. As the popularity on the internet continued to increase, to prevent an unnecessary exposure, Chenji decided to directly and openly admit that the haunted house had hidden 100 Easter eggs in the short and challenged the viewers to find them all. With the popularity at an all-time high, Chenji decided to stop pretending and told the viewers directly that all the extremely scary details and frames that they saw were Easter eggs that were purposely left in by the haunted house. That statement attracted yet another batch of fresh viewers. This has become viral too suddenly. I'm totally not prepared for it. Chenji saw his mailbox that was exploding with messages at the back end of the platform. Some people plan to group up and visit the set, and some plan to enter a haunted house for the first time tomorrow. The sole reason was to see the main male character in person. There was even a talent agency that dropped Chenji a message stating their intention of offering the pen spirit a contract. There were so many messages that Chenji could not run through all of them. He glanced at the sky that was getting bright, and he put the phone away. Yet another sleepless night. He got a quick wink and hurried to get up from bed to prepare for work. Today, Su-wan and Xiao-gu and the rest came early. Once they saw Chenji, they rushed over immediately. That was especially so for Xiao-gu. He was holding the phone and stammered nervously, "Boss, did we really produce this video? When I saw the video on my recommended list last night, I was stunned beyond words." "Yes, it was indeed produced by our haunted house. When did you have the time to do something like this? This is too impressive." "What do you think I was doing every night not sleeping for the past few days? To produce this film, I have exhausted so much stamina and a lot of time, but thankfully, from the result, the sacrifice was worth it." Chenji stopped answering Xiao-gu's questions because he did not know how to spin the story anymore. He ushered his workers into the dressing room to help them with the makeup and ordered them to prepare to welcome the day's visitors. At 9 a.m., New Century Park opened for business. The visitors rushed into the gates. When they were queuing up, the comedy made by the haunted house became the central topic. Two groups of people who did not know each other would be able to engage in titillating conversation because of it. The number of visitors today is even greater than the previous days. What is going on? Uncle Su was worried that there might be a problem, so he hurried to find Chenji. "Uncle, you do not use the internet much, do you? We uploaded yet another advertisement last night. The effect is not bad." Chenji was outside the haunted house helping with the ticket sales. Seeing the visitors coming to visit his haunted house, joy emerged sincerely from his heart. However, he made sure that he was not blinded by this joy. While he was selling the tickets, he was paying close attention to potential troublemakers among the crowd. The number of visitors coming to challenge the 4-star scenario, School of the Afterlife, had tripled or even quadrupled. The scenario could hold at most 20 people at the same time, and that day, almost every session was full. This had naturally attracted Chenji's attention. The visitors who were there because of the internet short were mostly newcomers to the theme park, so they needed to start their challenge at 1-star scenarios. Therefore, most of the visitors who could challenge the School of the Afterlife would be experienced visitors. There was nothing wrong with this in itself, but Chenji noticed that there was a specific batch of people who kept repeating the process of buying the tickets to challenge the same 4-star scenario, the School of the Afterlife. It appeared like they would not stop until they had cleared this scenario. After paying a heavy price of their sanity, money, and physique, this batch of people managed to explore about 70% of the scenario. But of course, they were still far away from clearing the actual scenario. To protect the other innocent visitors, Chenji pulled the few most difficult missions out from the drawing box, missions like finding all 13 oil paintings, searching for the club president of the Red Spectres Club, exposing the secrets behind the old headmaster's disappearance, and so on. These missions were specifically left for the troublemakers. Normal visitors would almost never have the chance to draw these certain death mission. These people got missions that ranged from simple to medium difficulty, but even so, their mental tenacity was still seriously tested. After the last of them fainted, there would be members among the visitor group who escorted them out. It was clear from Chenji's perspective that this was a group of people who were attempting to tackle his haunted house, but they had seriously underestimated the difficulty of Chenji's haunted house. After this group of people who kept challenging the School of the Afterlife left, the same afternoon, they were replaced by another group of people. They appeared to be sharing the same information. The map and the location of the scare points that had been collected by the previous batch using their lives provided a great amount of help to the latter group. This batch of strange visitors had attracted the attention of the employees as well. Aljo even came over to Chenji to ask whether they should increase the difficulty of the scenario. Chenji directly rejected Aljo's suggestion. He told All Joe that only by dangling the possibility of clearing the scenario before the players would they continue to play the game. It was a simple theory of the donkey and the carrot, but that was just a front taken by Chen Ji. What he was really thinking was that he would let this group of people try the school of the afterlife again and again until they let their guard down, and then he would surprise them with the announcement of the new scenario, the ghost fetus. The haunted house began its operation at 9 a.m. and closed for the day at 6 p.m. Throughout this period, the scenario for the school of the afterlife was never empty even for a minute. Even though the group of people had thrown their lives into challenging the scenario, they ultimately failed to clear it. But they appeared to have managed to compile the full map of the school's eastern and western campus. With the map in mind and a clear marking of the various scare points locations, as long as they were not that unlucky to draw any mission related to the hidden scenario, clearing the scenario was only a matter of time. Dusk had already fallen. After the visitors left, Chen Ji sat on the steps of the haunted house alone. The popularity of the comedy produced by the haunted house is still climbing, and this is just a conceptual short. If we really manage to produce a sequential web series, not only the comedy itself, the film set at New Century Park will become famous through it as well. Perhaps Ma Feng has sensed fear from this, which is why he's so desperate to clear my scenario, to stifle the haunted house's wave of popularity. Chen Ji studied the numbers on the income ledger, and the corner of his lips could not help but curve upward. The school of the afterlife could fit 20 people at the same time, and a session would take around 40 minutes, but most of the time, rarely could the visitors hold on until the full 40 minutes, so in reality, a real one session would last around 30 minutes. The ticket price per person was 40 RMB, so one session could earn Chen Ji 800 RMB, and in that day alone, the scenario of the school of the afterlife had been used 20 times. Normally, this kind of 4-star scenario was rarely challenged. In fact, just finding people to fill up a group was hard enough. Most of the income normally came from the lower star scenarios, and these higher difficulty scenarios were prepared for the expert haunted house aficionados. Compared to using them as a money-making machine, they were more of a symbolic presence to Chen Ji's haunted house. I sure hope this gang of people will return tomorrow. After giving the place a quick clean, Chen Ji carried his backpack and arrived at the mannequin studio. He paid the boss and then directly chased the boss out of the place. He turned to lock the door and quickly summoned out his ghost employees and had them help him produce the mannequins of the monsters from the black fog. They worked until dawn. Chen Ji then called Tang Jun to drive bus 104 over to transport all the manufactured black fog monsters back to the haunted house. When Chen Ji returned to the haunted house, he was told that Chang Gu had been hit by new inspiration, and he was prepared to shoot a new short. That did not bother Chen Ji. The latter summoned some of the employees who were not involved in the shooting to help him decorate the ghost fetus scenario. After inspecting the scenario several times, Chen Ji finally left the scenario after making sure that there were no hidden threats lying around the scenario at around 4 a.m. Now that the ghost fetus scenario can open for visitation anytime, I wonder which batch of visitor will be so lucky. After 3 hours of sleep, Chen Ji was woken by the alarm that he had set. He sat and observed the rising sun and stretched lazily. If only life could continue like this. After taking a cold shower, Chen Ji changed his clothes and opened the gates of the haunted house. The theme park opened punctually at 9 a.m. The visitors entered the park, and the place was instantly filled up by the noise and ruckus of the crowd. A long queue had already been formed at the haunted house. Some of the old players had run to the resting hall to occupy a seat and found their familiar buddies to start an intense discussion on the latest guide that they had come up with. Ever since Chen Ji obtained the black phone, the haunted house had accompanied these visitors for quite some time. More and more people had fallen in love with this place, and the haunted house had left lasting marks on their lives. Many of their bittersweet memories could be traced back to this theme park. Most of people's lives were flat and uninteresting, but at Chen Ji's haunted house, they were given a glimpse into a different version of life. Group after group of visitors was welcomed into the haunted house, but to Chen Ji's surprise, the batch of people who repeated the challenge of School of the Afterlife the day before did not show up again. Just as Chen Ji was wondering whether they had already given up, a shocked scream came from the resting hall. "What is going on?" Chen Ji was quick to walk over. Many old visitors recognized him, so when they saw the boss came over, they automatically opened a path for him to walk through. "Boss Chen, quick, you have to take a look at our Haunted Houses app. Someone has started a thread saying that they want to challenge and clear our haunted house's most difficult scenario. It is the thread with the most replies and views." A student from Jiujiang Medical University ran over to Chen Ji, holding his phone out to show the thread. There was indeed a new thread that appeared inside the app. It was commented on by a 50-cent army, and that made it so that the thread would always remain at the top of the posts. The content of the thread itself was incredibly incendiary. First, they started with the admission that Chen Ji's haunted house was scary, but it was not as scary as many people made it out to be. It was all an exaggeration. The thread stated that most of the visitors had been lied to and misdirected. That was a quintessential start for a drama post. In essence, it said that Chen Ji's haunted house was scary, but it did not scare them. Even though they had not visited the place themselves, that was how they felt. The thread gained support from many other haunted house owners in the business. They helped to analyze Chen Ji's haunted house from many different angles, and they came up with the same conclusion. Chen Ji's haunted house did not live up to its name. It only had 20% real ability and 80% hype and sensationalism. The fact that Chen Ji's haunted house enjoyed such high popularity was a disrespect to those who ran their business with heart and hard work. It was unfair to them, so they were going to join forces to expose Chen Ji and his haunted house to the public. The whole thread was written like a real call to arms, and it indeed had its effect of getting one's blood boiling. But then if one just thought about it, most of those people had not even visited Chen Ji's haunted house before, so how did they come to this absurd conclusion? Via their super powerful imagination. The thread not only appeared on the Haunted House app, but it had popped up at the same time on most other platforms. A 50-cent army had been hired to repeatedly comment and maintain the multiple threads' popularity and relevance. Interestingly enough, the platforms where these threads mushroomed were exactly the platforms where Chen Ji's haunted house's fans were most active. Once the threads were posted, they garnered various sarcastic responses and caustic replies. After all, the last person who made this kind of claim was still lying in the hospital. However, it was clear that whoever was behind this was well prepared. They did not respond to the fans' mocking words. They seemed to be biding their time to prove the fans wrong. They had done all the preparation that they could, and that was the confidence behind their courage to dare to post inflammatory posts like these at platforms where Chen Ji's haunted house's fans were most active. Their aim was for those who supported Chen Ji's haunted house to see their thread, and then clear the haunted house's most difficult scenario before these people's eyes. That way, they would have won back their face, they would have proven themselves right, and they would have broken the legendary record of no one being able to clear Chen Ji's haunted house. When he saw all that set up, the name Ma Feng instantly floated up in Chen Ji's mind. This man's method of doing things was definitely different from Jiang Jiu's. He was swift, fast, accurate, and deadly. All the cards had been laid on the table, and when given an opening, he would strike for the jugular. He should have prepared for a long time. Just as Chen Ji finished reading the thread, another problem started outside the haunted house. 9 visitors blocked the entrance of the door. They refused to queue up like the rest of the visitors and requested to see Chen Ji. Of the 9 visitors, there were both males and females. They were dressed differently and had different accents. They appeared to come from different parts of the country, but Chen Ji did manage to recognize 2 of them. One of them was called Shang Guan Qinghong, the boss of the haunted house at Xinhai. The other was Qin Guang, the streamer who was the first to compete with Chen Ji on the live streaming platform. When he saw the 2 of them, Chen Ji felt quite happy to see their familiar faces. He walked out from the resting hall to welcome them. "Long time no see, guys. I'm quite busy at theme park, so I did not have the time to go to the hospital to visit you. I am so sorry." Just the sound of Chen Ji's voice was enough to make Qin Guang grit his teeth in anger. He was about to fire something back when he was held back by Shang Guan Qinghong from the side. "Boss Chen, you are being too kind. Today we just wanted to visit your haunted house. There is no problem with that, right?" Shang Guan Qinghong had once been a victim of Chen Ji's sharp tongue, so he tried to not give Chen Ji any chance to speak to rope them into more traps. "I have the top designers and creators of many haunted houses from all over the country with me. We are all very curious about your haunted house. We wish to see what kind of haunted house is hailed as the scariest haunted house in the whole country. I would not say my haunted house is the scariest in the country, but a mutual exchange within the industry is a good thing. We can always learn from each other." Chen Ji was cautious with his words, using the term exchange. He had memorized the faces of these few visitors. "It is fine that you wish to challenge the scenario, but I have a rule at my haunted house. All visitors have to start their challenge from 1-star scenario, and then after clearing that, you can only challenge the 2-star scenario. If you wish to challenge the most difficult 4-star scenario, you will have to clear the previous scenarios first." "Challenge? Where does your confidence come from? We already told you we are here to visit, not to challenge. We give an inch and you take a mile." A young man who was fashionably dressed gave Chen Ji a side eye. Unlike you, the rest of us do not have the time to play with you. The rules that I have set are for the visitors' own good. Only by slowly increasing the visitors' threshold for fear can one prevent the occurrence of accidents to the maximum degree. Chenji was trying hard to persuade them, but this persuasion sounded like Chenji had no confidence in the group. That won't be necessary. The reason we are here today is to visit the most difficult scenario that you have. We just want to see what is so special about this haunted house that is so popular on the internet. This time, it was a man who was wearing a pair of sunglasses who spoke. More and more visitors started to gather at the entrance of the haunted house. Some of them even took out their phones to start recording. Hearing what the man with the sunglasses had to say, Chenji uttered with plain difficulty on his face. But that is against the rules. Rules are man-made. We came from so far not to visit a one-star scenario. We are all experienced members of this industry. Don't use the tricks that you apply on your visitors to trick us. We are not so easily fooled. The man in the sunglasses groused with impatience. He appeared to be melting under the sun, and he shifted uncomfortably. Boss Chen, is it because you lack confidence that you have been trying to find excuse to deny us entry? The man who was fashionably dressed smiled. Do not worry, we will be sure to save some face for you. Since the exchange had reached this point, it was unsuitable for Chen Ji to continue to say no anymore. He looked around him, and he realized that many of visitors were armed with the camera phones and were recording their exchange. Some of them were innocent visitors who were attracted by this drama, but Chen Ji believed that part of them were people sent over by the futuristic theme park, because Chen Ji realized that there was a live update of their exchange on the Haunted House app and the many other platforms, and the comments were all extremely slanderous toward Chen Ji and his haunted house. It felt as if someone was purposely leading the wind of the conversation. Since you people insist on challenging my most difficult scenario, I have no choice. Chen Ji turned to face the cameras. I will need everyone here to be my witness. I have already tried to persuade them. They have insisted on challenging the most difficult scenario. You sure know how to spin a yarn. Are you going to let us in or not? To visit your CR*PPY haunted house, we need to be subjected to a lecture from you, huh? This is unbelievable. The person who spoke was a woman with an explosive temper. There was a tattoo of a black skull running down her arm. She looked like a person one would not wish to cross at any time. I am doing this for your own good. Chen Ji stood before the 9 people. I need to check with all of you one last time. Do you really insist on challenging the most difficult scenario at my haunted house? Yes, we do. Stop wasting our time. The 9 visitors urged him on. They appeared to be more anxious than Chen Ji. It was like they could not wait to get this started. Okay, Chen Ji nodded in agreement, and then his tone suddenly changed as he turned to all the phone cameras and said loudly, since we are all in the same haunted house industry, a pure visitation is so boring, right? So how about we add a bet on top of it? If you successfully clear the most difficult scenario that I have at my haunted house, I will add a statement on all of my social accounts, and even order a custom banner to hang over this haunted house's entrance that my own haunted house is not as scary as the rest of yours. And I will admit that most of the popularity of my haunted house came from sensationalism and produced hype. Chen Ji's haunted house was incredibly popular on the internet. If Chen Ji did something like that, it could really bring some serious income to the other business owners. This caused the other owners to be attracted by Chen Ji's offer of a bet. Only Shang Guan Qing Hong felt that something was not right, but before he could say anything, the other 8 had already agreed to take Chen Ji up on his challenge. Do not hurry to agree so soon, because if you lose, you have to hang a banner of my haunted house's name over the entrance of your own haunted house and admit that my haunted house does live up to its name on the internet. Chen Ji looked at the gang of people with a smile on his face. The few communicated among themselves for a while. They had the map of the School of the Afterlife and all the scare points in their possession. Other than that, they had also spent the whole previous day looking over the videos that had been secretly taken in the scenario. They had gotten used to the scary atmosphere. From how they saw it, there was nothing stopping them from clearing this scenario. We agree, that is a very fair bet. All of you are respected members of the industry from big cities. I believe you will not go back on your words, right? The corners of Chen Ji's lips curled up into a smile. He turned to face all the cameras and shouted at the top of his lungs, come on in then. Follow me. You are going to challenge the 4-star scenario, Ghost Fetus. Inside the deepest part of the black fog, there are 9 children waiting for you. Ghost Fetus? Shang Guang Qing Hong and someone inside the group shared a look. They wanted to make sure that they had not heard wrong. That was indeed what Chen Ji had said, right? Chapter 11:17. IV never believed in the supernatural 2 in 1. Chapter 11:17. I.V. never believed in the supernatural 2-in-1. Is ghost fetus another name for the school of the afterlife? Shang Quan Ching Hong quietly asked the teammate beside him. The latter was equally confused. Probably. A scenario the size of the school of the afterlife takes more than a year to design and build. The fact that their haunted house has one of them is already quite impressive. You have a point there. It appears to be just a name change. How come I do not feel like that is the case? I feel like we've been tricked. Shang Guan Ching Hong had interacted with Chen Ji before, so he knew what kind of person Chen Ji was. With Chen Ji's personality, he would never cave under pressure and admit defeat so easily. When Chen Ji's tone changed earlier, Shang Guan Ching Hong had noticed a bad feeling rising in his heart. It is too late to say anything now. We have already given the man our promise. There is no way we can back out now. I am not going to lose this face. The man with the sunglasses overheard the conversation between Shang Guan Ching Hong and the other person. He opened his mouth to say, "Do not worry. Even if this ghost fetus is a different scenario, it won't affect us that much. All of us have been in this business for more than half a century. We already know everything there is to know about the ins and outs of the business. It is easy for him to scare the normal visitors, but to wish to use the same tricks on us, it is almost impossible." The man with the sunglasses was very confident. He appeared to be one of the top haunted house designers in the country. Even though Chen Ji did not know him, he appeared to be well respected among the other members within the business. Once the man in the sunglasses said his piece, the others were quick to nod along. The 9 visitors followed behind Chen Ji to Uncle Su. "Uncle, I need 9 tickets to the ghost fetus scenario." Chen Ji's request had cornered Uncle Su. After all, the experienced ticket seller had not even heard of this ghost fetus scenario before. But he knew it was unwise to point that out before the crowd, so he just randomly printed 9 general tickets for Shang Guan Ching Hong's group. The surrounding visitors also heard about the news of the ghost fetus scenario for the first time. A wave of excitement traveled through the crowd. Many of the experienced visitors who were sitting at the resting hall rushed out to look. The 4-star scenario Ghost Fetus will be open to the public for the first time today, so there is a 50% ticket discount promotion. Those are interested shouldn't let this opportunity go. The first trial of a new scenario is the most exciting. It is like watching the live stream of a sports game. You never know what will happen the next second. This kind of facing the unknown is the most exciting feeling there is. Once Chen Ji said that, Shang Guan Ching Hong's face turned green immediately. Now that he had confirmed that Ghost Fetus and School of the Afterlife were 2 different scenarios, it meant that the information that they had collected beforehand had all been rendered useless. He tried his best to control the expression on his face. Shang Guan Ching Hong tried to capture the attention of another member in this team, but the latter was stunned beyond belief, unable to give Shang Guan Ching Hong any attention. A brand new scenario, an extreme experience, all that for just a mere 20 RMB. What are you guys hesitating for? The 9 visitors all knew each other, so it was inconvenient for Chen Ji to stuff his own employees into their ranks. Therefore, he needed more visitors to fill up the visiting team. Whenever Chen Ji went through such promotional spiel, the frequent visitors at the haunted house would all instinctually take a step back. They would get as far away from Chen Ji as they could. The opening of a new scenario would always capture a few visitors to use as sacrifices. The experienced visitors quickly retreated. They were very familiar with Chen Ji's agenda. Other haunted houses giving a discount might be to celebrate some kind of holiday or anniversary, but whenever Chen Ji's haunted house gave a discount, it could only mean that something bad was about to happen. Everyone had learned their lesson. No one stood out to answer Chen Ji's call. Just as Chen Ji was about to give up, a voice suddenly traveled through the crowd. "Haven't you guys been skipping class to come here to play? How come all of you are as silent as a mouse at a moment like this?" A middle-aged man wearing a pair of glasses walked out from the crowd. "Students of forensic science skipping classes to come to a haunted house to play every day and still not being able to clear the game. In a way, you students are the worst batch that I have ever taught." "Mr. Wang SHH, now is not the time to speak. Do not let Boss Chen make a target out of you." The student standing beside the middle-aged man quickly spoke. One of them was very familiar. It was one of Chen Ji's oldest friends. "He-san, I heard you were the first to come to this haunted house. You alone have dragged all of your seniors down into your bad habits, and that has raised the university's truancy rate by 300%. When we return, we will need to have a good sit-down and talk about this." The middle-aged man was very stern. He-san did not even dare raise his head during the lecture. "He-san, long time no see?" Chen Ji was troubled over the lack of volunteers, so when he saw the students from Jiujiang Medical University, it was like he had just seen his long-lost relatives. He ran over to them happily. Is this your lecturer? How shall I refer to you, sir? My surname is Wang. I am a senior lecturer at Jiujiang Medical University. The students beside him kept making faces at Mr. Wang, but Mr. Wang ignored all of them. My students often skip class to come to your theme park to play after classes and even during classes. They only talk about how to clear your scenarios. Their parents have paid for their tuition, and the country has given them such a conducive education environment. Is that for them to think about how to clear a haunted house day in and day out? Mr. Wang was a very stern but responsible lecturer. That could be seen from the fact that he had personally purchased the ticket to come to the theme park to capture the students who had skipped class by himself. Furthermore, this lecturer had probably been observing this for quite some time already because once he showed up, he managed to capture so many of his students in the act. All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy. Skipping class to come to a theme park is something wrong, but with a proper time management, a visit to a haunted house can help a student greatly release their stress. It is a very good method to relax after a long day of studying. Chen Ji did not mind the expression of the other visitors around them, and he continued to speak in a serious and open tone. How about this, Mr. Wang? You should give it a try in person. After that experience, perhaps you will be able to understand why your students have such passion for my haunted house. After all, my haunted house is distinctively unique from other haunted houses. It is hidden with many puzzles and unsolved cases. During the visitation process, the visitors can improve their observation, analysis, and logical thinking abilities. Sir, you really have to think about this. He-san quickly grabbed Mr. Wang by his arm. A 4-star scenario is very scary. It is not a joke. Do you have such little faith in your lecturer? Mr. Wang stared harshly at He-san. I have participated in many heavy crime investigations. I only retired from the front line 2 years ago. What kind of gory and bloody crime scene have I not seen before in my career? The innocent He-san felt wronged, sir. A real crime scene is 100 times scarier than a scenario made up inside a haunted house. When you are there in person, you can sense the presence of the lives that once occupied the space. The smell, the wounds, any traces could be hiding a true horror. Mr. Wang shook his head. When you graduate and become a qualified coroner, you will naturally understand these things. By then, you will know that these so-called haunted houses can only bring you temporarily shocks, but they are far from being actual terrors. Well said, I agree with that wholeheartedly. Chenji finally understood the confidence behind Mr. Wang. This Mr. Wang was not a normal lecturer. He was a coroner who had just retired from the front line 2 years ago. He had actual experience dealing with murders and homicides under his belt. Unfortunately, it was because Mr. Wang had retired from the front line 2 years ago that he had not heard of the record where Chen Ji had helped the law enforcement solve so many actual cases in the past few months. The number of heavy crimes already could not be counted. Just considering super heavy and serious crimes, there were already quite a few. Chen Ji admired people like Mr. Wang who had actual experience to back up his words. Of course, he also wished that he could undo the prejudice that Mr. Wang had toward his haunted house. Mr. Wang, ticket sales are this way. There has to be a reason why your haunted house enjoys such high popularity on the internet. I am here today not to ruin your reputation. I just want to instill a lesson in my students. Nowadays, the kids are too used to not taking things seriously, but I need to make them understand that the occupation of a coroner is a very serious one. After saying that, Mr. Wang grabbed the 2 students closest to him and walked ahead. Come on, we will experience this today. Actually, after listening to you people doing research about this place day in and day out, I am quite curious about it. Mr. Wang was surprisingly strong. When He-san felt his body being pulled along, he took a moment to realize and snapped out of it. We're entering the haunted house together with you, sir. What the F***? How could you curse before your teacher? Chen Ji chided He-san with a smile. He was reminded of the first time he encountered He-san. That day, He-san had come to visit his haunted house with Gao Ruzu. No, wait, sir. Wait a minute. Not only He-san, the other student from Jiujiang Medical University who was closest to Mr. Wang failed to escape, and he was half dragged and half pulled to the ticket sales booth. 3 tickets to the Ghost Fetus scenario, please. Mr. Wang was quick and efficient. After he purchased the students, he dragged the students through the gates of the haunted house. This lecturer is not as brash as he seems. He purposely grabbed He-san and the other student, who are already familiar with the rules of the haunted house, to prevent accidents from happening. After Chen Ji saw the other people from Jiujiang Medical University retreat back into the crowd, he turned to lead the other 9 visitors into the haunted house. Please sign the disclaimer forms first. I will go out and see if there are any other visitors who are willing to join. It costs quite a bit to open a 4-star scenario to the public, so I wish to fill up 20 people in a team before we start. Moments later, Chenji came back with 3 new visitors. One of them was Zio-san, and the other 2 were a couple from Xinhai. The couple appeared to have just finished an argument. In the heat of argument, the girl grabbed the man and registered to join. Chenji initially wanted to reject them, but to his surprise, he realized that there was a heavy air of yin energy around the man. He suspected that this was a unique visitor, so in the end, he did not stop them. After all 15 visitors had signed the disclaimers, Chenji put the forms neatly away, and then started to explain the background of the ghost fetus scenario and the rules of the game to them. Even though most of you are experienced members of this industry, there are certain things that I need to warn you about. After signing the disclaimer, Chenji's tone and expression changed. It was as if he had changed into a different person compared to the smiling man who had welcomed them warmly outside the haunted house. At this moment, he looked quite scary. This ghost fetus scenario is different from any of the haunted house scenarios that you have ever designed or visited. You will meet life-threatening danger inside there, but you might run into some very interesting events. Why is your scenario called Ghost Fetus? The lights inside the haunted house were dim, but the man with the sunglasses did not appear like he was about to remove the glasses. There was once a shadow who wanted to become human. He yearned for bliss, but during the process of chasing after bliss, he ran into many twisted and crazy monsters who left scars and incorrect values in him. In the end, he turned into a ghost fetus that was feared by everyone. You will soon experience his slow process of descending into the dark abyss. I hope you will treat every choice that you face seriously, because every choice that you make will greatly influence the plot that will come in the future. Chenji heard a grunt of impatience coming from the team, so he quickly wrapped things up. The time limit is 1 hour. You need to find a rag doll inside the ghost fetus scenario. Chenji took out 2 pictures that he had taken beforehand and handed them separately to Mr. Wang and Shang Guan Ching Hong. This rag doll has been severed into many parts by a doctor. You only need to find all the broken pieces within an hour and piece them together to clear the scenario. The goal is that simple, the man who was fashionably dressed asked to confirm. If you ever want to give up, just scream loudly for them. Other than that, I have to give you one last piece of advice. Do not have any physical contact with anyone inside the haunted house, including your teammates. Chenji led the 15 visitors down the steps into the underground scenario. Take good care of the pictures and pay attention to the people around you. Most importantly, do not wander off on your own. Chenji gave the visitors a lot of warnings. He was being sincere. He did not want anything bad to happen to these people. After all, the memory of the demon god lingered throughout the ghost fetus scenario. Opening the steel door that headed underground, the ambient temperature dropped immediately. Chill winds rushed out from the ground, and among the visitors, 3 of their expressions changed immediately. One of them was the man from Xinhai, the one who had heavy yin energy on him. The second one was the woman with the black skull tattoo on her arm. She touched her earring and opened her lips as if to say something, but in the end she quieted down again. The woman with an explosive temper suddenly became curiously quiet. The last one was Mr. Wang. His brows were heavily creased together, and the bridge of his nose twitched like he could smell something special in the air. Stick close to me. Chenji led them underground. They walked past the first floor and then headed to their destination, the underground second floor. Another black iron door appeared before them. This door was embedded into the ground like it had grown out from the walls. It was giving off a fainted disinfectant smell. Everything you need to know about the ghost fetus is behind this door. Chenji used quite some strength before he managed to push the heavy door open. His eyes narrowed as he studied all the visitors coldly. You can go in now. The timer will start once this door closes. Standing outside the iron door, the visitors all stopped at the same spot as if they had discussed this earlier. No one appeared to wish to make the first step. After some time, the man with the sunglasses took off his glass. He coughed several times and grabbed another person to walk past the door. The other visitors moved to follow. After they had all walked in, Chenji stayed to look at them. His eyes were like he was looking at a group of walking corpses, and the corners of his lips curled upward. Welcome to the 4-star scenario, Ghost Fetus. I hope you enjoy yourselves. Bang! The heavy black iron door was slammed shut. The chains grinded against the rusted railings, and the iron door was locked tight. I think it's better if I follow behind them. After all, I am one of the 9 chosen children. Chenji returned to the dressing room to touch up his makeup, and then went to the Spectre's changing room to pick up a costume. After he was ready, Chenji went to survey the other scenarios and called over some of the employees who were free. Now, there should be no problem already. What? The black iron door closed heavily. None of the visitors wandered away from the team. The haunted house was a completely different world above ground and below ground. It was as if before this group of people was ready, they were kicked down from heaven into hell. Buildings that are completely unfamiliar. The video information did not provide us with any details related to this scenario at all. Shang Guan Qing Hong's scalp was numb. He leaned against the iron door, and it felt like the air that entered his lungs even chilled his organs. We have worked together to plan this for a whole month and wasted so much money to have people collect information for us. But in the end, we were ushered into a new scenario that is completely unknown to us. For some reason, Shang Guan Qing Hong was suddenly reminded of this quote from Zhu Jiliang's memorial on sending out the troop. The late sovereign was taken from us while his life's work, the restoration of the Han, remained unfinished. Snap out of it. As the initiator of this proposal, you cannot give up now. The man who had been exchanging glances with Shang Guan Qing Hong before they entered the haunted house whispered to him. Director Ma, you have no idea how scary the owner of this haunted house is. The man is evil incarnate. Shang Guan Qing Hong also lowered his voice to a whisper. He did not want to lower the group's morale. I personally have never believed in the supernatural because I only believe in myself. The man patted Shang Guan Qing Hong on his shoulder. His gaze was as sharp as a knife. Chapter 11:18. A conclusion that overturned my entire understanding of this world 2 in 1. Chapter 11:18. A conclusion that overturned my entire understanding of this world 2 in 1. Director Ma, I know you don't believe in these things, but certain things are truly impossible to explain via scientific means. Shang Guan Qing Hong's face was stretched into a mirthless mask. He really was in mood to smile. Since we are already here, we shall take things as they come. We should always remain calm whenever we run into something serious. Other than that, stop calling me Director Ma. You can just refer to me as Brother Ma. This was the man's first time entering such an eerie scenario, but he was able to maintain his composure. This proved that he was indeed better than others. At least in terms of mental strength and stability, he was already stronger than most normal visitors. Now I have a very bad feeling about this. Director Ma, how about we come back another day? Today we've obviously been tricked by that Chen fellow. There must be many unknown traps laid in this scenario. I do not mind it myself, but you can't get injured in here. Shang Guan Qing Hong looked at the dark and creepy buildings around him, and his legs refused to take a single step forward. I do not believe that a visit to a haunted house can injure someone. Furthermore, if you see it from another perspective, if I am really found injured inside his haunted house, wouldn't that be perfect as well? I can use that to bring his haunted house down. The man raised his arm. There are many ways to bring down a haunted house. To me, open competition is the stupidest way to do it. You have other plan in mind. You do not need worry yourself about that. Today I came in person to see what is so impressive about a haunted house that could make Jiang Jiu stumble so hard. At the same time, I want to let the other people at the company know that I can do what Jiang Jiu cannot do, and what Jiang Jiu can do I can do much better. The man had ability to back up his words. Whenever he spoke, there was a confident and sharp air that surrounded him. Shang Guan Qing Hong realized that his persuasion had fallen on deaf ears. He did not have the face to surrender now, so all he could do was ignore the bad feeling in his heart and follow the rest deeper into the scenario. For perfect score is 10 marks, given the creation of the atmosphere, the set design, and the combination of the lighting and sound effects. I will give it 8.5 marks. The man who was fashionably dressed touched the wall and felt the sensation that came from the tip of his fingers. The set pieces feel very real, like they have been moved from an actual haunted site. It is not completely based on luck that this haunted house was able to gain its massive popularity. There is actual backing behind it. The man was mean to others, but when it came to his professional field, he was rather fair and honest. But other than the authenticity, I cannot see any other positive points about this place. The man with the sunglasses crossed his arms before his chest. He continued with more than a hint of derision. The story background is so unspecified. The visitors do not have a fixed role, so they are unable to immerse themselves into the plot fully. This kind of haunted house enjoys so much praise on the internet. I do not believe one bit that he did not hire a 50-cent army to bulk up his positive reviews. It is your freedom not to believe it. Just remember what you said now when you cry for mercy. He-san was getting annoyed by the man in the sunglasses. He knew how scary a 4-star scenario was. After being forcibly dragged in there by Mr. Wang, he was in a very bad mood. We are all professionals in this industry. His little tricks might work on normal visitors like you guys, but they will never work on professionals like us. The man with the sunglasses took out his phone and searched for Chen Ji's haunted house on the general review website. Of all the visitors that purchased the tickets, about 97% of them thought their experience was horrifying, and 95% gave it a very high review. Do you think that is possible? That is indeed impossible. Hisan shook his head. I think 100% of the visitors would have thought this place is scary if they'd really visited it. That 3% are probably the real 50-cent army hired by other members within the industry to bring down Boss Chen's overall rating. Haha, the man with the sunglasses said caustically. I will let you in on a real industry statistic. Even a top haunted house will not make sure that every visitor that has gone through its doors feels fear, so normal data will be around 75%. The fact that this haunted house's statistics are so high is obvious proof that he has hired a 50-cent army to fluff up his marks. Sometimes I find it ridiculously funny that a haunted house that depends on sensationalism and a 50-cent army to get so popular online was hailed by so many idiots as the scariest haunted house in the country. If that is not the joke of the century, what is? Even if you are a professional in the industry, and even if you have the real statistics, I still do not understand how that gives you the right to slander someone else's haunted house like this. The other student from Jiujiang Medical University had spoken. Normally, they were tortured enough by Chen Ji's haunted house, but if there was someone who dared mock Chen Ji's haunted house, they would be the first to jump out to defend it. Because my name is Fu Bo. The man with the sunglasses appeared to be very famous in the industry, but it was clear that the students from Jiujiang Medical University had never heard this name before. Why should I care what your name is? Am I supposed to know you? That is why I say you visitors are innocent, like pieces of white paper. Have you heard of the Ling family? The biggest chain of haunted houses in the country. We have in total 30 branches, and I am the Ling family's main designer. The man with the sunglasses pointed at the people around him. Every single one of us here is more experienced and accomplished than that Chenji fellow. How long has he been in the business? If you really want to talk about it, we are all his seniors. The man wearing the sunglasses introduced the others in his group one by one. The man who was fashionably dressed was called Wei Keiacha. He was a designer for the Aetsuka family's haunted house from Japan. The woman with the skull tattoo was nicknamed Sister Snake. She was involved in the design projects of many large-scale international haunted houses. When she returned to the country, she opened an escape room whose good reviews were just second to Chen Ji's haunted house, Bewitched. The other two fatties were twin brothers. The elder one was called Liang and the younger brother was Liang San. According to rumors, they had an elder brother who died young. A fortune teller had purposely persuaded their mother to name them Liang and Liang San to prevent the eldest son from coming back to grab them as scapegoats. The brothers worked together to run the fifth most popular haunted house in the country, Dreamscape. They were both designers and, at the same time, actors who specialized in scaring others. Among them was a middle-aged woman who had spoken very little since they appeared at the theme park. She appeared to be very afraid of the cold and impervious to heat. Even when they were outside, she was still wearing long sleeves and had her body wrapped up tightly. The middle-aged woman was very reticent, and the man in the sunglasses, Fu Bo, did not give her much of an introduction. He merely went through the haunted house that she ran, the Castle of Lost Memories. The six of them could be considered the top haunted house designers in the country. Scenarios that would be very scary for normal people would only be considered normal in their eyes because they had seen too many similar scares in their career. This year, they were hit by the low economy as well, and some of their haunted houses had seen an obvious decrease in their visitor count. To see Chen Ji's haunted house suddenly rocket in popularity naturally ate their ego and made them feel slightly indignant. That was only natural. A group of haunted house designers coming to challenge a haunted house. That is very interesting. I am so lucky to have run into something as epic as this. The male visitor from Xin Hai smiled wickedly. He turned to look at the other people around him. Why don't we also introduce ourselves? I believe we will need to work together to clear this scenario. After the male visitor said that, no one present accepted his suggestion. They all ignored him, but that did not seem to faze him. He continued on his own. Then I will start. My name is Gu Ren, and this is my girlfriend, Fang Ying. The two of us like to watch horror movies, and we are greatly interested in these things. We have been to many haunted houses in the past. I suppose you can see us as experienced players. We are students from Jiujiang Medical University. I am Hisan, and this is my senior Zhu Han. He is the person with the highest accumulative score at our school. Hisan pointed at the other student next to him. The other student did not appear like he was a chatterbox. He was quite a handsome young man, but he did not seem to be interested in anything. He had that brooding presence about that. And this other person is my lecturer, Mr. Wang. Accumulative score, what is that? Boss Chen's haunted house has a ranking system. If you clear a scenario, you will be awarded a point. The higher the difficulty of the scenario, the more points you will be given. Senior Zhu Han is ranked 3rd on the ranking. He is one of the most experienced visitors at Boss Chen's haunted house, He-san explained patiently. He was a nice person. He was naturally kind and innocent, but unfortunately, he had been given a glimpse into the danger and darkness of humanity during his many visits to Chen Ji's haunted house. After everyone had made their self-introduction, they all turned in unison to Zio-san. He was quite nervous under their combined scrutiny. My name is Sun Zio-jin. I come from the old city. Zio-san wanted to act as normal as he could, but he could not control himself. But if one really thought about it, it was quite ironic. A ghost was being stared at until he became nervous by a few living humans. All right, now that we have gone through all the introductions, we should start to discuss how to clear this scenario. The sunglasses man, Fu Bol, stepped out to take the center stage. It was clear that he was expecting everyone to just accept him as the team leader. You can save your time trying to clear the scenario. This is the first time this 4-star scenario has been open to the public. Our main goal should be to ensure our own safety, and that is all, Zhu Han said plainly. You are being drawn too deep into the trap by the boss. Oh, never mind, it is a waste of time trying to explain it to you people who do not know anything. Fu Bol did not care at all about the other visitors' feeling. After all, this was not his haunted house. The worse the experience was for the other visitors, the happier he would be. We have a 1-hour time limit. It will be extremely difficult to find all the broken parts of the rag doll within such a large scenario, so I suggest we split up into groups. 4 people a group, that will greatly increase the efficiency of completing the game. I can tell you very clearly right now that if we split up, we will be actively searching for death. Zhu Han walked directly to face Fu Bol. Do you know how we ended up clearing the 3-star scenario, Coffin Village? A 3-star scenario is much simpler than a 4-star scenario. Your experience is of no use to us right now. I just want to tell you that at the time, 10 of us entered the scenario at the same time. We were moving in a group. To transfer the red wedding dress out of the scenario, we watched our teammates disappear one after another with our own eyes. Zhu Han stared into Fu Bol's eyes. Even if we are gathered together, the teammates will still disappear without reason, much less when we get separated. Based on what you said, since we will disappear either way, why the insistence on us sticking together? It's to buy time. I do not know how the haunted house came up with the design to make people disappear before everyone else's eyes, but at least the person who was lost could use his own life to buy precious time for the others. His death could not be wasted for no reason. Do you understand it now? Zhu Han's tone was getting impatient. To be honest, he did not want to spend so much time persuading this stubborn and arrogant Fu Bol, but it could not be helped. This time, 9 of the group were Fu Bol's people. To clear this scenario, he would have to work together with these 9 people. Use their own lives to buy time. Fu Bol and the other haunted house designers all laughed at him. Have you people lost your mind from visiting this place too many times? Hey, you are their lecturer, right? How do you normally teach your students? They are about to enter society soon. How can they still be so naive? The few haunted house designers were making fun of Jiujiang Medical University, but Mr. Wang's eyes did not even wander over to them. He kept his eyes on Zhu Han. He knew how brilliant Zhu Han was. He was the top of his class at the university. Zhu Han's overall marks for all his courses, autopsy class, medical high-grade mathematics, medical physics, forensic pathology, forensic psychology, and criminal psychology, had broken the records of Jiujiang Medical University for the past 10 years. Mr. Wang knew that Zhu Han would not lie and knew that the young man was not just blowing air. That was why, when he entered the haunted house, he grabbed Zhu Han's arm and never let go. He-san was the person who was most familiar with the haunted house's boss and the environment, while Zhu Han was the student with the highest accumulative score from the university. Mr. Wang only had 2 hands, so he had chosen the 2 most reliable students. When he decided to enter this place, Mr. Wang had lowered the chance of him humiliating himself to the minimum. But after he was really inside the haunted house, he realized that he might have underestimated this place. Everything felt so real. That authenticity even brought up many of his bad memories from the past. You can humiliate me all you want for now, and I will not waste time arguing with you. I am just telling you the way to ensure our survivability that has the highest probability. It is up to you whether you accept it or not. Zhu Han's words were clean and cutting. His eyes scanned through Fu Bol's group before finally landing on Ma Fang. If there is a clever person among you, then it would be best if you followed my instructions. After all, we are all on the same boat. Zhuo Han appeared to have picked out the fact that Ma Feng was the real core of this group through their micro-expressions, so his last statement was meant for Ma Feng only. I also agree that we should stick together. Shang Guan Qinghong was quick to agree. Do you still remember the warning that the haunted house's boss gave us before we entered the scenario? He told us not to have any interactions with anyone else, including the people beside us. This was clearly meant to sow discord among us. He could not wait for us to fight among ourselves. The group got into a heated argument. Zhao Sun stood at the side and did not dare speak. He thought to himself that the reason Chen Ji said that was probably because he was afraid that the other visitors might abandon Zhao Sun, so he purposely said that so that Zhao Sun would be stuck with the rest of the group. Stop arguing, it is safer for us to stick together, Ma Feng decided, and Fu Bol did not dare argue against him. So the team of 15 moved together. But since we are on a time limit, squeezing together like this will waste too much time. We will split into 3 groups and each group will have 5 people. When we are outside on the streets, we move together, but once we enter a building, we will move according to our designated groups, and then we will meet up again at the entrance of the building. Ma Feng was the top leader, and he found a compromise between the 2 options. It won't work. Zhuo Han rejected that idea without even giving it much thought. You are not familiar with the boss tactic. Once we split up, he will have a way to make us separate from each other. Other than that, how can you make sure that there are no actors among us? That one statement from Zhuo Han made everyone nervous. Before they came to Chen Ji's haunted house, they had heard similar rumors before. Some of the visitors there could be disguised workers from the haunted house, and it caused people within the same group to have difficulty trusting each other. The 9 of us came together, so there are certainly no actors among us, but the rest of you are very suspicious. Fu Bol glared at Zhuo Han, and he sang. It is quite rare for a university lecturer to bring his students to visit a haunted house. Are you guys really a lecturer and students from a university? Before you people suspect us, I wish to tell you one thing, and I hope the 9 of you will remember this clearly, Zhuo Han said in a cold tone. Based on our previous experience, I believe this haunted house has an actor that can mimic people's voices. He can perfectly replicate our voice, so you cannot confirm a person's identity through their voices alone. And other than that, make sure to take good care of your phone. Even if you get a phone call or any information from your partner, do not trust it implicitly. Would a haunted house go to such lengths? It was noticeable that Fu Bol's tone was no longer as confident as before. That is not even the worst, Zhuo Han said hesitatingly. Personally, when I run into a problem, I use every method to find a solution. After visiting this haunted house so many times, I've gradually come to a conclusion that overturned my entire understanding of this world. What conclusion is that? This haunted house might really be haunted. Chapter 11:19, Voiceless Small Town 2 in 1. Chapter 11:19, Voiceless Small Town 2 in 1. Haunted, the few haunted house designers all turned toward Zhuo Han. Even Mr. Wang had started to frown. He really did not expect to hear such a declaration from his best student. Certain things cannot be answered in this world, or rather the answer cannot be found through my current store of knowledge. It can only be explained via the supernatural. Zhuo Han's tone was very serious. This was the first time the scenario, Ghost Fetus, had been opened to the public. Based on his previous experience, the difficulty for every scenario that was open to the public for the first time would be abnormally high. Even Zhuo Han was feeling unconfident about this. That was why he shared the suspicion that he had long buried inside his heart with his teammates. He wanted to search for the truth, but he knew that was impossible when paired with these deadweight teammates. In fact, he knew just keeping their sanity intact would be a huge problem. Before we've even started the game, you have already brought the supernatural. The sunglasses man, Fu Bol, laughed out loud immediately. Little brother, you made quite a bit of sense at the beginning. In fact, I will admit that you almost got me. But when you suggested that this place is really haunted, you exposed yourself as the hired actor. As an experienced member of society, I will give you some advice that will be valuable for you in the future. Haste makes waste. In such an eerie and disturbing environment, when Zhuo Han suggested that the haunted house was really haunted, everyone's heart skipped a beat. But after they heard Fu Bol's analysis, they all slowly but surely started to calm down. There were no ghosts in this world. Since the young man had said such a thing inside the haunted house, there was a very high chance that he was a hired actor working for the haunted house. The few haunted house designers looked at each other with a knowing smile on their faces. Even Ma Feng took a few extra glances at Zhuo Han. For people who had never believed in the supernatural in the first place, telling them that a place was really a haunted house, they naturally thought that he was playing a prank on them. The goal of the first thing you said was to insinuate that there might be haunted house actors among us, and then you proceeded to tell us many details that we will need to pay attention to inside the haunted house. All of that created a scary atmosphere. Honestly speaking, as an employee, you have been a really responsible one. That Chen fellow is lucky to have hired someone like you. Fashionably dressed Wei Keiacho had spoken as well. The group of haunted house designers chimed in one after another. The more they talked about it, the more they were convinced that Zhu Han was an actor hired by Chen Ji. They provided one example after another to prove their points until Zhao Sun himself was made confused. He started to wonder if Zhu Han was someone Chen Ji had sent in to support him, because this was his first time working at the haunted house. I know all of you are very capable, and that's why I wanted to cooperate with you. Unfortunately, conceit and envy have blinded your eyes. All you can see now are illusions that you have constructed before your eyes, and you refuse to even consider the possibility of the truth. Zhu Han shook his head. He turned to He-san and Mr. Wang beside him and said, "This time we won't be able to rely on anyone else, but no matter what, the three of us cannot get separated from one another." He-san and Mr. Wang had understood the severity of the situation, so they nodded in agreement. Seeing how serious the three visitors who were supposedly from Jiujiang Medical University were, Fu Bol could not help but laugh. "You guys are still acting even though you have been exposed. Don't you feel awkward about this?" This haunted house came up with this kind of method to help build the atmosphere and introduce the scenario's details. It is quite interesting. It is something that we can learn. The fatty Lang waved at Fu Bol. "Let's prepare to enter the scenario. Now I am quite excited to see what they have in store for us." Even though each of them had their own reasons for being there, the 15 people had gathered together again. They followed the rutted street and officially entered the ghost fetus scenario. The black iron door appeared to wander further and further away from them. After they turned a corner, the first junction appeared before them. A strange, faded smell lingered in the air. The shadows of the buildings of varying sizes appeared to dance in the darkness. They looked around and found nothing, but they could swear that there was a feeling that there were people hiding in the recesses of the darkness watching their every move. "Which path should we pick?" Fu Bol turned back to ask Ma Feng for his opinion. Ma Feng turned to look at Shang Guan Qing Hong. "Just standing here is not going to help us in any way. How about we just pick a random path, leave behind a marking, and if we run into any trouble, we can always come back and pick another path." After saying that, Shang Guan Qing Hong followed Ma Feng and walked down the path on the left. "Wait a minute." Zhu Han wanted to say something, but the rest of the team did not give him a chance. They all sauntered down the left path. The old-fashioned lights that adorned the street flickered on and off. The shadows that they created on the walls of the buildings appeared to possess strange human shapes. Occasional whispers came from the buildings from both sides. It sounded like people were talking. They appeared to be hiding from something and at the same time searching for something. The non-existent wind carried with it words like body parts and rag doll that is unkillable. "Our mission is to find the rag doll's severed body parts, but the boss only gave us a single picture. He did not even mention how many parts of the rag doll there are, so I think we should not leave any one of the buildings unchecked." Wei Keiacho stopped moving. His body leaned against the door of one of the old buildings next to him. "I heard someone speaking inside. There should be a scare point hidden behind this door. I would advise you against opening any random doors. At this haunted house, it is better to do less than to do more." He-san was kind enough to warn him, but the few haunted house designers had already confirmed that he was one of the haunted house's actors, so naturally, they did not heed his advice. Normally, when you are designing a haunted house, the first scare point is very important because, for that first scare, you will be able to discern the overall style and features of that haunted house. Wei Keiacho gripped the door handle and said with some excitement, "Are you guys ready?" Even though the haunted house designers had been mocking Chen Ji's haunted house non-stop, when they were about to really trigger a scare point, all of them became incredibly cautious. "Open the door. I want to see how scary a haunted house with more than 90% good reviews on the internet can be." Fu Bol stood at the front of the group. He was like a general leading his army, impervious and unafraid. Zhu Han, who had voiced his objection to this earlier, had decided to pipe down. He stared at Wei Keiacho and Fu Bol coldly like he was coldly observing cadavers on an autopsy table. He really did want to work together with these haunted house designers, but the latter was unwilling, so now he had changed his mind and was prepared to use these people as bait. Since they were going to die, why not make their deaths a little bit more valuable? Zhu Han's thought was that simple. Everyone held their breath as their eyes followed the movement of Wei Keiacho's arm. His 5 fingers gripped the door handle tightly. Wei Keiacho opened the door a sliver, and then he suddenly stopped. He used his body to block the door that was not fully open. Dong. The haunted house actor who was hiding inside the house saw the door open and instantly jump out to scare the visitor as he had been told. But he did not expect the visitors outside the door to only open it a sliver. And more than that, the visitor purposely leaned his weight against the door to stop it from budging so that the door could not be opened fully. Without expecting this, the haunted house actor inside the house rammed directly into the door. The actor did not anticipate something like this happening at all. After his head knocked into the door, he tumbled to the ground, landing on his butt. That's all. When the group of haunted house designers saw the actor who had stumbled inside the room, their nervous hearts relaxed greatly. Then they all revealed expressions filled with condescension and revulsion. A scare tactic that cannot be more cliché combined with obvious inexperience, does not know how to adapt to the situation and has such horrible reflexes. Wei Keiachao now opened the door fully and started to give his criticism. If the set design is worth 8.5 marks, I can only give the actor 3 marks. This has to be a joke. Why would they assign someone like you to act as a ghost to come scare the visitors? You are more suitable to be a comedy actor. You have all seen this, right? I believe you are all familiar with the standard of this haunted house now. Now, I can be 100% sure that the good reviews on the internet are all from the 50-cent army hired by the boss himself. A group of haunted house experts' words were ruthless and cutting. They surrounded the poor actor and kept insulting him. Thankfully, the actor was not that easily offended. He rubbed his bruised forehead and slicked back his single ponytail as he climbed up from the ground. He did not seem to mind that he had just been tricked. He brushed it off like nothing had happened. He lifted his head to reveal the face that was made up by Chen Ji earlier. Please quiet down. Speak too loudly in the voiceless small town, and you will be heard by the ghosts. The male actor's expression was very serious. It appeared like he had practiced his facial expression before the mirror many times before. If all the ghosts are someone like you, what does it matter if we are overheard by them? Fu Bol shrugged. I was expecting something new and interesting, but what do I get? Same old tricks reused and recycled. I am not a ghost. I am a human being like you, but there are ghosts inside this small town. The male actor was not lying. With his hand on his heart, he was telling the truth. Even with the bruise on the head, you still have not forgotten your designated lines. Okay, that is quite professional. The rating that I gave you has risen to 3.5 marks. Wei Keiachao patted the dust on his shoulders. Everything that I say is real. My son and myself were trapped here after dark. We were forced to play a game of hide and seek with a bunch of ghosts. If you are found and captured by them, the consequences are unimaginable. The male actor's expressions were all to the point, but the few haunted house designers still took issue with him. That is the background of the story. Looks like a 4-star scenario is not that scary after all. When the haunted house designers were still continuing their mockery, Zhu Han and He San waded through the crowd. They kept their stares on the male actor and said with a serious expression, Just now, you said that if you speak in this small town, you will be heard by the ghosts, correct? Yes, this small town is called the Voiceless Small Town. Whenever you make a sound, you will attract the ghosts' attention. The male actor tried his best to explain the scenario. What will happen if you are found by the ghosts? Earlier, you said that you were here with your son, but I see that you are here alone now. Where is your child? Has he been taken away by the ghosts? Zhu Han's mind was sharp. It was rare that one could find an actor that could be communicated with inside Chen Ji's haunted house, so he wanted to obtain as much information as he could. At the time, my son and I were both chased by the ghosts. I volunteered to distract the ghosts from him and left him alone inside a storage building on the northern side of the small town. The male actor lowered his voice. If you can help bring my boy back to me, I will tell you a secret about this world. A hidden mission, Zhu Han nodded. I will help you find your boy. By the way, what is your name? Can you give us something to prove your identity? We need to prove to your child that we are acting on your favor. The male actor was startled. This was not part of the plot, but the man was quick on his feet. My name is Wu Jinpeng. After you find my boy, just tell him my name and he will follow you. Then what does your boy looks like? I'm afraid that the ghosts might get to your son before we do, and then we might mistake the ghost as your son. Zhu Han had considered all the possible scenarios. He is very short and wears a red shirt. His name is Wu Nan. You were obviously hesitating earlier. Is there something that you have not told us? Mr. Wang also walked over. The lecturer and student worked together perfectly, and they applied a ton of pressure on Wu Jinpeng. The children here like to play hide and seek. Actually, from the moment you enter this small town, you have been forced to join this maddening game already. Wu Jinpeng suddenly reached out to grab the door handle. Remember, be careful of the ghosts and be on the lookout for places to hide. After he had said everything that he needed to say, Wu Jinpeng closed the door and returned back to the house. The main theme of this ghost fetus scenario is hide and seek, huh? He mentioned that the children here like to play hide and seek. That proves that there is more than one child here, and the scenario itself is called ghost fetus, so obviously all of the scares are related to children. Zhuo Han looked at the door that was already closed. I think we should avoid the mission that he gave us because the mission told us was to find a child. Yes, and when he was describing his own child, he thought for a long time and he even halted a few times. I suspect that the child he described was not even his child at all, Mr. Wang analyzed. The name Wu Nan was probably something he made up on the spot. Assuming the worst, the man inside the house is working together with the ghosts. He is trying to feed us to the ghosts. Mr. Wang and Zhuo Han shared the same opinion. The two of them were seriously analyzing the information they were given, without giving any concern to the other visitors. Listening to their discussion, Fu Bol only confirmed his suspicion even further. These three who claimed that they were from Jiujiang Medical University had to be the actors hired by the haunted house, and they had been trying to compensate for the horrible acting of the man inside the house. Well, just keep on acting. We will see how much longer you can keep this going. Fu Bol suddenly spoke to interrupt their analysis. Then he scoffed with derision. His sudden words startled Sun Xiaojun, who was standing beside him. We have just seen the true standard of this haunted house. What we need to do next is explore the houses one by one. There is nothing to be worried about. Wei Keiachao's expression was rather disappointed. Initially, he was quite curious about Chen Ji's haunted house, but now that he realized the place was not that different from the other haunted houses on the market, he could not help but feel a bit underwhelmed. Let's just hurry up and get this over with. I still need to catch a plane this afternoon. The voiceless small town was very large. The designers pushed open 3 doors and they still found nothing, so they started to let their guard down. What is the meaning of this? They are all empty houses. There are no scary objects or any actors inside any of the buildings. It is like the scenario is not even completed. Liang San also started to complain. He felt like it was a waste of time for him to purposely come to Jiujiang to visit this haunted house. A few of the designers started to take it like a stroll through the park, but in contrast, Zhuo Han and He San got more and more nervous. You could hear voices inside every house, but after you open the door, there is no one inside. This is very strange. The voices do not appear like they are broadcast from any speaker. It feels more like people are whispering into our ears. Let's ignore that for now. We need to stick close to them and have them scout the path for us. Once Zhuo Han said that, Wei Keiachao's voice could be heard coming from the front of the group. Hey, I finally found something interesting. Before Wei Keiachao was the entrance to an apartment building. On the wall next to him was a missing persons report. The missing child's name was Jiang Ming. The ladder was before them, and the ladder led downward, but due to the lack of the lighting, standing outside the apartment, they could not tell how many floors the stairs led down to. The interior is so big. I thought there was only 1 floor. The bad feeling that had been troubling Shang Guan Qinghong only got stronger, and he stuck close to Ma Feng. Let's go in to take a look. Liang San opened the apartment's iron door. When he entered the place, he did not feel anything weird, but after some time, he suddenly noticed the problem. This place is so quiet. You can't hear anything. Even the background music has disappeared. Indeed, it is like we have entered a different world compared to the outside street. How did he manage to do this? Liang followed behind him. It is quiet to the point that it feels unnatural. Now it feels like I am inside an actual haunted house. Chapter 11:20. I did not mean to do it on purpose. 2 in 1. The Liang siblings entered the corridor directly, and the others followed closely behind them. Ma Feng, though, stopped outside the building for a while. He was studying the missing person notice. The name Jiang Ming is very familiar. I believe Jiang Jiu's son is called Jiang Ming. Is this one of the pranks pulled by the boss? The missing persons article provided a picture of the child, but Ma Feng had no recollection of this child at all. Once all the people had ventured into the building, the child on the missing person notice suddenly winked. He appeared to be making signal at another person who was far away. A small shadow appeared from the corner of the wall. A light scent lingered in the air. He followed the group into the apartment and kindly helped close the front door behind them. This place is too quiet, isn't it? At a location that was absolutely silent, people would sometimes be frightened by their own voice. Liang and Liang San were incredibly interested in how the haunted house boss had managed to do something like this. They were all professionals. They inspected the scenario inch by inch and noticed with surprise that not only were the corridors not fitted with speakers and microphones, they did not even have any surveillance cameras. Other than a few old-looking light bulbs that appeared like they could go out at any moment, there was no trace of any high-tech equipment in this sub-scenario at all. Didn't the people on the internet say that the special effects at this haunted house are Hollywood level? Are you telling me that these few light bulbs are everything they are talking about? This has to be a joke. This time, not only Fu Bol, even Ma Feng also thought that Chen Ji's haunted house was more hyped up than it actually was. You cannot find any high-tech equipment, but the place can pull off a Hollywood standard horror effects. That in itself is a very scary thing. Zhuo Han was telling the truth, but in the other people's ears, he was merely making excuses for Chen Ji's haunted house. However, there was a small number among the haunted house designers who took his words seriously. Liang and Liang San stood inside the corridor and looked around with confusion. The walls and the banisters are everyday objects. The walls are not painted with acoustic insulating material, and there is no trace of any high-tech equipment. How did he manage to create this kind of strange and eerie atmosphere? There is not even an echo to our voices. It feels like once the sound leaves our lips, it is immediately swallowed up by something. Stop trying to scare yourself. The concept behind this is probably something like magic. It might look magical, but you will realize it is just a normal trick once you find out the truth. Fu Bol clapped his hands. Okay, we will follow Brother Ma's earlier suggestion. We will split into 3 groups and start to search for the broken parts of the rag doll. One group will be responsible for the search of an individual floor. We will do the same thing in the other buildings that we encounter in the future. After he said that, he wandered purposely to Ma Feng's side. The meaning was clear. He wanted to be in the same group as Ma Feng. You have not even found the insider, and you are already that desperate to split into groups. Death is going to come for you, and you will not even know what happened. Zhuo Han shook his head at Mr. Wang. The 3 of us will continue to stick together. Let's just ignore the rest of them. Since the people from Jiujiang Medical University had refused to join the rest, the remaining 12 were split into 3 groups. Ma Feng, Shang Guan, Qing Hong, Fu Bol, and Wei Keiacha were one group. Zio's son, Liang Liang San, and the middle-aged woman from the Castle of Lost Memories were the second group, and the third group consisted of Qin Guang, Sister Snake, and the couple from Xinhai. The 12 of them would still be inside the same building, but they would split up to search the different floors. This meant that the distance between the 3 groups would not be so far. They could get another group's help if they needed it. Fu Bol, who thought that Chen Ji's haunted house was just a product of pure sensationalism, led Ma Feng and the rest to the second floor. Sister Snake's group ventured further down to the underground 3rd floor. Liang and Liang San continued to search the 1st floor. The Liang siblings were hulking leviathans. They were muscular and strong. It felt safe being assigned the same group as them. Liang gave Zhuo Han a side eye and warned, "You will go to the rooms on the left, and we will check the rooms on the right. That way, we will not interrupt each other. Do not cross that line and come to disrupt our work." That was my intention, too. Zhuo Han led He San and Mr. Wang down the long corridor. They started to search for clues closely from inside and out. Big brother, do you really think they are the haunted house's actors? I personally do not think so. The presence that they give off is very unique and unlike normal haunted house workers, Liang San whispered. We are here to clear this haunted house. Who cares what their real identities are? We only need to complete the assignment given to us by Director Ma. Liang stopped at the door of the first room at the corner of the stairs. There was a wooden sign hanging next to the door. The sign read, "If you need anything, please pull on the string connected to the light repeatedly." It warns us against knocking on the door but wants us to pull on this string. Is it because they are afraid that the sound of knocking might attract the ghosts? Liang grabbed the string. The actor called Wu Jinpeng appeared to have said earlier that if you make any sound, you will attract the attention of ghosts. But along the way, we have been chatting quite loudly, and we have not seen any ghosts, have we? This place is so quiet. Is it possible that the ghosts have already shown up? It is just that because they do not make any sound, temporarily, we haven't been able to find them. Liang San's brain was very active as well. Oh well, it does not matter. We will take a look inside this room first. All of the haunted house's first sub-scenarios should be the simplest. Nothing too scary will appear here, or else it will not give an accumulative sense of fear to the visitors in the latter parts of the scenario, Liang said as he pulled on the string. Once he yanked on the string, the lights inside the room switched on. He repeated it several times, and the lights flickered on and off, but nothing happened. Were we tricked? Liang frowned heavily. He grabbed the doorknob and pushed heavily. The old door was pushed open easily, but before he could observe the environment inside the room closely, a change suddenly happened inside the corridor. A strange stench drifted around them. It smelled like the decay of dead bodies mixed together with the copper smell of fresh blood. They had a feeling that something or someone was slowly approaching them. "Be careful, the ghost probably is coming. You'd better not wander off on your own, just stay close to me." Liang was a kind and responsible person. Those words were meant for Zio-san. "The first actor at this haunted house has disappointed me greatly. I wonder if what happens next will change my mind." Liang-san entered the room. The first thing that he saw were the broken beer bottles that littered the floor, but all the sharp edges of the glass had been grounded smooth, probably out of concern for the visitor's safety. Among the broken pieces lay a woman. She was covered in wounds. Other than her face and both her arms, her body was covered with cloth patches. The patches appeared to grow directly out of her skin, and it looked quite scary. "Is that an actor or a prop?" Liang-san reached out to grab the woman's arm. The sensation that came from his fingertips was very different from that of human skin. He was about to sigh in relief when he suddenly saw the mirror that was hanging in the bathroom. The mirror was facing the door, and inside the mirror there was a pair of strange eyes staring at him. "Someone's there?" Liang-san dropped the woman's arm and whipped his head around to look. Being warned by Liang-san, the others also turned back to look. Everyone saw a man's face that had poked out from the door frame of the door that they just came through. His features were twisted, and his mud-like body was plastered onto the door frame. His black eyes were filled with curses and venom. Zio-san was standing at the back of the group, so he was the one that was currently closest to the entrance. He was originally trying to think about the scare points that were hidden in this scenario when he suddenly heard Liang-san's warning. He turned subconsciously around and almost bumped right into that scary face. His face paled even further. Zio-san staggered back several steps and almost knocked into Liang-er's stomach. When did this thing show up? Zio-san's voice was shuddering. He was given quite a fright. "I have no idea. I did not hear any movement at all. It's as if it appeared from thin air." Liang-san scratched his double chin. "So there is something about this haunted house after all. Should we inform the others about this development? We should wait until we have more concrete evidence first." Liang-er and Liang-san started to move to study the monster outside the room. They discovered the man that was shaped like a pile of mud was just a mannequin. There was no high-tech equipment installed in the mannequin either. "Someone probably moved this thing here. I suspect that the culprits are the people from the so-called Jiujiang Medical University. They are on the same floor as us, and they are very close to us." Liang-san looked down the corridor. Currently, Zhu Han's group was inside the room at the other end of the corridor. For all intent and purposes, it did not appear that they had left that room. "They are highly suspicious, but if it was not them, this is worth considering. We are operators of a haunted house as well. These are things and techniques that we can pick up and learn." The Liang brothers had a more neutral attitude. They did not view Chenji's haunted house with absolute hostility. Just as the two were speaking, the middle-aged woman suddenly opened her lips. "Did you guys notice something?" "What is it?" Liang-er and Liang-san turned to look inside the room. They saw the middle-aged woman was pointing at the woman lying on the ground. Her hand was not held in that gesture earlier. "What are you trying to say? The mannequin knows how to move on her own." "No, the logical explanation is that there should be a hidden room inside this room. When our attention was distracted by the monster outside the door, the workers came out from the hidden room and changed the woman's posture." The middle-aged woman spoke very slowly. "They probably wanted to create the impression that the danger is slowly approaching. The ghosts and monsters will move without a sound, and they might appear beside us at any scenario and at every spot. That should be the biggest selling point of this scenario." "You have a point. That honestly is not a bad idea, but unfortunately he has run into us. We are all top haunted house designers. With just a lift of his finger, we can already predict what he is about to do next." Liang-san's gaze moved back into the room. "Why don't we continue the search inside the room? Perhaps we can find some kind of hidden pathway." Liang-san wanted to find out how Chenji managed to move the mannequin so silently and without notice. He wanted to steal the knowledge of these things and then apply it to his own haunted house. "What was your name again? Don't just stand there and do nothing. Come and help us look. I know we are visiting a haunted house, but we do not need to follow the rules laid down by the boss." Liang-san noticed Zio-san, who was still standing there. He thought that Zio-san was scared into inactivity. "I think it's best we follow the boss rules. What if some kind of accident happens?" Son Zio-jan's real thoughts were, "If you guys continue to stray from the script, there will be no chance for me to shine." "Didn't Boss Chen claim that we are free to explore the scenario, that the visitors are free to do anything they wish? Today I will teach him that bluffing has consequences. It is one thing to do that before normal visitors, but before us professional designers, a haunted house is nothing more than a delicately designed toy." The two brothers started to search inside the room. Zio-sun also symbolically started his search. He had not followed Chenji for that long. He did not recognize most of the original workers, and he was not familiar with the secrets of most of the scenarios. Every time he wanted to ask Chenji what he should do, Chenji would just tell him to be himself. Then when he went to ask for pointers from All Joe would wax some kind of nonsense about his natural talent and that there was nothing that he could be taught. Apparently he was perfect the way he was. Both his boss and his teacher were of no help to him. Zio-sun felt quite helpless. He sighed lightly to himself and moved around the room, pretending to find something to do. When other people were making their search perimeter around the woman mannequin, he was aimlessly looking through the other items in the room. He even grumbled under his breath. When the man came through the door, even I was frightened by it. This haunted house is really scary. With that thought in mind, he turned back to look at the entrance. Zio-sun realized with some confusion that the man's gaze appeared to be fixed at a certain spot. Is he looking at the mirror inside the bathroom? Zio-sun entered the bathroom and stood before the mirror. A scary face like that is leaning against the door. It feels even scarier looking at from the reflection in the mirror. He held the bottom of the mirror with his palms. Zio-sun gradually applied force. When the mirror started to nudge, a droplet of blood slid down the surface of the mirror, and then a snail shell dropped out from behind the mirror. A snail? The man is afraid of snails? Never mind, I am not good at this kind of guessing game. This shell is covered in a spider web. It is probably a prop left behind from a long time ago. Zio-sun tossed the snail shell to the side, but right then, another snail shell dropped out from behind the mirror. What is going on? Zio-sun grabbed the side of the mirror out of curiosity. He wanted to remove the mirror to take a look. As the mirror moved further from its original spot, more and more snail shells poured out from behind it. What are you doing? Why are there so many snail shells? The other people heard the strange noises, so they too hurried into the bathroom. Before Zio-sun could answer their question, they saw the wall next to the mirror suddenly give way to reveal a door that was painted with a bright red snail. The hidden pathway? Zio-sun and the Liang brothers said in unison. They had not spent that much time in the haunted house, and they had already found the hidden pathway inside the first room of the first sub-scenario. Yang and Liang San were overjoyed. They had finally found the hidden pathway inside the haunted house. Whether this would help clear the scenario or not, it would be intensely helpful to get to the bottom of Chenji's secrets. Zio-sun was stunned out of his mind. He had heard from Chenji that there were 9 hidden pathways in the 9 sub-scenarios. All 9 pathways could lead directly to the hidden scenario. The rag doll's broken body parts were hidden inside the hidden scenarios, but at the whole haunted house, only Chenji knew where the hidden pathways were located. Not even Zio-sun knew about their exact locations. This is bad. I seem to have done something irrevocably horrible. Zio-sun was still holding the mirror. His mind was spinning rapidly. He was supposed to be there to add trouble to the visitors, but the first thing he did helped the visitors find the hidden pathway and saved them plenty of time. You are good, Zio-sun. I am surprised you are that detail-orientated of a person. None of us professionals even noticed this hidden mechanism. Liang San patted Zio-sun's shoulder in praise, and then he moved to push open the door with the snail painted on it. The surrounding temperature dropped again. Behind the door was a staircase that led deep underground. Standing at the top of the stairs, one was unable to see the end. Being praised by the visitors, Zio-sun also did not know what to say. Before he could figure out what to do next, he saw Liang and Liang San switch on their flashlights and enter the hidden path. Hey, be careful. We were warned against moving on our own. Zio-sun wanted to hold them back, but the few overly confident haunted house designers did not give him the time of day. Including the middle-aged woman, all 3 of them filed into the stairs. Cold, dark, quiet. The scary feeling could no longer be described in simple words. This was far beyond the realm of a simple game. The path was surprisingly long, but they still managed to reach the end of it eventually. A pure black iron door appeared before them. The door was reeking of disinfectant. If one looked closely, one could see black threads wiggling on it. Everything inside the hidden path was scary, but the words beside the iron door that said, "Please close the door after you enter," ruined the scary atmosphere quite a bit. What do you reckon's behind the door? The body parts of the rag doll. This haunted house's surveillance room. I guess it is the dressing room, and we will run into a bunch of actors putting on their makeup. Well, we will find out by opening the door, won't we? Yang San pushed open the heavy and unwieldy black iron door. Instantly, an endless sea of black fog rolled out and directly swallowed these few lucky visitors. When the black iron door closed again, there was only Sun Zyarajan left alone inside the hidden corridor. His Adam's apple wiggled. Sun Zyarajan had taken a glimpse of the world behind the door. He dropped down to the stairs. This is bad. These three have not even experienced a one-star scenario before. They have entered the ghost fetus world of black fog without any preparation. This was similar to a patient, thinking that he had a sore throat, going to the hospital for a consultation, but being wheeled directly into the crematorium. The red high heels is recovering the ghost fetus memory inside the world in the process of becoming a demon god. She definitely will not expect the visitors to find her within 5 minutes of the game starting. Just the thought of the accidents that might happen inside there made Zio-san's scalp go numb. I really did not mean to do this. This can't do. I need to contact Boss Chen immediately. This is an issue of life and death. Chapter 11:21. Rise in Game Difficulty 2 in 1. Looking at the black iron door that had slammed shut, Zio-san was ravaged by a complicated cocktail of feelings. He did not expect things to develop this way. All he did was just to try to move the mirror a little bit. I really hope nothing bad will happen to the visitors that went inside. Zio-san was very worried that the red high heels might accidentally kill the visitors. I have no idea whether Brother Chen is inside this haunted house or not, so who should I find when this kind of accident happens? That actor brother known as Wu Jinpeng feels like a nice guy. Perhaps he will be able to help me. Zio-san was about to turn back and run back to the house where Wu Jinpeng was, but he hesitated for a moment. He turned to grab the handle of the iron door. Should I try to keep the door open? If the visitors are lucky enough, they might have a 1% chance of coming back the way they came. What he was doing out of the kindness of his heart. All he wanted to do was save a route for the visitors' retreat through. Sliding down the chain that was filled with blood vessels, Zio-san placed it next to the door. With the chain removed, the iron door would not be completely locked anymore. He started to pull the door open, but he stopped when the door was opened a small gap. Endless black fog slithered out from the gap and started to crawl into the tunnel and the world beyond it. The black threads formed from curses seeped into the building. The people who had been harmed by the ghost fetus in its memory appeared in another form. They turned into strange shadows and wandered among the black fog. These kinds of monster had no physical form, and they would not cause any actual harm to human beings or ghosts, but they would be able to evoke the sin and fear buried in the depths of people's hearts. The red high heels wanted to use the ghost fetus past to reconstruct the curse. She wanted to gradually recreate the steps the ghost fetus followed to slowly become a demon god. These shadow monsters were just a byproduct of this process. Once the iron door was open, the shadows from the ghost fetus memory started to scurry madly out of the world of the black fog. They were a part of the black fog. Unless they wanted to show themselves, they were impossible to spot. Always leave a little kindness whatever you do. This is the best I can do given the circumstances. Zio-san turned to leave. The sign next to the black iron door that said, "Please close the door after use," flew over his head. It was like he did not see the sign at all. He hurriedly ran out from the hidden path. Just as he returned to the room, he heard footsteps coming from the outside corridor. The haunted house's actors would not make such sounds. It has to be the visitor who are coming. The faded black fog was floating out from the entrance of the hidden path. Zio-san looked around and thought, this is bad. If the other visitors follow the three and enter the hidden path, it will only be worse. It's not such a big deal if I'm exposed, but to have everyone sent into the hidden scenario not 5 minutes into the game is a very big deal. This was Zio-san's first time working inside the haunted house. He had no experience at all. Even though he was quite a clever person, being caught between a rock and a hard place like this, he found himself at a loss as to what to do. I should close up the hidden door first to prevent more visitors from entering the hidden scenario. After I find Brother Chen, we can enter the hidden scenario to find the 3 visitors from this hidden pathway. Footsteps slowly approached. All kind of sound was amplified in this scenario. Zio-san felt like the footfalls were falling right on his heart. He closed the door with the drawing of the red snail on it and grabbed the edge of the mirror with both of his hands. When I pushed the mirror up earlier, I accidentally triggered the mechanism. So the way to reverse the mechanism should be to push the mirror down. He applied force on his arms as Zio-san grabbed the sides of the mirror and pressed it down. But both the mirror and the door showed no response to his action. What's going on? Footsteps were flying down the corridor. If Zio-san was not already a ghost, his shirt would probably have been drenched in cold sweat by now. Veins pulsed on his arms as he nudged the mirror harder. His eyes were wandering everywhere nervously. This is bad, this is bad. How do I even close this thing? As Zio-san moved the mirror madly up and down, more blood droplets and traces of blood appeared on the surface on the mirror. A confused face seemed to appear inside the mirror, looking suspiciously at Zio-san. Is the direction of the movement wrong? Is it not up and down? Holding the sides of the mirror tight, Zio-san attempted to twist the mirror, but as he gathered strength in his arms, the support frame that held the mirror in place snapped off instead. What the hell? Looking at the mirror that he had forcibly yanked off the wall, Zio-san was stunned beyond words. Subconsciously, he turned to look at the hidden pathway that the black fog was still streaming out from. The wall gradually closed, and it appeared as if the door with the red snail had never appeared in the first place at all. The door outside the hidden path had been closed, but the black iron door inside the hidden path was still left open a tad. The black fog was free to leave through the gap. They crawled into the outside building and seeped through the walls to spread to the rest of the room. When one after another strange and despairing faces surfaced on the walls, it meant that the difficulty of the whole scenario was continuing to rise. What are you doing? The people from Jiujiang Medical University who were exploring on the same floor ran over. They saw the room that was covered in black fog and Zio-san, who was holding the mirror alone inside the bathroom. To be honest, I have no idea what I am doing either. Zio-san was still holding the mirror. It felt wrong to put it down, but it also felt wrong to keep holding it. Where are the other people who are supposed to be in your group? They refused to listen to me and left me behind on my own. The two other groups who were looking for the rag doll's body parts on the other floors of the building heard the commotion, and they all ran over to this room as well. In less than 3 minutes, the first floor of the building had changed fully. A scary mannequin that looked like a pile of rotten mud was lying on the door of the room. Black fog kept drifting out from inside the room, and some in the groups even doubted that this was the place that they had visited earlier. Why are you guys gathered here? Where are Liang and Liang San, and what is going on with this monstrosity at the door? Fu Bol glanced inside the room, and he failed to see the 3 haunted house designers. I have no idea either. The 3 of them told us to stay here and try to stay out of their way, and then they appeared to have found a hidden pathway and triggered some kind of trap. After that, they disappeared. Zio-san purposely kept the words ambiguous. He was not a person who was good at lying. How would actual people, not 1 but 3 of us, just disappeared like that? Where was the last room they were in before they disappeared? Just after they split up, 3 people had disappeared. This caused Ma Feng to frown deeply. They were on this floor? Of that I am sure. Zio-san was very desperate at the moment. He was afraid that if he dragged this further, they might be going back to collect Liang and Liang San's bodies. From his perspective, the most important thing to do now was to find Chenji and then quickly inform the red high heels that there were already visitors that had wandered into the hidden scenario. The 3 people from your group have all disappeared, but only you remain. I can't help but feel that it is a little bit strange. Zhu Han was about to say something when Fu Bol suddenly walked to the few from Jiujiang Medical University. What are you doing? Fu Bol stared directly at Zhu Han, and his expression was dark and threatening. It was the 3 of you who were behind this, wasn't it? Us, He-san used his finger to point at himself. Have you lost your mind? The 3 of us were not even close to the 4 of them. We also just arrived here not too long ago. Who knows whether that is true or not? That claim can only be verified by yourself now. But all I know is that it is certain that the 3 of you were on the same floor as the 4 of them. You 3 are the people who were closest to them. Fu Bol placed his hand on the mud mannequin next to him. When we were here earlier, this mannequin was not even here. In other words, someone moved it here after we split up and separated. Just take a look at how heavy this thing is. A single person could not have silently moved such a big mannequin and placed it here without making any noise, so it had to have been a group effort. After hearing Fu Bol's analysis, both the people from Jiujiang Medical University and Zio-san were startled. If not for the fact that you have been slandering Boss Chen's haunted house since you entered this place, I would have suspected you are the actual actors hired by Boss Chen. He-san was truly speechless. Even if there is a possibility of an insider among us, the person with the biggest suspicion should be this Zio-san. The other people in his group other than himself have mysteriously disappeared. Is that not suspicious to you? Simply because you think he cannot move this mannequin alone, you are deciding to just overlook him like that. He-san's analytical power could be said to have been honed inside Chenji's haunted house. Before this, he believed in the kindness in people's hearts, but after many experiences in Chenji's haunted house, he had caught a glimpse of the many colors of human nature. It was indeed the most complicated thing in the world. Hearing He-san point the suspicion toward him, Zio-san sighed in relief for some reason. He was glad that someone was finally suspecting him. If he continued to fail in his role, he had already decided to quietly slip away. Being stuck with so many living humans was putting too much stress on him. You are unable to find anything to counter my claim, so you start to direct the suspicion to someone else, huh? You wish to muddy the water to distract our attention. Do you think we will fall for a simple trick like that? From the very beginning, Fu Bol had been suspecting Zhu Han's group. In the few years he had running a haunted house, he had not encountered visitors like Zhu Han and He San. They were just visiting a simple haunted house, yet they had come up with various analyses and guides. It was like they had fully transported themselves into a horror film. With the fault of prejudice, Fu Bol always looked from his perspective to consider the problem. All the thoughts that he had were based on his own viewpoint. So you're going to push the blame onto us no matter what? Do you have some kind of bad history with forensic doctors? While the group was arguing, the black fog inside the room thickened even further. There were even human faces that could be seen flickering inside it. Standing inside the black fog, Mr. Wang felt strangely agitated. Memories that were buried deep inside his heart kept flashing in his mind. Among them were recollections of murderers committing their crimes and victims screaming for help. The people in those past crimes appeared to have come alive, and they were reaching out toward him. Those with greater harrowing experiences in real life would have a greater influence inside the black fog. Shaking his head, Mr. Wang reached out to grab the door frame for support. "Sir, are you all right?" Zhu Han was the first to notice the strange way his lecturer was acting. "I was fine when I first entered this place, but just now I was feeling a bit wobbly. However, I am feeling much better now." "That is probably related to the black fog. I am feeling a bit disturbed by it as well." Zhu Han purposely lowered his voice to a whisper. "You feel it too?" Mr. Wang was shocked. "Yes." Zhu Han stood close to Mr. Wang. The former's lips moved slightly, and his voice was so small that the others could not even hear him at all. "What are you two grumbling about?" Wei Keiacha asked in a purposely loud voice. He had been keeping his eyes on Zhu Han and Mr. Wang. Due to Fu Bol's multiple claims, he had also begun to believe that these people from the so-called Jiujiang Medical University were actually actors hired by the haunted house. "We are not obligated to share with you what we are discussing. You can continue to see us as the actors hired by this haunted house. After all, that does not affect us in any way." Zhu Han was quite an eccentric person. He was not that sociable. He was too lazy to argue with the group of haunted house designers anymore. He directly turned to He San and Mr. Wang and said, "The sudden appearance of the black fog should be some kind of signal. It's probably trying to inform us of the danger of staying in one place for too long. As the time continues to move, the black fog might envelope the entire scenario. In other words, the chance of our survival will get lower and lower, and the difficulty of the scenario will get higher and higher. Does that mean this black fog is kinda like the concept of a poison zone in some video games? As the fog continued to spread, the movement range of the visitors will dwindle. Staying inside the black fog for too long will draw the attention of black things." He San understood his friend instantly. "Now I have two predictions. The first is that the three missing visitors have managed to find the hidden pathway. They used the pathway to head to another location and sped up the gaming progress, and the appearance of the black fog signals the beginning of the second stage of the game. If we wish to avoid the black fog, we will also need to find the hidden pathway and enter the other scenario just like they did." Zhu Han used the few clues to start his analysis. "But the problem is that we have just entered the haunted house. Based on Boss Chen's previous behavior, he only amps up the difficulty about halfway into the visiting time. Today's challenge is rather out of the ordinary." "Then what is your second prediction?" "My second prediction is that some kind of accident has happened inside this scenario, and it has triggered this event that no one anticipated." Zhu Han did not go and argue with the group of haunted house designers, but when he spoke, the group of haunted house designers slowly quieted down, and they started to listen to him speak quietly. Zhu Han had a natural talent for getting the room to listen to him. That was a sign that he would become a good forensic doctor in the future. "Then what should we do if it is the second situation?" He San asked the question that was in everyone's mind. "If my second prediction is correct, then we are in a horrible position. Do you still remember what I said when we first entered the haunted house?" Zhu Han's expression was not looking so good. "What did you say again?" "That this haunted house might really be haunted." Zhu Han did not wish to continue on this topic. "Sir," He San, "we will search for the hidden pathway in these few rooms on the left. In terms of time, the three disappeared visitors most likely found the hidden paths inside these few rooms." Skipping the meaningless argument that would only waste time, with Zhu Han leading the group, everyone started to look for the hidden path on the first floor. "The black fog is still spreading. We have limited time. If we cannot find the hidden path within the next 5 minutes, we will leave this place immediately. Seeing how busy everyone was, Zio-san was still holding the mirror with both of his hands. His face was as bitter as a bitter gourd. He could not bring himself to say that he had already broken the mechanism that would have opened the secret pathway. Now the door outside could not be opened, and the door was not closed. The black fog kept leaking out, and that continued to increase the difficulty of the game. 5 minutes later, the black fog had spread out to fill the entire sub-scenario. It had even floated out from the sub-scenario and drifted out into the street. Many half-transparent faces started to appear on the walls of various buildings. The hidden pathway is probably a one-time use only. We'd better leave this scenario now. The black fog will continue to spread with the passage of time. We're now racing against time to explore the rest of the scenario before things get worse. Zhuo-han rushed out of the building without any hesitation after saying that. He-san and Mr. Wang followed closely behind him. We should also move to the other scenarios. Shang Guan Qinghong signaled for the rest to follow Zhuo-han. We will ignore the issue of whether he's a haunted house actor or not for now. Even if he is, we should stick close to him to see what he will do next. This Zhuo-han is like an NPC inside this scenario. He keeps giving us hints and telling us the progress of the game to create the emotion of desperation and urgency. Following him might lead us to the same ending as Liang and Liang San. Fu Bol still stood by his opinion, but he was not going to be abandoned by the rest of the group. After everyone had left the building, the child inside the picture on the missing persons article winked several times. At the same time, from the 3rd floor underground, a child in a red shirt walked out from his hiding place. He rushed to the entrance and watched the retreating visitors. He grabbed the script that was hidden under his red shirt and slammed it angrily on the floor. I've practiced for 3 full days, and you decided to leave just like that. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. The child in the red shirt picked up the script again and chased after the group of visitors. Chapter 11:22, How Long Till the Free Massacre, 2 in 1. Yang Liang San and the middle-aged woman from the Castle of Lost Memories continued their exploration in the world of the black fog. This place's visibility was extremely low. They could barely see things that were 3 meters away from them. Where is all this black fog coming from? If it was white fog, then it could be explained from the usage of dry ice machines, but it is the first time I've encountered black fog. Liang scratched his head. It has no smell and no taste. It appears to have no other function other than to disrupt our sense of sight. Theoretically speaking, the hidden pathway of the first sub-scenario should lead to the secret room with the first clue. This room should not be that big. The haunted house's boss probably wants us to find the body parts of the rag doll inside this black fog. The middle-aged woman analyzed the situation based on her own experience of designing her haunted house. Then we'd better start looking. Be careful not to wander too far away from each other. There might be haunted house actors hiding inside the black fog. The 3 stayed together as they moved forward. They walked for a full 2 minutes before they saw any trace of a wall. Their expressions started to change. This does not appear to be a hidden room at all. This place is too big. Have we arrived at a new scenario? But how come we have not encountered a single actor? What is the philosophy behind his haunted house design? I find myself failing to understand his thought process more and more. How about we retrace our steps? I think we should regroup with the others. Okay, they all stopped moving. The 3 haunted house designers turned back to look, and they suddenly discovered something very scary. Was this the direction that we came from? The ground under their feet had no discerning features. They were surrounded by black fog, and there was no object of reference. It was impossible to tell where they were in relation to everything else. Wait a minute, aren't we supposed to have another member in our team? When did that kid disappear? The longer one stayed inside the black fog, the greater the fear inside one's heart would be amplified. The 3 haunted house designers' hearts had started to shake like a leaf. At that moment, they heard a woman's painful and despairing scream. Nudging their feet slowly toward the scream, they switched on the flashlight function on their phones. The light was distorted by the black fog. They could see a woman who was covered in bandages not far away. Surrounded by a thick shroud of black fog, the woman appeared to be ingesting the black fog around her like some kind self-mutilating torture. As the fog rushed into her body, it tore open one wound after another on her body before it proceeded to leak out from her wounds again. The woman appeared to be searching for something inside the black fog. She used her own body as a vessel, and the filtering process was incredibly harsh and painful. The black fog was being pulled toward her. As she continued to consume the black fog, black and red tattoos slowly started to surface on her body under the bandage. The tattoos were like a second layer of skin. They wrapped around her body. From afar, the woman radiated a kind of extremely grotesque beauty, but when one looked closer at the scenes that were depicted by the tattoos on her skin, everyone's heart would be gripped by fear. The black threads severed the woman's skin like knives. Blood mixed together with the black threads reconstructed a child's regrettable and painful life, his encounter with many heartless characters, and surviving inhuman pain and torture. Inside the deepest and darkest despair, a flower of sin was blooming. The light from the flashlights hit the woman. The three haunted house designers saw the woman's wounded body under the bandages, and their heads went numb. Liang San stared at the woman's bizarre posture, and he turned to whisper softly to his older brother, "What is that thing? That does not look like an actor. Is that a mannequin?" At first glance, she seems like an absolute beauty, but upon closer inspection you will realize how disgusting everything is. Just as he uttered the term, disgusting, Liang saw the woman's head slowly turn around. A pair of eyes dominated by curses and malice had landed on him. Liang lost control of his body immediately. Every piece of fatty flesh on his body was shaking. Click and clack of high heel against the ground echoed through the space. Countless faces inside the world of the black fog started to wail. The strange, smiling human heads that were formed from the curses rushed out from the rooftops. There was also a centipede-like creature strung together with human heads crawling rapidly on the wall. They rushed toward the three haunted house designers with evil intentions. Moments earlier, they had been complaining about the lack of haunted house actors, but just a few seconds later, everything had changed. Liang and Liang San had no idea where these things had come from. Their faces blanched, and their natural instinct propelled them to retreat. More and more monsters appeared. They had not even dared to imagine these monsters in their worst nightmare. They had already broken through their understanding of fear. "Run, quick, run!" The middle-aged woman was the first to react. She turned and started to race down the street. As she picked up her pace, the monsters rushed at her like a wave. There were so many of them. Liang San also started to turn back and run, but he had only taken a few steps when he heard a harrowing scream coming from behind him. He realized that his big brother was still standing where he was. "I cannot move." Liang had no idea what had happened to his body. Ever since he said the word disgusting, he realized that his heartbeat had started to go haywire. It was as if his body did not belong to him anymore. Liang San hesitated for a moment. In the end, he stayed because blood was thicker than water. He turned around to grab Liang by his arm. "Bro, I will carry you." Before he finished, he saw the black threads hidden inside the fog crawl into Liang body, and they had started to spread toward his own body. Liang San was so shocked that he immediately let go of Liang The folds of fat on his face were trembling from fear. The eyes that were hidden inside the fleshy face had not been so wide in his life. What are these things? Flinging his brother's arm away, Liang San staggered backward and started to run. "Big brother, I will go and get people to come help you. Hang in there." Liang San could not care about what was happening behind him anymore. He chose a direction and started to run like his life depended on it. There was no object of reference in the black fog, so he had no idea where he was at all. He was surrounded by monsters, so he did not even stop for a second to take a break. Liang San, after who knew how long, a familiar voice suddenly came from inside the fog. "Big brother." "Yes, it is me. Quick, come over here. The exit is this way." The voice was leading Liang San in a certain direction. The shadow of a fetus flickered in the black fog. Liang San wanted to stay away from that shadow, but he realized that his own brother's voice was coming from the location where the shadow was. He then noticed the anomaly about this situation. He wanted to turn around and run the other way, but the moment he did so, the fetus started to madly chase after him. "Liang San, where are you going? It's me, your older brother." "Stay away, do not come close to me." Liang San's confidence when he first entered the haunted house had completely shattered. His mental stability was shattered the moment he abandoned Liang to leave on his own. "I really am your big brother. Have you forgotten about me? When we were playing hide and seek when we were young, you were hiding under the bed. Someone was whispering in your ears, accompanying you. Do you still remember one night when you snuck out to go to the internet cafe, there was a big dog that kept barking at you? Since then, you've had a fear of dogs. Actually, that dog was not barking at you. It was because it had seen me. I am your big brother, the eldest brother that you will never shake off, Liang Yi. I died in front of you, but I have never left. We will be brothers forever." The fetus shadow crawled swiftly on the ground, and it was only a matter of time it caught up to Liang San. It crawled up Liang San's body and strangled the man's neck. The face that was bloody and ghastly was hanging from Liang San's head as it stared into the man's eyes. "Look closely. Look. See how similar we look." "Ah, arg." Liang San shook his head wildly like he had lost his mind. The darkest fear in his heart was recreated through the curse. It did not take long for the man to crumple in a heap with white foam coming out of his mouth. The sound of high heels echoed on the ground. The scary fetus morphed back into a curse and disappeared among the black fog. The screaming was endless. The middle-aged woman stumbled her way through the world of the black fog. Most of the monsters had been distracted by Liang and Liang San. Furthermore, she was the first to run, so she had made quite a headway in her escape. How did the boss manage to come up with all these props? What is going on inside this haunted house? The middle-aged woman had lost her composure. All she knew was that she needed to run. After running for 10 minutes, a wall suddenly appeared before her. Was that the path that we used to get here? She followed the wall and continued to search until finally she found the black iron door. The door is not locked. I am so lucky. The middle-aged woman yanked back the iron door and raced up the staircase. She was getting closer and closer to the exit. I have to tell everyone about the things that happened here. This haunted house is too abnormal. She raced all the way to the end of the hidden pathway. She rammed into the door painted with the red snail, but the door refused to budge. What's going on? Strange laughter and crying came from the other end of the hidden path. Endless shadows were dancing in the black fog. The middle-aged woman knocked repeatedly on the door and cried loudly for help, but naturally no one came to her aid. Help me! Please, someone come and help me! Her final call for help was swallowed by the shadows. After the black fog consumed everything, it not only did not dissipate, it even thickened further. What? Walking down the street of the voiceless small town, Zhuohan suddenly stopped moving. What's wrong? Do you hear someone crying for help? Zhuohan turned back to look at the soundless home. It appears to come out from the building that we just vacated. Should we go back to take a look? He-san was still quite worried about the other people. He was really concerned that a serious accident might happen. For now, I cannot tell for sure who the haunted house actor is. In these circumstances, other than the two of you, there is no need to go and risk our own lives to go and rescue other people. It will be a waste of energy to go save them, and we might even get dragged into more trouble. Zhuohan kept his eyes on the black fog that continued to roll out from the soundless home, and his brows were deeply creased. The speed of the fog spreading is increasing. Looks like the game will be entering the third stage very soon. The third stage. Normally, after we have obtained the key item and prepared to leave, the actors inside the scenario will be given free rein to move around to come after any and all visitors in their sights, so the third stage is also known as the free massacre. Zhuohan's voice was peppered with obvious worry. When I was challenging the Coffin Village to transport the wedding dress out, I sacrificed all of my teammates. During this third stage, brain power is completely useless. All that matters is physical stamina and luck. That will be incredibly detrimental to us. The three of us do not appear to have luck on our side, He-san grumbled softly. Then we'd better speed up our exploration. If we fail to find any parts of the rag doll, we will only end up in worse condition. The group, including the rest of the haunted house designers, hurried to leave. None of them had suggested to go back and rescue their teammates who were screaming for help. Everyone had come to a silent consensus not to bring that up. It was as if everyone was suffering from temporary amnesia. After the black fog appeared, the whole scenario became even more peculiar. Occasionally, an eye would open on a wall, or a snickering shadow would flicker around the street corner. The scariest thing in the ghost fetus, memory was inching closer to the visitors. After turning the corner, there was a very long avenue that stretched out before the visitors. The buildings on both sides of this avenue were gray in color, and some of the buildings had cracks from age. Have we been to this place before? How come I feel like this street has appeared out of nowhere? Zhuohan was the first to enter the avenue. Before he strode that far down the street, he noticed a person appearing from the avenue. Be careful, there is someone ahead of us. Under the dim light, the figure was wearing a red raincoat, standing straight and facing away from the visitors. She stood next to a tattered-looking bus stop as if waiting for someone. It is not raining, so why is the person wearing a raincoat? Zhuohan did not dare get too close. His brows were furrowed deeply. Who knew what he was thinking? You are in cahoots with these people, so why do you have so many questions? When Fu Bo saw Zhuohan acting like this, it irked him. Then again, the man already had a prejudice against these people who claimed to be from Jiujiang Medical University to begin with. Fine, continue your act. I will stand here and see how much longer you can keep this up. When they saw the woman in the red raincoat, the eyes of Zhao Sun, who was among the crowd, lit up. He had seen this red specter in the world behind the ghost fetus door before. He knew that this was one of Chen Ji's employees. I need to figure out a way to get close to her. and inform her that the first hidden pathway has already been accidentally destroyed by me, and have her contact Boss Chen for me. With this in mind, Zio-sun walked out from the group and moved toward the red raincoat. The haunted house designers were trying to find an idiot to go and test this strange figure. Seeing Zio-sun volunteer, none of them even thought of stopping him. But when Zhu-han saw Zio-sun walk over there for some reason, he had a bad feeling rise in his heart. He raised his hand, but in the end, he still did not stop Zio-sun. Carrying the hope of his whole team of his shoulders, Zio-sun stepped onto the bus stop's platform. The other visitors stayed away from the platform, keeping a safe 2 to 3 meters away from Zio-sun. "Hello, I am Sun Ziorajan." Zio-sun lowered his voice and used his back to block the sight of the other visitors. He put both of his arms before his chest and silently pointed at himself. "I have accidentally broken the hidden pathway." Seeing that someone had wandered over, the woman in the red raincoat slowly turned around to reveal her extremely scary face. Her lips were sewn shut by shadows, and when she spoke, her voice slipped through the gaps between the stitches. It was incredibly harrowing. "Have you seen my child?" "Big sister, the hidden pathway is stuck. We need to get the boss and come over to check it." Zio-sun did not dare raise his voice. He muttered with his lips closed. Interestingly, it appeared like he was mimicking the woman in the raincoat. "Have you seen my child?" The red raincoat was playing herself. Her bright red pupils were rolling in her eye sockets, and her emotions had started to fray. When Zio-sun saw how deep the red raincoat lady was entrenched in the script, he was very desperate. If this was allowed to continue, the whole avenue would probably be swallowed up by the black fog soon. "Have you seen my child?" The red raincoat's voice was very scary. Blood vessels wiggled on her body. It appeared like her emotions might go out of control at any moment. Zio-sun also did not dare pressure the red raincoat lady. After all, this was an actual red specter. He was about to give up communication with the red raincoat when he was struck by inspiration, and a thought appeared in his mind. Since she is unable to understand what I am trying to express, why don't I just lead her to the hidden pathway to take a look? That is such an easy solution. That was the brilliant idea that our Zio-sun had. Therefore, without discussing anything with his teammates, he suddenly said, "I saw your child earlier. I know where he is. Really, I can guarantee that." His tone was very sure and determined. The other visitors had no idea what he was up to. Even the red raincoat lady's expression appeared to have frozen. That was not how it was supposed to go according to the script. How would a visitor know where a red specter's child was hidden? "My son is wearing a tattered floral shirt, and he has a red scar on his forehead, as well as a birthmark that's the shape of a maple leaf on his chest." What the red raincoat described was not part of the script. She appeared to be describing the features of her real lost son. "That's right, it was him." Zio-sun slapped on his calf. "The child that I saw was the same as the one you just described. He was inside the house nearest to the entrance. You need to search the first room on the first floor very closely." When he finished, the blood vessels on the red raincoat were boiling. She had searched for multiple years, and today, finally, someone had told her that they had seen her child. She walked to the back of the platform and soon disappeared. Seeing the red raincoat walk away, Zio-sun sighed in relief. When she sees that the hidden pathway has been destroyed and the black fog is rushing out, she will understand the severity of the situation. At that moment, it was Zio-sun who did not understand the severity of the situation. He finally revealed a relaxed smile and returned to the group of visitors. Chapter 11:23, White Orphanage 2-in-1. A woman in the red raincoat appeared at the bus stop. "We should make use of this time to look around the bus stop to see if there are any clues around here." Fu Bol and the other haunted house designers started their search around the bus stop, and they soon discovered some problems. There were 2 human-shaped shadows painted behind the avenue's bus stop. They were in the shape of a male and a female. The 2 shadows were etched into the back wall of the bus stop, as if it was a snapshot of someone's memory. Underneath the bus stop, there was a puddle of water. If one looked closer, one could see the image of a male student in a school uniform and a female teacher holding a red umbrella. At the corner of the bus stop, there were words that appeared to be randomly carved out. They were uneven and titled. The person who had left behind these characters was probably immersed in some kind of juvenile yet simple happiness. "Love started from the moment I met you. The last bus of the day came, but I waited until you arrived. Can I please walk you home?" Reading these words, they appeared to have the ability to evoke the reader's memory of youthful love. It was innocent, unwieldy, yet uniquely blissful. Why would such characters be carved in such an eerie place? Could it be that a horrible and cruel story is hidden behind the innocence of young love? All of this beauty is just build-up, and they will be brutally torn open at the last moment. The contrast will be used to create some kind of despairing effect, right? Sister Snake's haunted house appeared to have employed similar tactics before. She touched the black skull tattoo on her arm. Her mind seemed to have sunk into the memory of the past. This was a woman with a story. The style of this avenue is completely different from the other places that we have visited before, so theoretically speaking, there should be plenty of scare points. Yet so far we have not encountered anything remotely scary. The bad feeling in Zhuo Han's heart was getting stronger and stronger. He felt like this was the calm before the storm. We should stop inspecting the bus stop. We need to move on to the next location immediately. Zhuo Han looked at the black fog that was following behind them, and quickly decided to call the rest to hurry down the avenue. We need to leave this place immediately. This ghost fetus scenario has completely shattered my understanding of this haunted house. None of the experience I have collected can be used here. Why is that happening? Everything had happened a bit too suddenly. It felt like there was a pair of invisible hands that were slowly pushing them to the brink of despair from the back of the scene. Less than 15 minutes after the game started, the scenario has already entered the third stage. All the ghost actors within the 4-star scenarios have started to go on a rampage. The chance of survival with just the 3 of us is close to 0. Zhuo Han understood that he had basically fallen into the worst possible scenario. The few haunted house designers are completely unreliable. If they do not change their prejudice now and stop underestimating Boss Chen's haunted house, they will probably disappear in the next sub-scenario. And then what shall I do to solve this conundrum? He was using his mind so much that Zhuo Han's forehead was soon soaked with sweat. He was now under a great deal of pressure. On one hand, he had to face an unknown and scary enemy, and on the other hand, he had to carry a bunch of dead weights and possible haunted house actors hiding among them. Facing both internal and external pressure, he really tried hard but failed to come up with a reliable solution. Everything is happening too quickly. This 4-star scenario does not give me any downtime to think or even calm down from the previous scares at all. After the woman in the red raincoat left, the buildings on both sides of the avenue lost their sense of scariness, and the avenue seemingly turned back to a normal street. The visitors left the avenue easily and came to the entrance of an orphanage that had a white and black color scheme. The rusted iron door was left half open. A spine-tingling lullaby drifted out from an unknown source. The orphanage looked like it had been abandoned for quite some time, but there were children's clothes hung on a clothesline to dry in the yard. There were also plenty of freshly dug holes in the ground. They appeared to be used to bury some things. Many signs of human activity could be seen around the orphanage's yard, but the visitors could not find the presence of any living individuals. The wind chime that hung on the awning jingled lightly as Zhuo Han pushed open the front door of the orphanage. A rather sad tune drifted out from one of the rooms. At the end of a very long dining table sat a broken and ruined altar. This has to be a privately owned orphanage. A government-run orphanage would not allow such an obvious religious structure within the confines of the building. Mr. Wang stared at the altar, and flashes of images from his past flickered through his mind. Some of the owners of private orphanages believe in religious karma. They set up shrines of their respective faith in their own rooms, but this is the first time I have encountered an orphanage that directly places such an altar right in the lobby of the orphanage. Walking past the long wooden dining table, Mr. Wang's expression slowly turned darker and uglier. The altar had the name Fang Yu carved in all its corners. It looked quite frightening. These are carved out by one's bare nails character by character. The deep black stains on it are blood stains. They have completely seeped into the wooden boards. This is strange. It feels like someone has spent years scratching these words out on this altar. Mr. Wang was confused. Did the boss need to go to such length just to create a prop inside the haunted house? This might not have been made by Boss Chen himself. He has provided many clues to local law enforcement on murder cases. I suspect some of the props inside his haunted house are directly lifted from murder crime scenes. Zhuo Han whispered softly to his lecturer. This topic was considered inside information, so he was not willing to share it with unnecessary people lest they made a big deal out of it. This haunted house boss has provided many clues to local law enforcement for murder cases. Mr. Wang was so shocked that the question fell out of his mouth. I have indeed heard word on the street lately that things have been quite uneasy, and Jiujiang's local police station has recruited a new informant. That person is the boss of this haunted house. Sir, due to that incident, you no longer have any contact with the people at the station, so you might not know this. The boss of this haunted house is very... Zhuo Han thought for a long time, but he did not know how to put his thoughts into words. Both of his parents disappeared mysteriously. To investigate their disappearance, he has overturned old cases throughout Jiujiang that date back to 2 decades ago. I do not even know how to describe such a person. The best description that I can come up with is for normal people to keep a respectful distance away from him. He managed to help overturn old cases that date back to 20 years ago. Yes, but that is not even the scariest thing about him. Zhuo Han lowered his voice even more. He has provided many important clues to Jiujiang law enforcement for many heavy crimes, and they have solved many cases through him, but the case of his parents' disappearance has seen no progress at all. I suspect there is a big conspiracy behind this. The case behind his parents' disappearance is not as simple as it appears. And that is why you have been coming to visit his haunted house? Mr. Wang valued Zhuo Han greatly. He believed that Zhuo Han was one of the best students he had ever had the pleasure of teaching. He knew Zhuo Han was unlike the other students. He was definitely not the kind of student who would skip class for fun. I'm afraid I am still too unqualified to help investigate the case of his parents' disappearance. Zhuo Han looked at the altar before him. I cannot see through this man at all. I cannot tell even a little bit what he is thinking. Honestly, sometimes, I do not even dare look him in the eye. I tried to put myself in his shoes to analyze his psychological status and personality, and the conclusion that I arrived at sent chills all over my body. He has superb rationality and calmness in all situations. He also possesses a superhuman adaptive ability and extremely high intelligence. Is there any similar character comparison to him in our current database? No, he is like a monster. After all, he is able to come up with so many exquisite and brilliantly designed set pieces alone, and can help find clues for so many heavy crimes that stumped even the local forces. Compared to him, no one has the qualification to be called a genius. Zhuo Han's hand softly caressed the surface of the altar, his fingers feeling the grooves of the characters that were carved on the wooden board. The more that I learn about him, the more afraid I become, but the more afraid I become, the more curious I am. I want to get to the bottom of the truth. Actually, if possible, during the last holiday before my graduation, I plan to apply to work here with Boss Chen. The student with the best overall score at a medical university coming to work at a haunted house. Mr. Wang even wondered if he had misheard his student. You are far more gifted than I am. What you are lacking is experience. If he really is as impressive as you say he is, even if you come to work here, I doubt you will find out anything useful to you. When the two spoke among themselves, a wooden door that led to one of the other rooms was pushed open, and an old man with a head of white hair shuffled out holding a thermos. He was caught by surprise when he saw so many people gathered in the lobby. Are you here to adopt the children? The old man's voice was shaking. He looked like he was in a very weakened state, as if he could faint at any given moment. The haunted house even hires someone so old to be its actor. This place sure is horrible. Fu Bo walked to accost the old man. We are not here to adopt any children. We are here to look for missing items. Have you seen this thing before? He took out the picture of the rag doll from his pocket and shook it before the old man. I have not. If you are not here to adopt the children, then hurry up and leave. This small town is not that safe. If you do not leave soon, I am afraid you might not be able to leave at all. The old man coughed and was about to leave when Ma Feng, who had been among the crowd, suddenly stepped forward. Wait a minute. Have I seen you somewhere before? After Ma Feng took over Jiang Jiu's position, to gain a deeper understanding of Chen Ji, he had spent many sleepless nights looking over the video when Chen Ji came to challenge his own haunted house. This old man before him appeared to have shown up in the video before, but he could not pinpoint exactly who he was. I have been staying here to look after the children. I have never left this small town. How is it possible that you have seen me before, or have you been to this orphanage in the past? The old man was the lingering spirit that Chen Ji had brought back from the futuristic theme park when he went to challenge the place. He had also brought back the old man's grandson, the ghost in the wind chime, and the red specter in the traditional Chinese opera costume. Perhaps I've mistaken you for someone else. That is the worst mistake you could have made in this small town. The person that you are familiar with might not really be him. It could be disguised by something else. Even though they might have the same face and voice, they will be carrying a different heart. The old man suddenly started to hack horribly, like the statement that he gave had crossed some kind of line, and he was being punished for it. Quickly leave this place. Do not linger any longer. Hey, Fu Bo wanted to reach out to grab the old man, but just as his arm was about to land on the old man's shoulder, the old man used a surprisingly agile and strange maneuver to evade him. No one saw it clearly. The old man slithered through the open door that he had come out from, and Fu Bo was left standing there with his hand hanging in the air. The old man did not close the door behind him, but once he crossed the threshold, it seemed like he had disappeared into thin air. A very bad feeling started to spread among the group of visitors. Fu Bo subconsciously walked toward the room that the old man had disappeared into. Standing in the lobby, one could hear the sound of children laughing coming from inside the room, but once they looked through the door, there was no one in the room at all. Only some toys were there, littering the ground. There has to be something hidden inside this orphanage. Plus, think about it. The rag doll that Boss Chen wants us to find is so old and tattered. A child from a normal family would not have owned such a toy. It is probably the toy of an abandoned child. Wei Keiacho tried to analyze the situation and shared his analysis. The orphanage is a place where abandoned children are gathered, so there's a very high chance that the rag doll that we are looking for is hidden here. Everyone thought that Wei Keiacho's analysis was quite reasonable. Only Zhuo Han kept his brows locked, but he did not anything. What, do you have any problem with what I've said? Wei Keiacho was a very clever person, but his cleverness was often limited to a certain area. Your analysis is too one-sided. If you look at the bigger picture, the probability of the rag doll being hidden here is very small because we still have many scenarios that we have yet to explore. Zhuo Han gave his own thoughts. Stop talking in riddles. What are you trying to say? I believe this orphanage is a set piece that Boss Chen has purposely built to distract us. This place is probably a trap. It would be better if we do not spend too much time here. Zhuo Han knew that these people would most likely not listen to his advice, so after he spoke his piece, he walked away with He-san and Mr. Wang and started to look for their own clues. Let's not be shaken by an outsider. We will continue to search with our analysis. I am sure we are on the right path. Fu Bol shared the same opinion as Wei Keiacho. Splitting off into the same groups as earlier, they started to search carefully for any traces of the rag doll within the orphanage. The black fog rolled down the street and slowly surrounded the orphanage. Seeing this, Zhuo Han prepared to leave to hurry to the next scenario, while the haunted house designers insisted on staying at the orphanage. With the split in opinion, both parties eventually separated, and each went their own way. Zhuo Han led He-san and Mr. Wang to leave while the others continued their search in the slowly thickening black fog. This place is an orphanage, but we have not seen a child until now. Wei Keiacho stood at the door that led to the side hall where the old man had disappeared earlier. Could we have been tricked by the old man? The old man entered the side hall last. Have you checked that place? Fu Bol and Qin Guang were standing next to Wei Keiacho. The rest were searching the kitchen and the backyard. I have looked through the room. I cannot find the old man anymore. It feels like he disappeared once he entered the room. At this point of retelling his experience, Wei Keiacho's eyes suddenly lit up. The side hall is connected to the backyard. Our preconceived notion made us believe that he has gone to the backyard, but there is actually another possibility. There might be a hidden path inside the side hall. The three of them shuffled into the side hall again. The placement of the toys was different from how they remembered it. Someone has moved the things in here? Wei Keiacho noticed the problem immediately. Before he could add anything else, he saw a small shadow running down the hallway where the backyard was connected to the side hall. Who is that? Stop right there. Wei Keiacho and Fu Bol rushed after the shadow immediately. They abandoned Qin Guang, who was at the back of the group. They chased after the shadow and entered the storage room that was situated in the backyard. Pushing open the wooden door, they were greeted by an old shrine table, and a strange picture was placed on the table. The old man in the picture was facing away from Wei Keiacho and Fu Bol. He appeared to be hugging something in his arms. The back of the person in this picture looked so familiar. Qin Guang, who was left alone in the side hall, was about to go after them when he suddenly heard the sound of a plastic ball bouncing. He turned his head to look. One of the toy balls in the side hall had rolled on its own into the lobby. And the strange thing was, there appeared to be something hiding in the dark corner. The ball rolled into the darkness, and then it was kicked out again like two invisible children were playing with it. With the corner of his eyes twitching, Qin Guang left the side hall immediately and ran out to meet up with the rest of his group. After he departed, a boy in a red shirt crawled out from the corner of the room with his eyes burning. I heard from the others that scaring people is something very simple and enjoyable. How come it is so difficult for me? Why? Just as the boy in the red shirt's emotions were going astray, the door of room 1 of the first floor at the Soundless House was heavily slammed against the door. A woman in a red raincoat walked out from the building with the fury of being lied to. Blood vessels boiled on her coat. Inside the endless black fog, a blood-red rain started to fall. Chapter 11:24. Don T. Blame your brother for saving himself first 2 in 1. Why didn't you two wait for me? Qin Guang rushed out from the side hall and caught up to Fu Bol and Wei Keiacho while catching his breath. How can someone like you be so easily scared? Don't you do an outsider supernatural livestream for a living? Fu Bol probably would not sit idle whenever the chance came up for him to mock someone. The so-called supernatural events that you ran into during your live streams, were they all set up by yourself? Some of them are predestined by the studio, but some of them were not. Like the time you were so traumatized that you were sent to the hospital. Fu Bol was very interested in the incident involving Qin Guang, but Qin Guang obviously did not want to remember anything about it. He directly ignored what Fu Bol said and changed the subject. I just saw a plastic ball that moved on its own in the side hall. This place appears to be occupied by a few children that we cannot see with our naked eyes. Now that shows how ignorant you are. Fu Bol shook his head. I know you are a popular livestream host who is highly valued by Director Ma. Initially, I thought you would be a valuable asset to the team, but after what we have been through, I realized perhaps I was mistaken. Just standing here, I can come up with at least 6 methods to make a ball move on its own. It is nothing that surprising. Sometimes we will even use the same technology on mannequins' heads to make the heads roll on their own. It will look more impactful visually to the visitors. You mean just like that? Qin Guang pointed behind Fu Bol. What? Fu Bol and Wei Keiacho turned their heads back at the same time. They saw that the man in the picture on the shrine table, which was originally facing away from them, had changed his pose. The old man in the black and white picture had turned around. Isn't this the old man who was talking to us earlier? Wei Keiacho was rather shocked. The man has half of his leg inside the coffin already, and the boss still has the heart to Photoshop him into a black and white photo. Isn't he afraid that this thing might come true one day? The boss is really 1F asterisk seeking heartless B asterisk starred. Fu Bol also did not expect the person in the picture to suddenly turn around. All the curse words were to cover up the fear in his heart. He had no idea how the boss managed to do something like this. At that moment, he was truly spooked. The old man's black and white picture is placed on the shrine table. That means that he has been dead for quite some time already, so the information that he gave us might be misleading. When we first arrived here, I saw many holes that were dug up in the front yard. The holes are too big for trees or vegetation, and they are too small for adult graves. Do you think it is possible that they are to bury children? That is possible. This orphanage is definitely not as simple as it appears. It has to be the most crucial location of the entire ghost fetus scenario. Orphanage, dead guardian, mass grave. This place might be where the ghost fetus is born. Wei Keiacho and Fu Bol were so engaged in their discussion that they did not realize that Qin Guang had kept his gaze fixed on the space underneath the shrine table. Just now, a boy's head poked out from behind the shrine table, but the boy's body could not be seen under the table. It felt like the boy crawled right out from the black and white picture himself. Where is he? He was standing right next to the shrine table, but he disappeared in the blink of an eye. The three stared closely at the shrine table. At that moment, the whole scenario started to change again. Blood started to seep down from the gap in the ceiling. Blood slid down the walls and edged along the frame of the black and white picture before dropping onto the table. What is going on? Is it because we have uncovered the truth that we have triggered some kind of trap inside the haunted house? Fu Bol, Wei Keiacho, and Qin Guang looked around. When they recovered from the shock of the supernatural events that happened around them, something else that shocked them deeply happened. The old man in the black and white picture had disappeared. All that was left inside the picture was an empty chair and a cigarette holder that had fallen to the ground. It gave the feeling that the old man had left in a hurry, like he was running for his life. Have you guys played the game, What's the Time, Mr. Wolf? Before? In essence, one person is supposed to stand at a fixed place, and whenever he turns around, the people behind him will get closer to him. From facing away from us to turning around and then running out of the picture itself, the boss of the haunted house is playing psychological tricks on us. Wei Keiacho tried his best to analyze the situation as scientifically as he could, but before he could finish the rest of his sentence, a drop of blood landed on his forehead. It is incredibly sticky, and it smells like copper. This fake blood is incredibly well made. Wei Keiacho used his hand to swipe at the blood on his face. He realized that this droplet of blood was actually made up of countless smaller blood droplets, and each of them was twitching in his grasp. You have got to be kidding me. They spray red paint directly from the ceiling of a haunted house. The boss of this place sure is brazen. Is he not afraid of ruining the visitors' clothes? Fu Bol had more to complain about, but he was quickly stopped by Wei Keiacho. Brother Fu, these blood droplets are very strange. When they fall on your clothes, they slide down directly, but if they fall on your skin, they will solidify almost instantly. It feels like there is a kind of force controlling them. Someone is using this rain of blood to find their prey. Bang! A giant explosion came out from the street outside the orphanage. It sounded like a door was being violently kicked down. Before Wei Keiacho and Fu Bol could react, they saw a young boy wave urgently at them with desperation on his face. It was as if the boy was telling them to get away from this place as soon as possible. The little boy was still gesturing wildly when he was picked up by the old man. Then the grandfather and grandson leaped over the orphanage wall and escaped into the night. The ghost from the picture appeared again. Was the boy reaching out to us for help? Fu Bol felt like he had stumbled across some kind of instrumental clue. He immediately called after Wei Keacha. Quick, chase after them. The boy might be the ghost fetus. The old man is the ghost. We have to save the boy from the evil clutches of the old man. The three rushed to the entrance of the storage room, and before they stepped out, they saw Zio-sun walking their way. If not for Zio-sun's swiftness of feet, they probably would have rammed directly into each other. Get out of the way, do not stand in our path, Fu Bol shouted loudly. What's going on? Zio-sun's heart squeezed with concern. We have found the boy, the most crucial character inside this ghost fetus scenario. We found him. What boy? That boy is our hope of clearing this scenario. Do not let him get away. Before Zio-sun could even comprehend what was happening, Fu Bol, Wei Keacha, and Qin Guang had leaped out of the back door and run out from the white orphanage. Even a newbie knows it is taboo to separate from the main team inside the haunted house. How come these people are so damn stubborn? Seeing the trio slowly disappear from his line of sight, Zio-sun did not give chase after them. Instead, he turned his focus to Ma Feng. Other people call him Director Ma in private. This man should be a big fish. I need to make use of this opportunity to try to find out what are they up to. Scratching his chin, Zio-sun mimicked Chenji and started to narrow his eyes. I have been living in the haunted house for several days now. This place has always been peaceful. It is like a welcoming home for ghosts and specters, but from the moment this batch of visitors showed up, I feel like the whole atmosphere of the scenario has changed. The colleagues have gotten so agitated. Sai, it feels like these people have not come with good intentions. There is a huge problem with this batch of visitors. Raising his open palm, the blood rain dropped in the middle of his palm. Zio-sun could sense the emotion that was inherent within the blood rain. This rain contains the emotion of fury and the intention to kill. It chills me right to my bones. It is like a knife is placed on my neck and I could be killed at any moment. This is too scary. After he said that, Zio-sun was about to move forward, but just as he wanted to do so, he realized that something was wrong. The blood rain dropped on his body, and it morphed into blood vessels and secured him in place. Turning around with some shock, Zio-sun was so frightened that his soul almost departed from his body. The lady in the red raincoat with her lips sewn had materialized behind him. Her thin and branch-like arms hung limply on Zio-sun's shoulders. The murderous intent from the red specter was overwhelming. Big sister, when did you arrive? Have you seen my child? The cold voice escaped from the red raincoat's sewn lips. Zio-sun collapsed to the ground. He really did not expect to still feel the same amount of fear and shock even after he had died and turned into a ghost. Though the information was given to me by another person, they even told me that they had found that boy earlier. The words practically tumbled out of Zio-sun's lips. Do you know who Fu Bol is? It was the man with the sunglasses in his pocket, and the man with the flowery shirt is called Wei Keacha. They fed me the information. They've just escaped through the back door. They ran down the path on the left. Sis, do you want me to show you to them? The blood vessels slowly let go of Zio-sun. The red raincoat dissolved into part of the bloody rain and disappeared completely. Zio-sun crumbled to the ground. His mind was still in a daze from the scary encounter. What have I just said to her? Patting his own face, Zio-sun remained sitting on the ground. By then, the black fog had completely enveloped the orphanage. A drizzle of blood rain was mixed in with the black fog. Hey, what are you doing there alone? The couple from Xinhai walked out from one of the rooms. The man kept staring at the door that led out from the backyard. He appeared to have seen something there. Do not ask me any questions. I just want to sit here and get some rest. Zio-sun had some innate annoyance toward that man from Xinhai, but he had no idea why. Where is Fu Bol? Wasn't he out here with Wei Keacha earlier? Ma Feng immediately saw the key problem. He did not care what had happened here. The most important issue was that a few of his teammates had mysteriously disappeared once again. They said that they had found a boy, and that the boy is most likely the ghost fetus. Where have they run off to? Ma Feng kept scrutinizing Zio-sun. Get up, you need to take us to go and find them. Me? Zio-sun already planned to abandon the game and contact Chenji, but Ma Feng did not give him the chance at all. Ma Feng appeared to already have started suspecting Zio-sun, but Ma Feng was only doing this from the perspective of a normal person. After all, if he suspected someone, he would have to keep them close so that they would not have the chance to do something behind his back. As they say, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. He was not technically wrong, but he had no idea how high a price he would pay for keeping son Zyrogen so close to him. Fine, I will lead you all to them, but you'd better be mentally prepared. Zio's son climbed up from the ground and led the remaining survivors to leave the white orphanage from the back door. After Fu Bol, Qin Guang, and Wei Keiacha ran out from the white orphanage, they rushed through the black fog and raced down the street, chasing after the figures in front of them. Jesus Christ, how can this old man still run so fast? Both Fu Bol and Wei Keiacha felt from the bottom of their hearts that Chen Ji's haunted house was more hyped up than it actually was, so they looked down on Chen Ji's haunted house. Therefore, they were not afraid of leaving the main team and moving on their own. On the other hand, Qin Guang was like an innocent lamb led astray. After blindly following these two out from the orphanage, he did not dare go back alone, so the only thing he could do was follow these two until the end. The ghost fetus scenario was more spacious than any of them could imagine. The style of the buildings on the sides of the streets had started to change again. A light stench floated in the air. After turning the corner, a staff cafeteria appeared before the trio. The old man and the boy stopped at the entrance, as if hesitating whether they should enter the building or not. He's finally stopped. Fu Bol gasped hungrily for air as he slowly approached the old man. The old man was holding the boy by his hand. When they saw Fu Bol approach them, they did not react in any way. But just a few seconds later, both the eyes of the grandfather and the grandson were overwhelmed by fear. They stared at the street behind Fu Bol and immediately crawled into the cafeteria. Are you kidding me? What is this? Some kind of joke? Fu Bol was incensed. He had been led by the nose by an old man through the scenario for such a long time. The old man even purposely paused for him to catch up. Brother Fu, this cafeteria appears to be a new scenario. We should wait for the others to arrive before we go into it. Once given the reminder by Wei Keiacha, Fu Bol did not rush into the cafeteria. After all, he was a top haunted house designer. He could see through the layout and setup of many scare points and traps with just a glance. After giving the place a quick look, Fu Bol did not notice anything too suspicious. Out of the confidence in his own professional ability, he did not stay to wait for the rest, but decided to enter the cafeteria directly. Once he entered the cafeteria, before Fu Bol could even say anything, he heard a loud bang, and the front door of the cafeteria was slammed shut behind him. His heart skipped a beat. Fu Bol was about to call Wei Keiacha's name to ask him what had happened when his ears were filled with harrowing screams from both Wei Keiacha and Qin Guang beyond the closed door. The screams tore at his heart. The sound was like pigs being slaughtered, and the screams sent chills down Fu Bol's spine. Blood vessels slipped through the gaps of the door into the room. They appeared to be looking for someone. Seeing this, Fu Bol retreated without hesitation. He stayed as far away from the cafeteria front door as he could. What has happened outside? He did not think that Wei Keiacha would cooperate with Chen Ji to purposely scare him. To be able to make someone like Wei Keiacha shriek like it was the end of the world, it proved that there had to be something incredibly scary outside the door. Could it be that the old man decided to escape from the orphanage because there has always been an actual ghost following behind us? Having a ghost at a haunted house was something very normal, but the ghost in question might be categorically different from what a normal ghost meant at other haunted houses. The warning that Zhuohen had once given appeared in Fu Bol's mind. When he was in a crowd, he did not feel it that clearly, but now that he was stranded alone, his mind could not help but keep on straying to the conclusion that this haunted house was really haunted. There should be another exit in this building. Fu Bol walked past the dining tables and came to the back kitchen of the cafeteria. The stench was the most intense at this place. On the door of the back kitchen there were 3 words written on top, House of Strange Odors. Pushing open the wooden door a gap, Fu Bol leaned on the door and looked through it. There was a mountain of meat that was moving inside the kitchen. It was a person who was even larger than both Liang and Liang San combined. Wearing a chef's outfit that was too small for his size, radiating an awful stench, the man kept pouring what appeared to be food ingredients into a large pot. Turning, mixing, and stirring, the chef gave the meal cooking inside the pot a taste. It appeared like it was still missing something. He took out a cleaver. After giving it a good shine, he slowly turned around. The bloodless face fixated on Fu Bol, who was leaning on the door. His mouth gaped, the chef's mouth that was covered in blood uttered, "The ingredients are finally all here." With his every step, the whole cafeteria was shaking. It was like the building was moving along with this mountain of a man. Blood slid down the roof of the ceiling. The front door of the cafeteria was blasted open. Wei Keiacha, who had lost consciousness, lay limply on the ground. A woman in a red raincoat walked into the cafeteria. The chef was confused. He waved the giant cleaver in his hands as his fingers knocked lightly on the chopping block. Blood vessels rolled. The furious red raincoat dragged the half-alive Wei Keiacho and stopped at the entrance of the back kitchen. Her bloodshot eyes stared right at Fu Bol. Being surrounded by two red specters, Fu Bol hugged the door frame and his legs gave way underneath him. He knelt on the ground and he almost peed himself from fear. Humming a song, adjusting his watch, Chen Ji had finished his makeup and was waiting at the entrance of the ghost fetus scenario. To prevent an accidental encounter with the visitors, he purposely waited for quite some time and ensured that there were no more visitors left waiting at the entrance before he entered the scenario. As the thick chains were removed, Chen Ji held the comic and inched open a gap of the black iron door. He was about to push the iron door open further when a sheaf of black fog drifted out. When the door was fully open, Chen Ji's eyes slowly widened. Endless black fog enveloped the streets fully, and blood rain fell like there was no tomorrow. The voiceless small town was like a scene from an apocalypse. Clang! The chain in his hand slipped to the ground. Chen Ji's first reaction was to lock up the black iron door again. What is going on? Have the people from the cursed hospital infiltrated this scenario when I was looking? Chapter 11:25. You deserve a bigger stage 2 in 1. Chapter 11:25. You deserve a bigger stage 2 in 1. About 10 minutes prior, the ghost fetus scenario was still relatively peaceful. Chen Ji only went to put on some makeup and hurried to the other scenarios to get some other employees, and when he returned, the world had completely changed. The moment the door was opened, Chen Ji even thought for a split second that he had returned to the world behind the door. His brain moved quickly, and many possibilities entered his mind. In the end, the figures of those two visitors from Xin Hai appeared in his mind's eye. There has to be some problem with that couple from Xin Hai. Could the change to this scenario be related to them? Initially, Chen Ji suspected that they were unique visitors, but now he believed that things were not as simple as he imagined. Before they cause more trouble, I have to go and locate them. Summoning his employees, Chen Ji held the comic and rushed into the scenario. To prevent the black fog from continuing to spread, he even had Xia Xil guard the black iron door, telling her that no matter who came, she had to keep the door closed. The black fog had completely enveloped the voiceless small town, and it was continuing to spread to other places. Pale human faces appeared on the walls of the buildings down the streets. When they saw Chen Ji, they kept making these horrible screams. It sounded both like a cry for help and a plea for mercy. The closest hidden path to the world of the black fog from the entrance is the soundless home. Don't tell me some of the visitors were so unlucky that they somehow stumbled their way into the hidden scenario through that sub-scenario. Chen Ji took out his own phone and called Tong Tong's number. He soon got Tong Tong's reply. When he saw Tong Tong's message, Chen Ji's expression became confused and befuddled. The place has not been infiltrated by outsiders. If that's the case, why did the scenario turn into a state like this? Tong Tong appeared to be incredibly busy with something else. The messages that he sent to Chen Ji were succinct and simple. Or have they successfully evaded Tong Tong's surveillance? Chen Ji knew the chance of that was very slim, but after completing the Black Phone's trial missions so many times, Chen Ji was trained to see things from the worst possible scenario. That was how he was always prepared. Knocking on one of the doors, Chen Ji whispered outside of it, "Brother Peng, are you in there?" The wooden door creaked open. Wu Jinpeng appeared at the door with his hand over his bruised forehead. "Boss, why are you here? You have entered the scenario as well." "Why are you injured?" Chen Ji's tone changed immediately. There had never been an accident where his own employees were injured in his own haunted house, albeit the injury in this case was just a bump to the forehead. It's fine. I was too nervous when I opened the door and I accidentally rammed into the door." "Was it because someone was purposely blocking the door?" Chen Ji was a very astute person, and he was very familiar with those haunted house designers' dirty tricks. "Boss, you can ignore this small injury. Just now, a series of horrible screams came from inside the scenario. I'm not kidding you, it sounded like I was right at a slaughterhouse. You'd better go and take a look. I'm very worried that something serious has happened." "Okay, but you'd better stay here and do not go anywhere else. I will be back in a minute." The black fog on the street thickened by the second. Chen Ji ran without stopping to the soundless home. He first glanced at the missing persons report by the entrance. The boy in the picture had gone missing. Where has Tong Tong disappeared to? Entering the building, Chen Ji confirmed that this was the place where the black fog originated. He pushed open the door of the first room. The scene that greeted him was a room that was soaked in blood. It felt like a rain of blood had fallen right inside the room. After he found the mirror that was left on the ground, Chenji tried to communicate with the lingering spirit of the student from the school of the afterlife that resided inside it. He had the student open the door of the red snail for him. Inside the hidden path, the black fog ebbed and flowed like a palpable wave. A middle-aged woman was lying supine on the steps. Due to extreme shock, she was totally unconscious. The black fog can invoke the deepest and darkest fear inside a living person's heart. She stumbled her way into the world of black fog without even experiencing the one-star scenario. The fact that she could run so far is already a miracle in and of itself. Chenji dragged the middle-aged woman out of the scenario and had the lingering spirit of the student hurry and go call the doctors from the underground morgue. Tell them to stop scaring people for a moment. We need them to get over here to examine the situation. I believe we have an emergency on our hands. There might be several people that are unconscious. Bringing the other employees, Chenji came to the bottom step of the hidden pathway. He picked up the chain that blocked the door to stop it from closing completely. Someone purposely used this as a stopgap to prevent the door from closing. He did not want the door to close. Why would he do something like that? Pushing open the black iron door, Chenji stepped into it. Chenji did not need to wander in that far to see that all the mannequin monsters inside the world of black fog had gone berserk. Endless curses and twisted memories clung to their bodies, turning these mannequins into different kinds of items of possession. It was as if they had all come alive with their own will. What is going on? The ghost fetus scenario recorded the entire life of the ghost fetus. All his memory and curses were being handled by the red high heels. The fact that all the curses and memories had gotten out of control meant that the emotions of the red high heels were currently a little bit unstable. Chenji called the red high heels' name softly. Perhaps she had heard Chenji's voice. The black fog appeared to calm down slightly, and the monsters that were covered in curses stopped rampaging. Chenji cut his way forward and soon saw the red high heels in person. The bandages on her body had fallen off quite a bit, and her skin that was tattooed with the curses was exposed. The woman possessed a breath-catching beauty about her, one that would be called a tragic beauty. At that moment, the red high heels was standing in the middle of the black fog. A small figure was blocking before her, while behind the small figure were two unconscious fatties. Why is Tong Tong together with Liang and Liang San? Chenji quickly hurried over. After some asking around, he realized that Liang and Liang San had accidentally stumbled into the hidden area not 5 minutes into the start of the game and encountered the red high heels, who was experiencing the ghost fetus, former memories. Initially, the red high heels was too busy to even care about them, but the two brothers walked toward the red high heels themselves and even started to critique her appearance. If their comments were positive, like saying how beautiful and captivating she was, perhaps she would have let them go peacefully. But as fate would have it, Liang directly called the red high heels something disgusting. The reason for the red high heels, death, was still a mystery, but she appeared to be a woman who was obsessed with beauty when she was alive. Even in her bloody heart mission, there was a hint given by the black phone, "Am I beautiful?" One could say that Liang was extremely unlucky. Of the many words in the English language, he had chosen the one that would perfectly anger the red high heels. It was little wonder that he ended in the state that Chenji found him. The difference between a top red specter and a normal person was still too large. The red high heels did not even need to do anything, and the curses in the black fog would automatically seek out the people who had angered her and evoke the deepest and darkest terrors residing within their hearts. In other words, Liang and Liang San were knocked out by their innate fear. During the whole process, the red high heels had done only one thing, and that was to turn her head to look at them. After knowing the whole process, even Chenji thought that Liang and Liang San truly were lucky in their own way. He gave Liang and Liang San a quick inspection. Thankfully, the red high heels did not intend to harm them. She just wanted to teach this pair of siblings a lesson. After consoling the red high heels, Chenji had her continue to stay in the world of the black fog while he left the scenario through the hidden pathway with Tong Tong. Tong Tong was truly given a fright of his life earlier. The kid thought that the red high heels was going to murder the brothers, and that was why he had stood before them to stop her from doing so. To be able to open the hidden path inside the soundless home, there has to be a real impressive character among this batch of visitors. Tong Tong, did you manage to see who opened the hidden pathway? Brother Xiao-jun. Son Xiao-jun. Yes. Chenji was as confused as he could be. He had not told Xiao-san the location and the method to open the hidden pathways, but son Xiao-jun had magically managed to open the secret pathway within 5 minutes of the start of the game and sent the visitors from his team into it. Is this the power of the cursed seed? After hearing the description of what Tong Tong saw, Chenji could take a guess at Xiao-san's intention. He only had goodwill in his heart, but the result that he caused was probably something that Zio's son himself did not expect. A butterfly in the Amazon rainforest might flap its wings several times, and perhaps 2 weeks later, a tornado would ransack South America. Zio's son was the person with the powerful butterfly effect. The young man himself was a simple-minded person, but it was also this naivete that enabled him to do something incredibly scary with serious repercussion without even intending or knowing it. I appear to have underestimated the potential of the cursed seed. No wonder the black phone specifically warned me about him. After all, even the demon god ghost fetus eventually gave up on Zio's son. Walking out from the building, looking at the black fog that slowly enveloped the whole ghost fetus scenario, Chenji did not feel as nervous as before. If anything, a new plan was hatching in his mind. The cursed seed and the cursed hospital, how come I feel like they are natural enemies of each other? Zio's son had indeed caused a certain degree of damage to the scenario, but Chenji would not blame Zio's son because this was his own fault. As the manager, he had to first reflect on his own mistakes. Everyone had a position that was suitable for them. It was the same for Zio's son. If Zio's son only knew how to destroy and create ill will to both his friends and enemies, then the ghost fetus would not have left him in the world behind the door where he was hiding in. It was my mistake for underestimating Zio's son's potential. He deserves a much bigger stage for his talent to shine. Walking down the street, Chenji continued to move forward. When he arrived at the haunted avenue, Chenji's heart skipped a bit. The haunted avenue was the only scenario left behind from Yu Jian's world. Chenji also had no idea why this was the only locale that was left from such a large world. Only after some time had he realized that it probably had something to do with Zhang Ye. This avenue was the street that he and Zhang Ye had been walking on in Yu Jian's world. They walked on this street to go home, and they bade their last farewell on this street. This bus stop had recorded every lovely moment that they had shared. The visitors won't have gone to destroy the words and pictures carved on the platform, right? This sub-scenario had a special meaning for Chenji. He led Tong Tong and the other employees to rush into the black fog. When they passed the bus stop, they only saw a platform that was covered in stained blood and a drizzle of bloody rain. The memory with Zhang Ye has not been destroyed, but a big problem appears to have occurred to the red raincoat. Chenji did not dare stay for long lest something worse happened. Chenji hurried to the white orphanage. He opened the hidden door directly and sighed in relief. Zio Bu was hiding inside the hidden room at the white orphanage making blood dolls. This specter, who was from Li Wan City that could unleash the power of a top red specter, was not angered in any way. "Have you seen Sun Zioajun?" Chenji whispered to ask. Zio Bu stood up from the red blanket that she had placed on the floor. She put down the doll she was making and shook her head confusedly. "Then that's fine. Keep on doing what you're doing." Seeing Zio Bu in this state, Chenji wanted to go over to ruffle her hair. Sometimes Chenji would have these illusions about Zio Bu, like thinking she was his own daughter or thinking Zio Bu was very cute, like Xiaxio. As he was about to leave, Zio Bu reached out to grab Chenji's sleeve. The girl showed Chenji the blood dolls that she was making. The faces of the two dolls kept on changing until they took on a similarity of the two visitors that came from Xinhai. The male and female stood next to each other, and the man appeared to be talking to himself. "The evil spirits have gone out of control, and blood rain continues to fall. As I expected, no living person can reform the departed, not even their son." The man's expression was chilling as he kept repeating this sentence. The man had probably said something else, but Zio Bu had only recorded this sentence. "Zio Bu, where did you hear him say this?" Sitting back down on the red carpet, Zio Bu changed into a more comfortable posture. She leaned down lazily in the corner and her finger went up, pointing at the roof above them. The couple probably did not expect a top red specter to be able to reign in her presence so perfectly, and was playing with dolls down in the hidden room at the bottom of the white orphanage. "Understood." Chenji nodded and then led the other employees out. Sun Zioajun had accidentally hit the target this time. There were indeed people with malicious intentions hidden among the visitors, but Zio's son had done things that these people would never have the guts to do. The visitors were gathered at the entrance to the cafeteria. Blood rain fell on their bodies. Ma Feng, who had understood the severity of the situation, had Sun Zioajun walk at the front of the group. "Earlier we heard horrible screams again. Fu Bol and Wei Kaiach are both top haunted house designers. What is it that they could have seen that would cause them to scream like that?" Shang Guan Qinghong had been given a lesson by Chenji before, and he was also the first to persuade Ma Feng to leave when they realized that they were not going to enter School of the Afterlife, but instead the ghost fetus scenario. Unfortunately for him, Ma Feng was quite a stubborn person. You will have to ask him. He was the last person to be together with Wei Keiacho and Fu Bol. Ma Feng and the other visitors turned to look at Zio-san. To be honest, I really did not intend to harm anyone, but somehow, things have led to this state, Zio-san said with a bitter smile. I also have no idea why. Since I was young, whenever I tried my best to do something, every kind of accident will happen. When I was in primary school, my mom promised me that as long as I got a good result in my finals, she would take me to the biggest water park in Jiujiang, and I did the best that I could. But that year an earthquake happened in eastern Jiujiang, and the water park closed. During secondary school, to help me with my studies, Mother bought me a computer. But when it was almost time for the results to be released, a big fire engulfed the school, and the brand of the computer that my mother bought me later went bankrupt. I somehow managed to survive all that until I finally got to university. I have a passion for music, but of all my idols, one of them retired from the industry because he was exposed to be a junkie. The second one was forced out of the industry due to humiliation because he was exposed to be a cheating B***starred, and the third one mysteriously disappeared. He still has not been found. I have understood many things. In the end, I quit university to pursue my dreams in music. I did not want to rely on anyone and kept my distance from everyone else. But in the end, I found myself moving into a sigh, never mind. I do not want to burden you with my sad story. After hearing son Ziojan's life story, some of the visitors were shocked, but there were also some who thought that he was just making up stories. A couple from Xinhai stood at the back of the group. The female's expression was rather spaced out. She held onto the man's arm tightly like she was joined at the arm to him. The man was radiating a chilling presence. He kept looking around him and kept stealthily moving the hand that he kept inside his pocket earlier out into the open. Upon closer inspection, one could realize that there was a deep wound on his palm, and buried deep inside his wound was an eyeball. Lowering his head, the man whispered softly as if he was reporting back to someone. Rampage, bloodlust, anger that covered the sky, curses flying everywhere. A red specter cannot be controlled fully. Your worry is unfounded. From the opening of this haunted house, who knows how many human souls have been used as sacrifices? The doctor was worried that he'd found another path for himself, but actually this place is no different from our hospital. It is just the appearance that has changed. The child still has not grown up according to his parents' expectations. He has already become the version of himself that his younger self hated the most.